So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michal Kam from Nations Memory Institute in Slovakia, and I would like to welcome you at our conference. We are here at Zichy Palace in this beautiful building in the city center of Bratislava. Can you hear me well? Because I hear echo. But okay. Okay, good. So welcome again. We will spend here 2 days. There will be 22 historians from 11 countries from Europe and also USA. So we are glad at Nations Memory Institute that we have such a wide and broad and experienced audience and colleagues here from all over the world. The title of the conference is Churches and Religious Associations Behind the Curtain, Iron Curtain, Part 2, 1956-1968. It's the follow-up conference on the previous one, which was held a year ago. We will spend 2 days here. There will be 5 sessions, and we will hear a lot of papers, inputs from historians in Europe and USA. The conference will be in English, as you have already mentioned, because it's our international scientific conference. I will translate one speech in the beginning. I will try to do my best. And we are hosting you here. There will be also a coffee break in the room over here. It will be prepared during the first session. Now I'm just briefly about the logistics. The toilet is on the corner where was the registration, and you can see arrows and signs. Whereas the toilet, coffee break will be over here, and when we are over today around 6 o'clock, we will have also dinner in the restaurant, which is literally next doors. Feel free to grab a coffee and enjoy the day together with us. We are co-organizing this event together with our partners from Czech Republic, Poland, and Hungary. It's Institute for Study of Totalitarian Regimes in Czech Republic. It's the Nation's Institute of National Remembrance in Poland, and we are thankful for the colleagues which came. And the third are our Hungarian partners from the Committee of National Remembrance. In the beginning, during the program, you can also have such a leaflet if you need it over there. We will have the presentations and everything will be held in English. And maybe the English is not the first language for most of us, so feel free to raise your hand and maybe tell us or the colleagues to slow down. Maybe it will be not clear, so feel free to ask for your needs, because the English language may be challenging for some of us. We are here to help you in the translation or clarifying some details if needed. Yeah, and I would like to open the first speeches. Then we will follow up with the sessions and inputs from our colleagues, which are already ready here. So I would like to welcome Jerguš Sivoš, who is the chairman of the board of directors at Nations Memory Institute.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, dear friends. Welcome to Bratislava for the second year of the conference titled Churches and Religious Associations Behind the Iron Curtain, which centers on the period from 1956 to 1968. Over the next 2 days, participants from 10 European countries will present 21 lectures. Additionally, we are honored to gain insights into new research from across the Atlantic, thanks to the active involvement of Professor Mark Kramer. In this way, we are successfully building on last year's conference in Warsaw. This achievement is largely due to the efforts of my colleagues, to whom I would like to extend my gratitude for their hard work. Last year, the Nations Memory Institute contributed to the drafting of the Slovak Republic government's statement on the February 1948 coup. The statement emphasized the communist regime viewed Christian churches as one of the greatest obstacles to solidifying its power. The imprisonment of bishops and priests, the violent dissolution of religious orders, systematic discrimination against devout believers, and, in the case of the Greek Catholic Church, its official liquidation, all became part of the class struggle. I believe it is essential for the work of historians to reach the public. Therefore, I am confident that we will not only be able to publish the individual contributions as a collection, but also explore other ways to share our findings with a broader audience, with the hope that this will help reinforce the democratic values we all hold dear. I greatly appreciate the focus of the conference as well as the participation of international experts who, alongside Slovak specialists, will present the latest results of their research. This will enable us to gain a deeper understanding of our recent past. Thank you for your work and for joining us to share these new insights. At this moment, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the partner institution of the Nations Memory Institute that assisted in organizing this conference. We are deeply grateful for the collaboration of the Polish Institute of National Remembrance, the Hungarian Committee of National Remembrance, as well as the Czech Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes and the Security Forces Archive. I wish you all a pleasant stay in Bratislava. Thank you.
Now I would like to welcome Mr. Piotr Samerek, Chargé d'Affaires of the Republic of Poland in Slovakia.
Already good afternoon, everybody. My name is Piotr Samerek. I am newly appointed head of mission of the Polish Embassy here in Bratislava. For some of you, my face is not new because I have served here in Bratislava for 6 years already. So it's for me coming back to you and also to the issues we already discussed in the past. So I am very glad that now we can continue with this conference discussion about the consequences of the communism and communist totalitarianism in our region. So just 3 general notes perhaps to before the more in-depth studies you are going to present today and tomorrow. First of all, I would like to quote Roger Moorhouse, one of the most outstanding historian of the modern, on 20th century and also on the Second World War, who in one of his articles wrote that communist has never been accounted for. And I think that it is important also talking about the reason of today's conference, so the communism who caused persecution of churches and of believers, to have in mind also the reason, so the communist totalitarianism. The first one. Second one, which is, I think, important for all of us, that persecution of churches, persecution of believers in the period after, in the communist period after the end of the Second World War, also is part of our identity of the Central European countries. And I think we have also bear in mind this factor of the discussion, and also that we are thinking about the totalitarianism in a different way. And third one, I think, it is the conclusion I took after my first stay in Bratislava, that Polish church was perhaps the most free in this area. We had more opportunities, more freedom. But also our bishops, or especially Cardinal Stefan Wyszyński and also Cardinal Karol Wojtyła of that time, felt responsible for really keeping the faith in this region. Just at the very end, I would like to quote Monsignor Alois Tkacz of Košice. It was during the presentation of the book about those who smuggled religious literature from Poland to Slovakia. And he quoted from this book the one very important for all of us moment. He quoted Cardinal Wyszyński, who asked his collaborators, "If any Slovak knock on my door, even at the midnight, open him the door." And this, it really expressed the attitude of Cardinal Wyszyński toward neighboring churches and neighboring nations. And it shows how he was sensible and how he felt responsible for the faith, for the situation of the churches in the neighborhood. So just, I remember when Archbishop Tkacz stressed this moment, and he told during the presentation, you can imagine the cardinal, he was really very careful about us, about every single Catholic who was searching for help and pastoral care. Thank you a lot. I wish you really the wonderful discussions, interesting exchange, and I hope it will strengthen our relations among neighboring countries, believers of neighboring churches. Thank you.
And now I would like to welcome and invite for the third and last speech Mr. Jozef Halko, Auxiliary Bishop of the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Bratislava. And Mr. Halko will speak in Slovak, and I will translate into English.
Pani a dámy, milí priatelia, pokladám za veľmi symbolické, že táto konferencia sa uskutočňuje práve v tejto budove.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's very symbolic that this conference is held in this building.
Pretože táto budova bola počas komunistického režimu zreštaurovaná, obnovená práve z toho dôvodu, aby sa tu uskutočňovali občianske obrady, ktoré mali nahradiť tie obrady cirkevné.
This building was restored and repaired during the communist regime with the focus or with the aim to hold the civic celebrations and weddings instead of religious.
Takže keby sme zišli o poschodie nižšie, našli by sme tam, myslím, osobitnú miestnosť, uspôsobenú na tzv. Uvítanie občiankov, ktoré počítalo aj s niečím takým, ako bol krstný otec, ktorý sa volal uvítací otec.
So on the first floor there was a special room which was meant, or it's difficult to translate this into English, občianka, like a civic room, let's call it, where was an older man who was there to invite you to the...
Štatistika hovorí, že od roku 1971 do roku 1983
the statistics from the 1971 till 1983 says
sa ateizačnému režimu podarilo sobáše, krsty a birmovky znížiť o 20%.
So the communist regime has decreased the number of baptism, confirmations and weddings by 20%.
Pohreby sa podarilo znížiť cirkevné pohreby o 0,6%.
the religious burials were decreased only by 0.6%.
Čo len vyjadruje to, že v konečných fázach svojho života človek sa prestane bať ideológie a začne uvažovať o skutočnom zmysle vlastného života.
And this means that the person in the last period of his life or her life is not afraid of their belief.
Uvedomujem si, že hovorím o normalizačnom období, pričom to, o čom bude tu reč, je práve obdobie pred rokom 1968, vrátane tohto roku, od roku 1956.
I know that I'm speaking about the period of normalization, which was after 1968, but this conference is focused on the period before the normalization, 1956-68.
Ale logika normalizácie vychádza práve z toho, že od roku 1956 sa urobilo všetko preto, aby bol národ ujarmený a v 68. roku sa ukázalo, že stačí málo slobody a okamžite sa ukáže vitalita spoločnosti a samozrejme aj veľká vitalita cirkvi.
So from the year 1956 or before the Prague Spring, the nation was really held by the regime, and it was pretty obvious that a little bit of freedom in the 1968 triggered the movement in the society.
Preto prajem tejto konferencii všetkým prednášateľom, poslucháčom aj diskutujúcim, aby to bol hlboký ponor a sonda do toho obdobia, ktoré nevyhnutne nejakým spôsobom zakladalo potom obdobie, ktoré sme mnohí z nás zažili na vlastnej koži.
I would like to thank all guests, contributors to help to join this conference, because our past or this period is the one where we come from and it's creating.
Napokon mi dovolte, aby som sa s vami podelil s jedným zaujímavým archívnym objavom spred asi 10 dní.
I would like to share one archival discovery from the past 10 days.
Je to hlásenie štátnej bezpečnosti a dokument sa nachádza v archíve bezpečnostných složek.
It is a report of the secret police, and this record is in the archive of the secret services.
Ktorý referuje o tom, že v Karlových Varoch v divadle Víteslava Nezvala zvolal predseda strany Jiří Untermüller mimoriadne zasadnutie výboru komunistickej strany, závodnej organizácie.
So in Karlové Vary, in Czech Republic, there was the meeting or assembly of the Communist Party held by Mr. which was mentioned.
A na tomto mimoriadnom zasadnutí oznámil dve veci. Vystupujem zo strany, pretože nesúhlasím s jej líniou, to bol prvý bod. A druhý bod, už 5 rokov som veriaci a chcem oznámiť, že som veriaci človek a roztrhal som svoju stranickú legitimáciu.
So he announced two things on the Communist Party meeting, that he is leaving the party and he is believer already 5 years and he teared apart the communist papers or ID.
Telefonický rozhovor s pánom Untermüllerom priniesol ten výsledok, že potvrdil túto skutočnosť a teraz komunikujeme o hĺbšej analýze, hĺbšom rozobratí tohto prípadu, ktorý potom rád zreferujem a budem publikovať, pokiaľ on s tým bude, predpokladám, súhlasiť.
So Mr. Untermüller has confirmed this story and Mr. Halko is in touch with him and he might continue with the research of this story.
Prajem vám všetko dobré a dobrú konferenciu. Thank you very much.
I wish you all the best and enjoy the conference. Yeah, and this translation was a bit of improvisation, so sorry for my translations. I'm not interpreter, but I tried to do my best. And we have a message from the chairwoman of our Hungarian partner, Reka Kiš, and we would like to invite Mr. Christoph Erdő, who has a message from her. So, Thank you and welcome.
Distinguished colleagues, first of all, please let me express my utmost regrets about not being able to be with you as the leader of the Committee of the National Remembrance in Hungary, but also as a devoted church historian. The very idea of this conference series was conceived already 5 years ago in 2019, and its first session would have taken place in 2020. Although these plans were disrupted by the COVID pandemic, it was clear to all partners, the nation's member institute in Slovakia, who is our host today, the Institute of National Remembrance in Poland, who was first raised the idea of this undertaking, the Institute for the Study of Totalitarian Regimes in the Czech Republic, and of course our committee in Hungary, that this initiative should not be lost. Therefore, we could celebrate the launch of this series last year in Warsaw, enjoying the long-to-be-remembered hospitality of our Polish friends. I am particularly pleased that it was clear to all of us that these events should be held as in-person conferences, not just because this is the best way to build and maintain professional relationships with each other, but also because it gives us the opportunity to share our experiences and knowledge of the history of the churches behind the Iron Curtain, operating in different countries, but all in the shadow of communism. And this is important because although we are talking more and more about the Soviet era and the functioning of the communist dictatorships, they are still far from being an integral part of our common European culture of memory and far from becoming a common historical code. As historians and researchers of and from the former communist-ruled countries, it is our job to explore and educate the rest of Europe about the functioning of the Soviet bloc and to try to incorporate this knowledge into the aforementioned common European memory. Today's conference reflects on these very issues, though the topics of anti-clericalism and religious persecution, and there are different ways in the long decade between the Hungarian Revolution and freedom fight and the Prague Spring. Looking through the program, this year's conference will explore equally important questions as the last years in Warsaw, like relations between the Holy See and the communist regimes, state security operations on churches or religious life in this decade. I wish you all of you to engage in a lively discussion on all these issues. I would like to thank from the heart to Dr. Chairman Jergus Szivos and the Nation's Memory Institute for hosting this conference and all the organizers for the enormous work. In the name of the Committee of National Remembrance in Hungary, I would be happy to invite all of you to Budapest next year, where we would be pleased to organize the next session of the series. I wish you, all of you, a fruitful conference. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue with the scientific part of the conference, with the case speeches part of the conference. We will listen to 2 case speeches, which will examine the main aspects of the period which is being discussed during the second part of the conference, so 1956-1968, so the time from the late 1950s when some political changes occurred at international relations, K-word detente, They will explore also some aspects of the changing relationship of the Holy See toward the communist regimes, communist governments, so the K-word Vatican Eastern policy, Ostpolitik, and also changing relations to of the Holy See to the communist regimes as a whole. And the last point, which will be also very interesting, we will discuss also some aspects of some theological questions which had an impact on the changes of the politics of the Holy See. So let me introduce the first panelist of our case speeches session, who is Professor Emilia Hrabovec. I'm very glad that she took part on this conference. She is full professor of history and head of the Department of Christian Philosophy and Historical Sciences at Comenius University in Bratislava. She's author of more than 300 books and articles in 7 languages on different topics in contemporary church and political history and of Central Eastern Europe, and especially on the relations of the Holy See with Central and Eastern Europe. She's member of Pontifical Committee for Historical Sciences with the seat in Vatican. Among others, she's also member of Collegium Carolinum in Munich, Scientific Board of the Revue d'Histoire Ecclésiastique at Catholic University Louvain, Scientific Board of the Centro Studi e Ricerche del Concilio Vaticano II at the Pontifical Lateran University at Rome, etc., etc. Among the main publications, I will just mention the most, let's say, common in Slovakia, which deals with the Vatican Eastern policy in context of Slovakia, Slovensko a Svätá stolica v kontexte vatikánskej východnej politiky. She will talk about an interesting topic, to recommend courage or tolerate the inevitable, the Holy See and the Catholic Church in the face of the communist regimes in East Central Europe between Cold War and détente. So.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Mr. President, Your Excellency, dear colleagues, I was asked to prepare a kind of keynote speech, a kind of general overview over the diplomatic attitudes and the policy of the Holy See towards East Central Europe in the crucial period between the Hungarian and the Polish revolutions in 1956 and in 1968. We will have, in the course of this conference, we will have a series of individual lectures that could approfond, deepen the single arguments I will mention. But I shall try to make a general overview with some new results of the researches which were enabled thanks to the recent openings of the Vatican archives from the pontificate of Pius XII. Pope Pius XII considered communism as an essentially atheistic ideological and political system that was in profound contradiction to both divine and natural law, threatened the fundaments of Christian civilization, and represented the most serious challenge for the Catholic Church in the post-war era. The firm anti-communist stance of the pontiff and the fact that in the course of the post-war decades the scientific reflection on Pius XII became gradually interwoven with the public, political and ideological discourse motivated some historians to interpret the Pope's standpoint as fanatically intransigent, unable to adopt a pragmatic approach, and thus co-responsible for the radicalization of the Cold War. The newest historical research shows that this static black and white image needs to be corrected, and that behind the seemingly motionless facade of the pontiff's anti-communism, a complex and dynamic space of differentiated pastoral and diplomatic activities existed. The research confirms that notwithstanding the presence of a political dimension in the papal diplomacy, the Pope did not primarily act as a political actor. He was not another Truman or another Ike Eisenhower, but primarily as a pastor. It is, he was not primarily bound to a political doctrine, to power political alliances, but he acted as a pastor in what he perceived as a spiritual fight between Christianity and communism. And that this aim was not simply to defeat communism, but to realize the ideal of Christian civilization. That is the most important point. Recently, in last January, we had an international conference organized by the École Française de Rome in Rome with the participation of dozens of colleagues on the anti-communism of the Pope. And this is, I think, the most important result. The Pope was not acting as another political actor like a new Eisenhower or Truman or Stalin or whoever, but as a pastor whose definite aim was not to defeat communism, but to restore Christian civilization. It was this theological perspective, together with the long tradition of impartiality of the papal diplomacy, that enabled the Pope to distance himself not only from the communist East, but also from the West. In spite of some convergence of interests with the USA that resulted from the logic of the Cold War, the pontiff never considered himself a soldier of a Western anti-Soviet crusade, for which cause the US presidents tried to win him over. He suffered due to communist accusations of being liaised with the Anglo-Saxon imperialism, and even in the most radical period of the Cold War, he did not hesitate to dissociate himself from both blocs, being convinced that the Western world was more interested in protecting its material interests and economic well-being than the liberty of the church behind the Iron Curtain, and that neither part of the divided world had realized the Christian order as the necessary condition for a just and lasting peace. Although Pius XII, as a pastor, emphasized the irreconcilable antagonism, I have forgotten about the PowerPoint presentation. I am definitely not a modern person, but from the last century, even not able to set in motion this PowerPoint presentation. If somebody could give me a hand. Ah, okay. Okay. Now. Although Pope Pius XII, as a pastor, emphasized the irreconcilable antagonism between Christianity and communism and refused any relativization of the truth by compromises, as a diplomat par excellence, with lifelong experience in pragmatic Vatican diplomacy, who had already led the negotiations with the Soviets in the 20s, this is used to be forgotten very often, that it was Eugenio Pacelli to lead the negotiations, the first ever, with the Soviet side in the 20s, in Munich and then in Berlin. That he felt the moral obligation to do everything to aid the persecuted Catholics and did not exclude the possibility of negotiations or of reaching a certain accord either, on the condition, however, that the other side offered tangible guarantees for religious and civic liberties. To find the line between what he felt obliged to protect as absolute truth on the one side and the practical politics trying to alleviate the situation of persecuted Catholics and contribute to peaceful resolution of conflicts on the other side, it is, to put it in Weberian words, to act according to the ethics of conviction or the ethics of responsibility, remained the fundamental dilemma of the Vatican diplomacy of those times. Fact is that as long as there was a hope for an operative and effective modus vivendi, the papal diplomacy tried to come to terms with Czechoslovakia, Hungary, or Poland, also at the price of some concessions. But when the communist regimes launched an open anti-Catholic offensive and moved to destroy the episcopates and set up a schismatic Catholic church in the service of the regime, the Holy See became convinced that persecution could not be alleviated by any diplomatic means, and her diplomatic pragmatism was substituted by a principled resistance. The break appeared in 1949. So the really turning point from the perspective of the Holy See is not 1948, but 1949, with its most visible catalysts as the conviction of Cardinal Mindszenty in Hungary and the launching of the schismatic Catholic action in Czechoslovakia. What the Holy See under Pius XII feared the most was not persecution as such, but disorientation and loss of moral resistance of Catholics on both sides of the Iron Curtain against the threat of communist ideology. The Italian ambassador to the Holy See, Francesco Mameli, stated that in the eyes of the pontiff, the communist persecutions of the church were more dangerous than in any other historical times, including the notorious Roman Empire, since the ancient Rome was killing only the bodies of the faithful, whereas nowadays the persecutors are aiming to kill their spirit, making use of all new techniques of psychological operations. Consequently, the Holy See responded to the radicalization of the communist persecution and the parallel expansion of communist ideas in the West, particularly in Italy and France, primarily with a strategy of marking clear boundaries between Catholicism and Marxism, condemning any knowing and willing cooperation with communism by a series of excommunication decrees, and launching a mobilization of spiritual and practical solidarity with the Church of Silence. On the level of principles, these steps made the situation morally clear. Their application in specific living conditions of the Church behind the Iron Curtain, however, provoked a lot of doubts in the Curia about how to reconcile the uncompromising resistance against the anti-church interventions of the regime with the practical need to assure the functioning of the church life in situations in which Catholics could not escape the longa manus of the regime. Curial decision-making processes were aggravated by the almost complete absence of reliable news from behind the Iron Curtain and the extensive autonomous powers that the Pope had left to the local churches that enabled them to act with more flexibility and that preserved more maneuvering space for the papal diplomacy in delicate issues in which it could not bind itself, like the case of the new Western Polish borderlands. But it also exposed the local church to more pressure of the regime and moved the local churches to make concessions that not always corresponded with the expectations of the Holy See. In this complex context, some decisions of the Holy See were intentionally left in a certain semi-darkness or a tolerated fragile modi vivendi that were, if not acceptable, that at least not abhorrable. The politically most delicate was probably the accord signed by the Polish episcopate with the communist regime in April 1950. The Holy See refused both the modalities of signing and the contents, but she did not denounce it either. During the visit to Rome of the father of the accord, Archbishop Wyszynski, the Pope found words of comprehension for his way of doing, and some months later elevated him to cardinalate. In spite of absence of contacts between the communist states and the Holy See, the leaden years of the first half of the 50s were not as granitically immobile as it is often presented. Unable to speak with the governments, the Pope tried to approach directly the peoples from behind the Iron Curtain, addressing them apostolic letters, which signalized openness for a settlement with their governments. He also offered material help to the Hungarian and the Czechoslovak governments after the devastating floods of the Danube in 1954. All these signals of goodwill encountered only a frosty silence in the eastern capitals, although the Pope's statements already contained the key points that are usually attributed to Pacelli's successor, John XXIII, and evaluated as the novelty that enabled the launching of the Vatican Eastern politics. Above all, the explicit emancipation from the Western Bloc, and the distinguishing between erroneous doctrines and people who profess them but are still object of pastoral care. The distinction between the error and the errant. The difference between the two popes, apart from the changed international situation, was the fact that Pius XII required substantial change of the situation, the recognition of the common fundament of truth, and concrete guarantees from the other side that it would respect the freedom of the Church as a conditio sine qua non of any contact, while his successor, convinced that the communist reign would last for a long time, did not see any alternative to negotiations, even without tangible promises from the counterpart. In the mid-50s, the new Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev initiated a cautious de-Stalinization, and the leaders of the satellite states felt obliged to temporarily ease the inner pressure. On the international chessboard, Khrushchev launched the idea of peaceful coexistence and began to put out feelers even towards the Vatican, because he understood that the Pope might have no divisions, to cite his predecessor's ridicule question, but a considerable moral and political influence that could not be ignored neither on the international chessboard nor within the Soviet bloc, that still counted a significant Catholic presence, which, especially in combination with the national sentiments, remained a crucial social factor the regime was unable to eradicate. In the spirit of Geneva, also the Western politics began to talk about a possible negotiated settlement of tensions. The only success was the Austrian State Treaty. And even some Catholic circles in the West felt attracted by the rhetoric of peaceful coexistence. The Pope remained skeptical. He had little confidence in an exclusively pragmatic political or economic view of international relations based on the do ut des logic, but devoid of moral and religious considerations. He was convinced that true peace, justice, and liberty could only be achieved when both sides of the divided world would accept the primacy of the spiritual and of truth and convert towards a Christian ideal. Without tangible improvements and guarantees for the Church, he considered the Soviet advances a pure propaganda and a tactical move to undermine the anti-communist unity and enforce the progressive forces in the West. Similarly, the rhetoric of peaceful coexistence in East and West, without moral fundaments, appeared to him a mere cold or deceptive peace. Nevertheless, the wait-and-see attitude of the Pope, with which he observed the Soviet tentatives of rapprochement, grew to considerable expectations when soon later the events in Poland and Hungary gave rise to hopes of concrete changes in the political and religious situation in both countries. The fact that the Pope had dedicated 3 encyclicals and 2 addresses to Hungary within the space of just a few days shows the importance he attached to the events. The bloody suppression of the Hungarian Revolution, followed by hard persecutions, were perceived in the Vatican as a confirmation that their distrust in front of a possible détente was justified and a peaceful coexistence impossible. The tone of the Pope's pronouncements became anew harder, the call for a spiritual mobilization of consciences more urgent. The last years of Pius XII's pontificate, they are characterized by a double disappointment. Disappointment at the disappearance of the slightest hope for an improvement of the situation of the Church in the East, where the erratic Soviet ruler perceived in the West in the light of de-Stalinization in reality set a very harsh anti-religious atheization course, Khrushchevské nastuplenie na církev, soon imitated by the satellite states, and a disappointment, second, at the attitude of the West, which, in the Pope's opinion, had resigned to its mission of Christian renewal and was more interested in the own material well-being than in the fate of Christians behind the Iron Curtain. Fact is that the events of 1956 brought about a fundamental reversal in American foreign policy toward the communist bloc. While until then, the dominant concern was to weaken the Soviet Union by various instruments of containment, inner destabilization, propaganda, subversion, support for local resistance by raising prospects of assistance to the nations for their opposition to communist power. The failure of the Hungarian Revolution superseded the ideal of liberation of the enslaved nation with a new, more pragmatic strategy. Its final goal, the fall of the communist systems, remained unchanged, but was shifted to a remote future, while the destabilization of the communist countries as an immediate objective was replaced by the support of their gradual emancipation from Moscow and slow political and economic opening towards the West. It was not by chance that in spring 1957, the USA sent a high-ranking church delegation to the Vatican with the aim to persuade the Holy See to support Vladislav Gomulka, whom Washington evaluated as an instrument able to facilitate the detachment of Poland from Moscow and to encourage other countries of the bloc to go the same way. From the Holy See's point of view, the constellation was similar to the situation in Yugoslavia in 1948, when an open conflict between Belgrade and Moscow broke out, and the USA began to openly support Tito as a tool to weaken the Soviet bloc. For the Holy See, Tito's political salto mortale had not changed anything, because the persecution of the Catholic Church in Yugoslavia remained the same. I quote, "If Tito's action was very interesting on a political level, on the level of the Catholic Church and Christianity, there was nothing more to be expected from him than from the Soviets," end of the quotation. As said by the head of the Vatican diplomacy to the French ambassador to the Holy See, Vladimir Dombresson. Similarly, in 1957, Gomulka could have been striving for more autonomy from Moscow and could have pursued, at least initially, a more pragmatic course towards the Church than his more intransigent Stalinist predecessors. But he remained a full-fledged communist. Lending him Vatican support, the Pope concluded, would only legitimize the communist system, burden the relations with West Germany, as Gomulka's principal foreign policy goal was to definitely resolve the question of the new Polish Western territories, and disorient Catholics in East and West, creating an illusion that a real coexistence between Catholicism and communism was possible. A shift towards more pragmatism in the Vatican diplomacy took place only during the following pontificates of John XXIII and Paul VI. The change had various roots. In the international context, after the entry of West Germany into the NATO, the nations of Warsaw Pact, the suppression of the Hungarian uprising, the silent acceptance of the Berlin Wall, and the experience of the Cuban crisis, the bipolar architecture of Europe seemed consolidated, and the existence of communist regimes in Eastern Europe seemed to assume the character of a permanent reality, whose change would not be possible without risking a nuclear war. Under these circumstances, John XXIII and Paul VI became profoundly convinced that in the nuclear era, only dialogue and relaxation of tension would preserve a durable peace and permit to defend the interests of the Church behind the Iron Curtain. Vis-à-vis the perspective of long survival of the bipolar world, the Catholic Church had to brace herself for a long coexistence with communist regimes. The question was whether she will be able to endure it, since already after 1.5 decades of communist reign, her situation, particularly in Czechoslovakia and Hungary, aroused not little concern. The Church was completely dispossessed, expelled from the public space, and submitted to a strict regalist state control. Religious orders disbanded. A great part of the dioceses ruled by vicars capitular, recruited from the rows of the pre-government clergy's peace movement, and imposed by the political power. The majority of the legitimate bishops were in prison, in internment, or informal freedom, but severely limited by a thick web of control and surveillance. The closure of the diocesan seminaries and the strict numerus clausus in the state-controlled theological faculties threatened to create an artificial priest shortage and, in the long run, to let the clergy die out. Particularly worrying seemed the fact that the Holy See continued to lack trustworthy information and direct communication lines with the Church behind the Iron Curtain. The conviction that clandestine church structures and the vivid faith of Catholics were not enough to stand up to the challenge of the incalculably long duration of the communist rule, and that the re-establishment of publicly recognized pastoral structures and of direct contacts with them when needed, requiring an agreement with the states, led John XXIII to renounce the demand for reliable guarantees of the Church's freedom as the conditio sine qua non of any negotiations, and to consider small concessions that would secure a modus non moriendi for the Church, also at the price of accepting the governing role of communist regimes, the only rationally achievable goal. A not insignificant role in shaping his new course played the personality of the Pope, his diplomatic experiences in Eastern Europe, sympathies for ecumenical relations, particularly with Orthodox churches, his pronounced historical optimism and willingness to appeal to all people of goodwill, and to cultivate the diplomacy of personal contacts. John XXIII also changed the rhetoric and the practical approach. Criticism of the communist persecution of the Church became more restrained. Tolerance of the involvement of priests in the pro-government peace movements became greater. In the polarized world, the Pope did not get tired to emphasize the necessity to secure peace and to demonstrate his impartiality and independence from the great powers. Impartiality as such was not new, since it had been the guiding doctrine of the Vatican diplomacy since at least the Napoleonic Wars. What distinguished Roncalli from his predecessors in this regard was the growing ban of condemnations from his language. Communism and Europe played a noticeably less central role in his statements. While communists sank from the most dangerous threat to one among many others, the vision of Christian Europe, with which Pius XII, in spite of his undeniable global vision, had been almost existentially bound up, was replaced by a universal perspective and concern for the Third World. Pope John XXIII and Paul VI tried to omit even mentions of the project vision of a Christian Europe. That changed under their successor, John Paul II. These transformations were also related to the profound cultural and social changes that the Western world was undergoing, particularly France and Italy, with dynamic secularization processes, strong influence of communist parties, and a search for dialogue with communist ideology. New trends also characterized the development of Catholic theology and philosophy, which brought about a focus on the centrality of the subject and its freedoms, and an emphasis on the possibilities of cooperation of all people of goodwill. Time and progress as positive categories replaced the hitherto eschatological perception of history. The Church was no longer given the task to regain lost positions. It has to re-Christianize, but to redefine its place in the new mass and pluralistic society. As a consequence, the Enlightenment laicist thesis that modernity would inevitably bring about the decline of religion was being tacitly embraced. Karol Wojtyła, the future Pope John Paul II, and the Slovak Bishop Pavel Hnilica correctly captured that the intra-church debates, including the councils, on the relationship between Catholic religion and atheism, and the origins of the Vatican Eastern policy were not only rooted in a confrontation with Eastern European communism, but were also a product of the Western Catholic culture and its effort to cope with a widespread secularization and the influence of Marxism. Moscow and the Eastern capitals followed with attention the new Vatican policy. All the more while it coincided with changes in their own inner policy. In the Soviet Union, the erratic Nikita Khrushchev was replaced by a calmer and more consolidated period of the young Leonid Ilyich Brezhnev. Around 1963, also the satellite states entered a somewhat quieter period marked by an alleviation of persecution, a shift in the focus of anti-church politics from brachial violence to ideological reformation of society and political instrumentalization of the Church, and by a cautious process of relaxation. In this context, Moscow and its satellites decided to exploit the new Vatican policy to their own political aims, using it as an instrument to increase the credibility of the communist countries, promote the policy of peaceful coexistence and communist propaganda on the international level, penetrate the international Catholic structures, and support progressive forces abroad. While Moscow, however, strictly refused any interference in its internal religious affairs and limited any rapprochement to the international politics, its satellites were ready to make use of the Vatican connection also for domestic goals, in order to legitimize the status quo in the local church, strengthen the authority of the compromised peace priest movements, assure the governments of the church by trusted people, and liquidate the clandestine church structures and the Catholic exiles in the West. These are two most important aims of the Vatican policy as seen from the other part, from the eastern part, to liquidate the clandestine church structures and to liquidate the Catholic exiles in the West, whom the communist regimes considered their greatest and most dangerous enemies. Under the apparently homogeneous surface of the communist bloc, a great inner diversity of national situations existed, thus requiring different approaches of the Vatican diplomacy. The most specific case represented Poland. After the great territorial and demographic changes during the war and in the immediate post-war years, Poland became ethnically and confessionally a largely homogeneous country with over 90% of inhabitants who describe themselves as Catholics and with a high number of those who really practiced their faith. The eminent social role of the Catholic Church was determined not only by its strong numeric presence, but also by the crucial role the Church had played in the past in maintaining the Polish national and cultural identity. The profound interpenetration between the national and religious dimensions of Polishness, which did not even stop at the masses of simple Communist Party members, had the consequence that even under the communist reign, it remained an influential social and cultural factor with the potential to destabilize the regime, which the communist political power could not ignore. Confronted with such a potent opponent, it was quite difficult for the communists to fight the Church directly, so that it could preserve a relatively greater space of freedom than in other communist countries. Moreover, despite the ideological hostility of the regime, the awareness of what could be called a common patriotic interest, however fragile, could emerge, focused particularly on two crucial national concerns. First, the effort to achieve the full acceptance of the Oder-Neisse border by establishing regular Polish church administration in the new western and northern territories. And second, the endeavor to avert the danger of inner decomposition with the possible consequence of provoking a Soviet military intervention, feared particularly in 1956. On this basis, the clever diplomat Archbishop Stefan Wyszyński was able to reach an accord with the National Communist Władysław Gomulka in 1956 and to maintain, although with varying success, a kind of armed ceasefire with the regime, which did not protect the Church from persecution, but gave it far more autonomy than in any other neighboring state of the Eastern Bloc. Since the situation of the Church in Poland did not seem as urgent as in the two southern neighboring states, the Vatican negotiations with Warsaw began relatively late, and their course was rather different from those with Prague and Budapest. Moreover, the existence of a numerous and self-confident college of bishops allowed the Church in Poland not only to stand up to the regime far more effectively than other episcopates behind the Iron Curtain, but also to act as a protagonist on the international political stage. Think of the famous letter of the Polish episcopate to the German episcopate, and to play a role in the Vatican-Polish negotiations that the numerically and psychologically far weaker and intimidated ordinaries in Hungary and Czechoslovakia, many of whom only vicars capitular imposed by the regime, were never able to fulfill. Unlike in Hungary or Czechoslovakia, the Eastern political negotiations with Poland were thus never bilateral, but a complex tripartite relationship in which the regime did everything to circumvent the unpleasantly independent episcopate, above all the primate, while the primate did not always agree with the Vatican's approach and endeavored to prevent an agreement behind his back and to assert the views of the local church. Moreover, while the negotiations with Hungary and Czechoslovakia concentrated on limited goals, above all the nomination of bishops, The colloque with Warsaw embraced a wider and more political agenda, as Warsaw was primarily pressing for a final jurisdictional solution for the new Western territories. Like Pius XII, also Paul VI considered it, however, not feasible to touch the territorial question and jeopardize the good relations with the Federal Republic of Germany, with which the Holy See was bound by a concordat, until the Oder-Neisse border had been confirmed by a peace treaty. Unlike Poland, in Hungary, Catholics represented only about 60% of the population. The secularization of society was more pronounced, the persecutory interventions of the regime in the church life more drastic, many bishoprics were vacant, and the long historical tradition of jurisdictionalism inherited from the old Kingdom of Hungary, that legally and psychologically bound the church to the state, was still vibrantly alive. Under these circumstances, the improvement of the situation of the church in Hungary, beside Czechoslovakia, seemed most urgent for the Holy See. The Hungarian government demonstrated a vivid interest in negotiations with the Vatican in order to improve the international image of the country, strongly damaged by the reprisals after the defeat of the Hungarian Revolution, and to break its international isolation, and to consolidate and legitimize the ecclesiastic status quo in Hungary. The negotiations, initiated in 1963, were concluded a year later by a partial agreement in which the Holy See, while formally not violating the principle of free nomination of bishops, granted Budapest decisive influence in the selection of candidates. In the following years, Budapest, more pragmatic in its practical approach than Prague, did not insist on the nomination of pronounced functionaries of the compromised collaborationist peace priest movement, and disconnected the case of Cardinal Mindszenty with other personal questions, thus obtaining the filling of all vacancies until 1978. This success was, however, rather debatable. We shall hear about it in a separate lecture. Rather debatable, given the ties of many of the new dignitaries with the secret services. The protagonists and the historians of the Vatican Eastern policy agreed that the hardest negotiations with the poorest results were those with Czechoslovakia, the fiercest persecutor of the Church and the most difficult diplomatic partner for the Holy See behind the Iron Curtain, comparable only to the Soviet Union and to Albania. Already the folk genius of the time captured this fact with intelligent political humor. There is a well-known humorous story about two dogs who met on the Czechoslovak-Polish border and wonderingly asked each other what they were going to do in the other country. The first, bound for Czechoslovakia, said, "I want to eat properly." And the second countered, "And I want to have a good bark." Less clear than the fact itself seems to be the reason why such inflexibility was showed by the ruling politicians of a country that was one of the most advanced among the Soviet satellites, and whose eastern part, Slovakia, was more than 80% Catholic, i.e., with a proportion of Catholics and a vivid Catholic tradition comparable to neighboring Poland, where the Church enjoyed incomparably better conditions. The answer is complex. One key factor was represented by the role of showcase and ideological pillar of socialism that was assigned to Czechoslovakia within the Soviet bloc, that offered some economic advantages to the price of ideological intransigence. A second and more important factor to be considered was the heterogeneity of Czechoslovakia, which involved two patently diverse realities from both national and religious point of view. On one side, there were the Czech countries, with a Catholicism rich in great characters and intellectual works, but numerically tenuous and socially marginalized from the widely secularized national society, characterized by a strong tradition of left-wing thought, anti-Catholic resentments, an anti-Roman interpretation of national history, and a high percentage of people who had lost their Christian faith, thus reducing particularly Bohemia to one of the most atheist countries in the world. In a way, Marxist and neo-Hussite anti-Roman thinking entered into a limited symbiosis, offering further justification of the regime's anti-Catholic stance. In Slovakia, the situation was completely different. Due to the century-long absence of any kind of political autonomy, the Church had often offered the only space where the national and cultural identity could be lived and developed. The religious and national consciousness were deeply interpenetrated. A strong folk Catholicism was deeply embedded among the masses. The Czechoslovak communist regime saw, therefore, in Slovak Catholicism not only an ideological enemy much stronger than the Czech one to be countered with the strongest artillery, but also a potential threat for the compactness of the state. In order to strengthen the political, cultural, and ideological solidity of the state, the Czechoslovak political leadership strived to carefully control Slovakia's religious and ecclesiastical space and to crack the link between the Christian and national identity, branding the unwilling with accusations of bourgeois nationalism. Unlike Poland or Hungary, where in the course of the time a fragile but visible modus vivendi between the Church and the state based on common national patriotic interests could emerge, like the ecclesiastic confirmation of the Western Polish borders or the maintaining of the old circumscription of the Hungarian diocese from before 1918. In Slovakia, such an option did not exist. In the 50s and 60s, Slovak Catholics, a crushing majority in Slovakia, but a suspected and intimidated minority within the Czechoslovak state, lacked the force to offer public resistance to the regime comparable to the resistance of their Polish co-religionaries, all the more since the episcopate was paralyzed by the complete absence of residential bishops and the imprisonment of the strongest opponents. And the Church lacked an independent ecclesiastical province with the metropolitan at the head as a unifying authority and natural partner of the Holy See, as Stefan Wyszynski was. To keep the Church in this condition for as long as possible, Prague vetoed the elevation of Bishop Neceh to the rank of cardinal in 1967 and the creation of the Slovak ecclesiastic province, repeatedly proposed by the Vatican diplomacy. In this way, a paradox situation emerged. By opposing the creation of the Slovak Church province, the Czechoslovak government, albeit with a different motivation, supported the efforts of Budapest to keep the old Hungarian church organization alive for as long as possible. It was only under the changed international and domestic constellation in the 70s and 80s that the independent Slovak Church province could be erected, and popular Slovak Catholicism managed to demonstrate its public force anew. Unlike the Hungarian government ready to conclude an agreement with the Holy See, Czechoslovakia decided to conduct the negotiations with the Vatican in a dilatory way, avoiding any agreements. The only result, the solution of the case Josef Beran, often interpreted as a success for the Vatican diplomacy, was rather a success of Czechoslovakia, which, with the Prague Archbishop going into exile, got rid of an unpleasant international problem, and until the interruption of the negotiations in 1967, no other issue was resolved. Not even the communism with a human face, enthusiastically launched in 1968, was able to restart negotiations with the Holy See. The communist reformers showed little interest in the Church, whose problems were not even included in the famous action program of April 1968. Alexander Dubček, first secretary of the Communist Party and an icon of the year 1968, never met with the delegates of the Church, and the government, built of reform communists, did not demonstrate any interest in negotiations with the Vatican. From the Apostolic Palace, the Czechoslovak Spring was observed with a mixture of skepticism and mild optimism. After the disappointment of the great expectations stirred by the Hungarian Revolution and by the Polish events in 1956, the Vatican had stopped believing in easy changes within the European balance of power. As two bishops from Czechoslovakia visited Rome in early summer 1968, they were advised to use moderation in order to avoid a deterioration of interconfessional relations and not to risk an increase of inner conflicts and a Soviet involvement. To sum up, so you have the perspective that I will finish soon. The Holy See, confronted with communist persecution of the church and a mighty communist propaganda on both sides of the Iron Curtain, had to find a fine line between the protection of Christian doctrine and of what she considered the absolute truth, and the practical politics trying to alleviate the situation of persecuted Catholics and contribute to peaceful resolution of conflicts. In other words, to find the way out of the dilemma between the ethical call for principled resistance against the oppressor, recommending courage to the persecuted faithful, and refuting any diplomatic rapprochement on the one side, and the practical necessity for the Catholics to survive, also tolerating the inevitable, to use the words of the fathers of the Holy Office, and for the diplomats to accept concessions while trying to negotiate an improvement in the Church's life. As the Italian ambassador put it, this is my last slide, in times of persecutions, one thinks in the Vatican, there are always two courses of action, intransigence and adaptation. The second line manages to save, at least for some time, certain things, but must sacrifice others, perhaps compromising principles. The first may, on the other hand, lead to the regrettable loss of positions, even the most essential ones, but it completely saves principles, is full of moral greatness, and carries within itself the seed of future reconstruction. Unlike most historians have thought until now, Pius XII, a diplomat par excellence, was always ready to negotiate, but required tangible guarantees of respect for church and civil liberty as a conditio sine qua non of negotiations and peaceful coexistence. And he saw his ultimate goal of the efforts not in the defeat of communism alone, but in the realization of the ideal of Christian Europe. His successors, John XXIII and Paul VI, instead became convinced that in view of the incalculably long duration of the communist regimes, the profound secularization of both the Eastern and Western worlds, and the nuclear threat, the ideal of Christian Europe was not realizable anymore, and dialogue and negotiations, even without tangible promises from the counterpart, represented the only way to achieve at least a modus non moriendi for the Church. The Vatican Ostpolitik was indeed able to defend some of the Church's living spaces in the monolithic communist societies. At the same time, however, by the very fact of negotiations and agreements, as well as by giving the regimes the right to influence the selection of bishops, it could not avoid legitimizing the regimes and relativizing the resistance of the Church's most courageous members, that ultimately weakened the Church's moral capital. Only John Paul II was able to bring more balance between the two poles of the dilemma by continuing the negotiations with the communist regimes, but accompanying them by a mass mobilization of Catholic consciences and a return to the European vision and giving the diplomacy a new goal. No longer a mere modus non moriendi for the Church, but a paradigm shift, liberation from communism, and at the same time, the renewal of Europe on a Christian basis. His first objective could be achieved. His second was not. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this outstanding review through three pontificates from the late pontificate of Pius XII and towards the deep changes during the pontificates of John XXIII and Paul VI. Now I would like to switch, as we have not much time, but still we must succeed. I would like to switch to the next panelist, who is Dr. Pál Hátos. He earned his PhD in history in Eötvös Loránd University in Budapest and has been the holder of the chair of Hungarian Studies at Indiana University, Bloomington. He has widely published of Public Service Budapest, where he teaches up today. He is co-editor of some important volumes among others, between minority and majority Hungarian and Jewish Israeli ethnic and cultural experiences in recent centuries, and Eastern policy, Western roots, the cultural context of the Vatican's Ostpolitik. And he's going to talk today in his case speech about the French link, so about the French modernist theology, which strongly influenced the Vatican Eastern policy. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Oh. I think it's better. Okay. Maybe the switches. So thank you very much for the kind invitation. I try to select some important point of my presentation, which will go in the footsteps of Professor Hrabovec, maybe differing from the point of view. Because the point of view of Professor Hrabovec is the one we all have here in this room. That's the suffering churches and believers under the communism. But the Catholic Church is more than Europe, more than Eastern Europe, more than the communism. And the Catholic Church had other... doesn't work for me neither. Down? No. Okay. Yes, over there. Staunch one. So I begin with this image, which is highly surprising: Napoleon's coronation of himself in the presence of a humiliated pious Pope, Pius VII, in 1804. And you can ask me, no, it's a bit frustrating. Why don't? Why Napoleon is how to do it? Oh, maybe I will be. Standing is much easier for me, and maybe just a fresh air for you too. So why Napoleon is cited in a conference discussing communism, discussing the silent churches, discussing Vatican and local churches' relations. Because there's the importance of the longue durée. Everything has a root, and Eastern policy, Ostpolitik, has Western roots before all, because the Church, the Roman Catholic Church, has its seat in Rome, but had its intellectual impetuses throughout the centuries from Western Europe and Southern Europe, and not from our region. Of course, we all share these images of the pre-conciliar times, that peaceful Volkskirche images when piety was reigning and secularization was still afar. But secularization is a tricky concept. Yes, we can measure secularization like growing or falling church attendance. That's the most common one. When there are not enough people in the churches, we say that this country or this churches is declining. Of course, it's just part of the truth, because the church, or the religion, more importantly, is more than just a sociological phenomenon. It's an institution. It's an institutional framework of discussions, of ethnic concepts, or ethnic or social identifications, and most importantly, and in this sense, there's no secularization, language, a language full of symbols. We cannot read of the religion because we use the religious language throughout our political expressions. In that sense, and rightly so, Marxism is too a kind of religion with its rites, with its liturgy, with its dogma, and with its churches. We see here Pope Pius XII and the last years of the politics of Catholic intransigence. Intransigence its negative connotation. For liberal Catholics, it's something positive, but a bit avoided by those who try to emancipate or free the contradictory image or memory of this Pope. But what does Catholic intransigence historically mean? And here longue durée matters. It's not just anti-communism or not. It's not just that Pius XII could be assimilated to some kind of pro-American policy, as propaganda put it in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. It's something which is with the development of history in Italy and with the Holy See. The political isolation of the Holy See after the collapse of the Papal States. The Pope declared himself the prisoner of Vatican. Of course, diplomatically or theoretically, it was ended in 1929 when Pope Pius XI concluded an agreement with Benito Mussolini from the Italian state. But after 1945, and it's a very important point, it resurfaced. But this diplomatic or political isolation was parallel with the development of a stronghold idea in theology as well. So the Vatican theology became kind of defensive after already 1848, and especially when the First Vatican Council promulgated papal infallibility. We should not forget that papal infallibility was not a very welcomed idea. Most of the bishops of the Austro-Hungarian Empire tried to hinder its promulgation unsuccessfully, for example. And there was a theological school, the so-called neo-scholasticism, in the footsteps of Thomas d'Aquino, the great theologian of the church, the last church father, the author of the Summa, which became, in the hands of the successors of 19th century, a method and an exclusive method which kind of closeted up Catholic theology, and it followed a dogmatic crusade of condemnation, the condemnations of everything which came out from the 19th century, from civil marriage to liberalism, from socialism to religious liberty. Yes, up until the 1950s and 60s, up until the Second Vatican Council, the Church has not declared the validity of the religious liberty. When the silent churches beyond the Iron Curtain suffered from communist oppression, Pope Pius XII concluded a concordate, the last classical one, with Spain, with acknowledging the royal patronage. Pope Pius XII could not nominate a Spanish bishop without the prior agreement of General Franco. And there were exiled cardinals from Spain who could not return to the Spain of Franco during this epoch. So there is contradiction in what is the theology and politics of the Pope Piuses. The most important, the last one, is Humani Generis in 1950, which condemned those who, under a sway of a blind and unchecked passion for novelty, try to validate the concept of history or changed in theology. And there was the excommunication of those Catholics who are members of the Communist Party or vote for the Communists in 1949. And there was the banning of the worker priest movement in France. 1948, elections in Italy. Almost a third of Italy became communist. And there was hesitation inside the Vatican what to do. And finally, the intransigent one was getting the upper way, and all people who were members or voted for communists were theoretically excommunicated from the church. Many millions of Italians, and of course, this was a clash of interests for many in Hungary, or in Poland, or in Czechoslovakia. How not to vote for the Communist Party? Of course, under coercion it's another matter, but still it represented something which was disturbing for later church life. And one more thing, the political-religious climate of Europe after 1945. That's kind of Indian summer, because there's the second confessional age. We very often forget that the secularization is not progressive. Most likely, there were more believers practicing in Hungary in the mid-20th century than in the late 19th century. So secularization is not an all-progressive thing. There are ups and downs. And in the first half of the 20th century, there was an upsurge of confessional cultures. These were confessional cultures sometimes diametrically opposing themselves. Netherlands was a very, very religious country up until the end of the 1960s. But the one where there was Protestant Netherlands and Catholic Netherlands. And they didn't meet. And there were many, many tragedies. For example, mixed marriages and so on. It was the case in Hungary, which also a confessionally mixed country, and it was a case in Germany too. And confessional culture permeated the whole society. What we call the industrial movement, the social democracy, was part of that, with rituals, with believers, and with the same goals as churches tried to establish themselves. It's very important because it nuances the picture of this opposing two halves of Europe, where there is the secularized West and communist East, where beyond the Iron Curtain, a silent church suffers, but upkeep the faith. Okay? So the image of Cardinal Mindszenty, along with later Cardinal Beran or Wyszynski or Stepinac, others who suffered the martyrdom during the communist oppression. And of course, he was the man of the year in the Time magazine in the early 50s when anti-communism was popular, even mostly in America, but not in Italy and France. And then came the solemn opening ceremony of the Second Vatican Council, and this was, and this remains, a landslide, and we sometimes are having difficulties to how to assimilate in our church history. And why the Council of Vatican? Because the Eastern policy, the so-called Ostpolitik, and the Council of Vatican are not independent of each other. One can say in a certain way that the Ostpolitik, in a certain sense, more than diplomacy, it's a theoretical and practical realization of the Eastern policy as well. The main question of the conciliar movement and the main question of theology in Western Europe, what our age demands. Of course, pastoral care is important and was important for the aristocratic Pope Pius XII. But many thought that the church is not enough pastoral, and especially what is taught in the seminars, what is taught to the priest is just very different from what the age, what the society demands. And that was there was a very strong feeling of deficit towards the society. And in that, Pope John the 23rd, in his opening address, Gaudete Mater Ecclesia, Mother Church Rejoices, chose a surprisingly modernist opening paragraph. The Council must express the Church's message through the forms of inquiry and literary formulation of modern thought. Had he given this speech just 50 years earlier as a young seminar, Giuseppe Roncalli could hardly avoid the accusation of being a heretical. So that's a change, and how it came through. Yes, he was a simple man, very popular. His motto for his episcopate was obedience and peace. That's why many didn't think that he would be the one who will carry on this tremendous change in the church. But very important, these images tell volumes. Finally, the churches come up with the idea that the church is responsible for the whole world, that she is a global stakeholder in the hunt for the mind and soul of the people on earth. And his successor, Giovanni Battista Montini, he's a high-end intellectual. Here with Jacques Maritain, one of the most famous philosophers of the 20th century, founder of the UNESCO, and whom he called master. So maybe just to sum up, because we are 5 minutes over this, that the very fact that the policy of rapprochement from the outset won recognition more in Western than in Eastern Europe indicates that the factors playing a role in the Vatican's opening to the East. So this thing was partially, not wholly, but partially independent of the problems of the region, yet were linked all the more to the reformulation of the relationship between religion and modern society, incessantly present ever since the Enlightenment and to the global political changes. I have 20 more slides and 2 hours more to say to you, but instead of 30 minutes, I spoke to you 80 minutes, but I'm disponible for you for further questions. Thank you.
There is an immediate reaction on the lecture of Dr. Hátos from Professor Hrabovec, so maybe first... Okay. So, are there any immediate questions? I see one.
Ďakujem pekne. Pani profesorka Hrabovec, chcem sa vás spýtať, prečo si myslíte, že sa Jánovi Pavlovi II. Predsa len podarilo zmeniť ten kurz, ktorý ste možno tak skepticky opísali vlastne tými metodami tej polonizácie, ako keby nebojacnosti voči Sovietskému zväzu. A prečo sa mu podarilo zmeniť Jánovi Pavlovi ten kurz, ktorý bol dovtedy naozaj taký skeptický alebo ambivalentný vo vzťahu ku komunistickému svetu zo strany cirkvi.
I should answer in English, I presume, because we have the English as a communication language. So the question was about the reasons for the success of the Eastern policy of John Paul II. Well, this is a question that goes over the framework of our conference, but of course it deserves a reaction. But it would need a very wide discussion. First, the international situation changed. The international situation changed completely, first. The second, the Pope brought one important point in his magisterium, comparable to his successor Benedict XVI. The truth does exist. The truth is not only a kind of relativization, but the truth does exist. And second, communism or any other oppressive ideology is not eternal, but sooner or later will decline. And from the perspective of the Catholic Church, sooner or later is irrelevant. From the perspective of eternity, it's irrelevant. It will surely decline. And the primacy of spiritual will have the first hand. This is a kind of continuity of Pope Pacelli, with the primacy of spirituality, primacy of the spiritual, primacy of truth. This was the policy of John Paul II. Not so political, but more spiritual, more pastoral, more evangelical than his two predecessors. But this is, of course, a terrible simplification. This answer will deserve a very long discussion.
So the last question, Professor Kramer.
This is also for Emilia Hrabovec. Could you comment on what access, if any, there is to archival documents in the Vatican pertaining to policy toward communist countries? That would include such things as materials on penetration of the Vatican by intelligence services of the East Bloc countries. So is there any access to these documents, looking not only at the popes, but also their advisors on policy toward East Central Europe?
Well, under Pius XII, there surely was not any penetration by foreign agents, or at least not a relevant infiltration, not a relevant infiltration. Under his successors, there was. Under Pius XII, surely not a relevant one. Concerning the accessibility of Vatican documents concerning the Eastern Europe or East Central Europe and communism in general, as you surely know, the Vatican archives are accessible until the end of the pontificate of Pius XII, until 1958. Since 2020 by the decision of Pope Francis. Apart from this, a huge fund of the Second Vatican Council is accessible for the historians since 2006 or 2008. And apart from this, there is a huge collection, the papers of Cardinal Casaroli, papers conserved in the archives of the State Secretariat, and consultable since 2016 or 17, I think 16, December the 1st, 2016. These papers had a very interesting genesis because Cardinal Casaroli used to take his official documents with him to his private apartment and left them in his private apartment. After his death, his niece came and brought all the collections to the state archives in Parma. And after very dense negotiations, the Holy See had to buy her own documents from the state archives in Parma. And since the documents had already been accessible, although only for a very limited audience of historians, the question was if they should close them behind the impenetrable wall for at least 50 years, or reopen them after the digitalization in the Vatican. And the interest of the historians prevailed, and the documents were made accessible. So we have the curiosity that in general the Vatican archives are accessible only until the end of the pontificate of Pope Pacelli, 1958, while the Vatican Eastern policy could be studied on the basis of the papers of Casaroli until 1989.
Well, the question of infiltration or penetration, it will be discussed in other papers during the conference, so this was surely not the last point. The last point of this session will be the remark of Professor Hrabovec connected with the excommunication decrees, and then we will go to the coffee break.
Thank you very much. I would have a comment to your paper, your very interesting paper. I'm very glad that I was able to hear it. But I'm making use of the privilege of international conferences to discuss. Discussions are the most valuable part and dimension of every international conference. And to have a comment. You have said that the excommunication decree excommunicated all members of the Communist Party. This is not true. I have seen all the collections of the documents in the archives of the Holy Office. The excommunication decree, well, there were several excommunication decrees, but the most common one is the decree from the 1st of July 1949. And you probably you have probably mentioned this excommunication decree. It did not excommunicate nobody. It simply gave the answer to two questions. The first question was, is it allowed for a Catholic to cooperate with anti-church ideologies as the communist one? And the answer was no. The decree is very short. It has several phrases. So the answer was no. And the second, do Catholics who knowingly and willingly support and divulgate communist ideas fall to excommunication? And the answer was yes. So if, in the realization of the decree, if a person did knowingly and willingly support and divulgate communist and other anti-church ideas, he or she was excommunicated ipso facto, not by the decree as such, but ipso facto. And if he did not do it knowingly and willingly, he or she was not excommunicated at all. So the question was rather complicated. But I would have another two remarks. The infallibility proclaimed at the First Vatican Council and the reaction of the Austrian-Hungarian bishops. Well, the bishops in Austria and Hungary were not opposed to the proclamation of doctrinal proclamation of infallibility because the essence of the problem, so they opposed the proclamation not because of doctrinal reasons, but because of political opportunity. Because they thought this would not be opportune for political reasons, not because they refused the doctrinal essence of the infallibility. And my third remark, you have mentioned the church as primarily an institution. This is, of course, a legitimate way of thinking, but this is an external perspective from the perspective of the state law. From the perspective of the state law, Church is an institution recognized, publicly recognized or not by the state. But from the church's perspective, church is a community of believers and a mystical body of Christ. So the outer identification and outer impostation of the church is completely different. And if we talk about the church, we have to take into consideration both perspectives, the external one, but also the internal one. And these were my remarks.
Mr. Hartoš, would you like to react?
It's a bit difficult because I had only 18 minutes and could not really elaborate my ideas. Of course, legally meaning the 1949 excommunication decree could not be enforced, and it was intentionally so. And it was partly because Giuseppe Montini, Giovanni Montini did everything in his power to mitigate the severity of the promulgated decree. So we should not, and I can continue on this way, but I don't want to take the time from others, because this is a big issue, and opposing two ideas. When the second thing is the institution in the sense that it can be a home for discourses, a home which is built, which has structures, and which is good for those who could not or will not assimilate all the teachings of the church. And that's, for example, the case for now, for Europe, especially for Central Europe. In Hungary, less than 10% of people go to the church, but many more trust in the church when they send their children to the school, or when they give their money as taxpayers to the Catholic Church. In that way, I thought, what is church? Of course, in a scientific conference, speaking about the church as a historian, or speaking about the church as a believer, is a tricky thing. And that also requires very controversial methodological remarks to be laid down before we begin our discussions. But finally, as a believer, I'm happy that both conciliar pope are now sent as arch-official, and Pope Pius XII is not a saint yet. So the heritage of Pope Paul VI and the heritage of Pope John XXIII the Saint are as very, very important, as well as what the Council of Vatican taught for us all. Thank you.
So, thank you once again. I'm very sorry for this delay. Next time we must plan our sessions more realistically. Now let us open a coffee break, but just 5 minutes. At 3 o'clock we have to start with the second panel. Thank you for the attention and have a good coffee break.
But we have to recommence our second panel since we have a great loss of time. But the great loss will be eased somehow by the fact that our panel will be only with 2 participants instead of 3. The panel should have begun with the lecture of Professor Massimiliano Valente, a very known historian of Vatican politics and Vatican relations with Germany and Eastern Europe, professor at the Università Europea di Roma, European University in Rome. Valente is a very known historian who focused his research on relations between the Holy See and Croatia, or Yugoslavia, on the position of the Holy See towards the German Kulturkampf in the 18th century, and on the foreign policy and the diplomacy of the Holy See as such, about all the personalities exercising the Vatican diplomatic service, the personalities of the cardinals, state secretaries. He has edited a book on Cardinal Pietro Gasparri. His paper should have been dedicated to the Vatican-Yugoslav relations 1956-1968. Recently, Massimiliano Valente has published a monograph on the topic of Vatican-Yugoslav relations in the post-war period, 1954-68. Unfortunately, because of family reasons, he is unable to connect with us online, but we will surely have the possibility to read his paper in the published collective work in the Acts of the Conference. So we can go further in our panel with the second panelist, the second contributor, Miloslav Dokovic. Miloslav Dokovic is a researcher at the Institute of Balkan Studies of the Serbian Academy of Sciences and Arts in Belgrade. He graduated in theology at the University of Belgrade, Orthodox theology, received his PhD at the Pontifical Oriental Institute in Rome, and is currently working on Vatican-Serbian relations in the 19th and 20th centuries. He will dedicate his paper to the newest results of the research on the Pacellian pontificate in the post-war period, speaking about the Serbian Orthodox Church as a victim of persecution in post-war Yugoslavia after the Second World War. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I will speak about persecution of the Serbian Orthodox Church in Yugoslavia after World War II. In the beginning, general information about Serbian Church after World War II. The Serbian Orthodox Church emerged from the Second World with several losses. Around 480 priests were killed, of which about 180 were killed in an independent state of Croatia. The three bishops, Sava Trlajić of Karlovac, Platon Jovanović of Banja Luka, Petar Zimonjić of Sarajevo were killed by Ustaša in Croatia in the most brutal way. Patriarch Gavrilo Dožić, as well as other bishops, were interned in monasteries in Montenegro and after in Serbia before being sent to Dachau. After his release and stay in Rome and Karlovy Vary, the Patriarch returned to Yugoslavia on November 14, 1946. The Assembly of Bishops were convened in April 1947. This was the first session after the outbreak of war on the territory of Yugoslavia from 1941. Today I will talk about the persecution of the Serbian Orthodox Church after the Second World War, about the testimonies found in the Vatican archives about that persecution. Vatican diplomats in Yugoslavia, Joseph Patrick Harley from 1946 to 1950 and Silvio Odi from 1950 to 1952, dealt with the persecution of the Catholic Church by the communist authorities, but in their report they also described the persecution of the Serbian Orthodox Church. Today I will talk specifically about the persecution of Bishop Varnava Nastic, to whom the Vatican diplomats in Belgrade dedicate a significant part of their reports. This is certainly the best example of the persecution of the Serbian Orthodox Church in Yugoslavia after the war. In addition to diplomatic sources, the most common source of daily events in Yugoslavia for the Apostolic Nunciature was the Yugoslav daily press. Whoever consulted the documents from the font of the Apostolic Nunciature in Yugoslavia in the Vatican Apostolic Archive, as well as from the archival series Yugoslavia from the Historical Archive of the Secretary of State Section for Relations with States and International Organization, can easily see how many newspapers, clippings, transcripts, and at the same time transliteration of the daily press there were. Certainly for the Apostolic Nunciature, it was a daily, continuous job that required a lot of effort and time. Bishop Harley had with him three associate collaborators, Donald Daly, Bernard Smith, and John McNulty, who were from the Diocese of St. Augustine from United States of America. Donald Daly, on November 8, 1946, sent the Secretariat of State news from the newspaper Borba of October 21, 1946, about the attack of the communist authorities on the Orthodox Church. In that memo, Daly says that Borba attacked the Holy Synod of Orthodox Church in a similar way to the Catholic Church, noting that it was the day after the verdict against Archbishop Stepinac. Donald Daly continued in his letter to Tardini. It is interesting to note that the timing of this attack on the Orthodox, it appeared first on the day following the sentencing of Monsignor Stepinac and was published in the same paper which carried the news of the Archbishop's condemnation. It must have been obvious to the Orthodox hierarchy that they were being threatened with the same fare if they dared resist the communizing program of the regime. Quite evidently, the communist strategists envisage an intimidated, helpless clergy incapable of struggling against atheist infiltration. Monsignor Harley recommends that wide publicity be given to this attack in England and America, since it shows that the persecution in Yugoslavia is directed not against Catholics solely, but against religion as such. The trial against Bishop Varnava Nasic in 1948. Another collaborator of Harley in the Nunciature in Belgrade, Bernard Smith, sent a letter to Tardini on March 4, 1948, related to Bishop Varnava Nasic. Smith sent a translation of several news items from the Yugoslav press related to the persecution of the Bishop Varnava. He sent Oslobođenje from Sarajevo, as well Belgrade newspapers, Politika, and Borba from March 1948. Smith writes, even from the Yugoslav newspaper's account, Bishop Nasic emerged from the trial as a courageous hero, guilty only of fighting for the right and fight of his people, of condemning the immorality of communist youth organization, of refusing to collaborate with the communist government in its effort to subjugate the Orthodox Church to communist dictates, of protesting against the murders, imprisonments, and acts of violence inflicting upon his fellow Orthodox priests, of claiming that the communist is threatening the very existence of religion in Yugoslavia. For these things, courageously told before a wide people's court, this Orthodox bishop was condemned to 11 years imprisonment at hard labor with deprivation of civil rights for 3 years. The Apostolic Nunciature was very interested in the case of Bishop Varnava. So Smith, as Chair Jafar, continued to send letters to the Secretariat of State of Holy See about the Serbian bishop. On March 9, 1948, Smith sent news from Sarajevo Oslobođenje of March 2, 1948. On March 11, he sent news in a translation from the newspaper Mladi Borac and Belgrade Politika. Tardini forwarded the received news from Belgrade to the Apostolic Delegate Cicognani in Washington and the Apostolic Nuncio Bernardini in Switzerland on April 15, 1948. Tardini wrote, "The report drawn up on the basis of information published in Yugoslav newspapers constitutes a new significant document regarding the existing state of affairs in Yugoslavia, especially with regard to religion." On June 2, 1948, the Apostolic Delegate to the USA, Cicognani, sent Tardini information from the News Service of National Catholic Welfare Conference about the trial and conviction of Varnava Nasic, As mentioned, dissident bishop of Sarajevo, but Varnava was not bishop of Sarajevo, was titular bishop, auxiliary bishop of Sarajevo. And also dissident was normal terminology for that period. Information is given about the Serbian bishop. Bishop Nastic was born in Gary, Indiana. Bishop Nastic was born in Gary, Indiana in 1914 and was taken to Sarajevo by his parents while still a boy. He studied theology and in 1940 entered an Orthodox monastery. The Pavelić regime, at the time in power in Croatia, offered him the post of bishop of the Croatian Orthodox Church, but he refused and remained in Sarajevo all during the war, carrying his people. He was consecrated bishop by the Patriarch Gavrilo in Belgrade on August 18, 1947. On December 15, 1948, the Apostolic Nunciature informed Tardini that Bishop Varnava Nastic, the courageous Orthodox Bishop of Sarajevo, is now confined in an underground cell in the prison of Zenica in Bosnia. A number of other prisoners, including Father Čedomir Čekada, are also confined in the same cell with it small, cold, damp, and unlighted. A single tiny window near the ceiling has been boarded up so that now the air supply is practically cut off. These prisons are all in state of great exhaustion because of the terrible condition under which they live and the lack of sustaining food. Many of them are subject of fainting spells. In this inhuman form of treatment is continued for some months longer, it is likely that few of them will survive. The railway accident in 1951. There was a change in the administration of the Apostolic Nunciature in 1950 when Harley was replaced by an Italian Silvio Odi. Odi was in Yugoslavia until the end of 1952 when, due to the break in diplomatic relations between the Holy See and Yugoslavia, he left Belgrade. Certainly Silvio Odi also continued being interested in Bishop Varnava. On May 5, 1951, Odi sent a letter to Tardini informing him about the railway accident that occurred on April 28. Odi wrote that the accident was at the Slavkovci stop near Vinkovci in Croatia, and that a Catholic priest was killed in the accident while other priests were injured. In fact, the communist authorities transferred a part of political prisoners from the prison of Zenica to the prison in Sremska Mitrovica in Serbia, who, as Odi says, from the prison were all intellectuals. Among those 40 prisoners, there was also Bishop of Mostar, Petar Čule, and Orthodox Bishop Varnava Nastic. Odi described the event and said that while the last 3 wagons were connected to other train going to Sremska Mitrovica, another train that was moving ran into the train. One of the 3 wagons was literally flattened by the force of the impact. 5 dead people were taken out of the wagon, one of whom was the Catholic priest Mitar Papac, 55 years old, from the Diocese of Mostar. Bishop Petar Čule of Mostar suffered major injuries. He broke one leg, as did Bishop Varnava Nastic. Other Catholic priests were injured: Franjo Kraljić, Ljubomir Hrgić, Rajić, Burić, and also brother of Bishop Čekada, Čedomir Čekada. Odi note that many prisoners were injured because they were changed 2 by 2. After the accident, the prisoners were admitted to the hospital in Vinkovci, but after 24 hours, they were transported by trucks to the prison in Sremska Mitrovica. Odi continued that people came to help as the police had not yet barred access, but there were some policemen who shouted that they were criminals and should have been killed by the train. This is from Odi, one report. Such expressions probably served as a basis for the belief that the accident was provoked on purpose to get rid of individuals deemed hostile to the present regime. And this rumor does not stop even in the face of the fact that among the dead was a police captain who was accompanying the tenants. 3 other soldiers were wounded. 2 are even rumored to have died as a result of their wounds, as was the case with the 5 detainees who died 2 days ago. Odi described that the prisoners, as well as those who came to help, were strictly forbidden to say anything about the accident. Everything remained a secret until May the 1st, 1951, when, as Odi wrote, Providence allowed Koblenz, a delegate to the New York Herald Tribune in Belgrade. Koblenz immediately published the news in its newspaper on May 3rd, and as Odi said, in capital letters. The news was also reported in addition in Paris, informing about the events. On the evening on May 4, around 9 p.m., the Ministry of Information in Belgrade invited journalists present in Belgrade to refute the news from the New York Herald Tribune, qualifying it in inaccurate and tendencies. The news was reported by Radio Belgrade and then by newspapers from which Odi sent Borba. Based on the information he collected, Odi claims that this group of 40 prisoners was the one that was a big opponent of the communist regime and that they did not want to reach an agreement with the authorities. According to the Vatican diplomat, their stay in Zenica was very dangerous for the other prisoners. Odi claims that the communists were angry that news of the accident had leaked abroad. That unfortunate accident, according to Odi, served to at least make it known that not only Stepinac, but about 100 other priests and at least 2 more bishops are in Yugoslav prisons. L'Osservatore Romano, in the edition on May 16, 1951, reported the news about this accident in which Bishop Chule and Bishop Varnava were injured. L'Osservatore Romano referred to the New York Herald Tribune. In fact, the news was prepared for Radio Vaticana with the comment that it could also be published in Osservatore Romano. On May 18, 1951, in response to Odi letter, Tardini sent a clipping from the Osservatore Romano and noted that Radio Vaticana would broadcast the news published by Osservatore Romano in all languages. Silvio Odi, on June 25, 1952, wrote to Tardini about the situation in Serbian Orthodox Church. And the end of the report, it is written about Varnava Nastic. Before closing, I will mention the case of Bishop Varnava, who was imprisoned for years with His Excellency Bishop Chula of Mostar. He was freed in July 1951 on condition that he resign, which was actually put into the hands of the Patriarch who urged it. Born in the USA, Monsignor Nastic was urged to emigrate to America, and he declared himself willing to do so. But he would like to go there as a Yugoslav citizen because he intends to resume his episcopal duties, from which he resigned at the invitation of the Patriarch, whose policy of collaboration he does not approve of. In the eyes of the Breton and the clergy, Nastic represented the martyr for his imprisonment and the exponent of the reaction for his piety. If things were to change, he would be one of the candidates, if not the candidate for the Patriarchate. His American citizenship having now expired, Bishop Nastic has renounced his intention to travel to America and continue to reside in the Vavedenje monastery in Belgrade. He still suffers the consequences of leg injuries in the notorious train accident in Vinkovci of 28 April 1951, when a train of prisoners was hit by a good train. Many lost their lives, including the priest from Mostar. Many others were injured, among them Monsignor Chule and Monsignor Nastic. The latter is retired by the government under the new insurance law. And in the conclusion, instead of conclusion, I would read a document from 1958 from archives of the Secretariat of State about the status of the Serbian Orthodox Church in communist Yugoslavia. This document summarizes the suffering of other church leaders. Like the Catholics, the Serbian Orthodox also suffer persecution, notwithstanding Patriarch Vicentius' complacency toward Tito regime. The Patriarch's case is an exception. One can say that, in general, the regime's attempt to use the Orthodox Church as a spiritual instrument of the state has failed. Many other Serbian Orthodox leaders have suffered and are suffering persecution. Here are some examples. Metropolitan Bradvarević imprisoned in Cetinje, Metropolitan Damaskin and 3 other prelates have been left semi-invalids as a result of the mismanagement they suffered. Bishop Nastic with 2 other bishops confined to a monastery. 4 of the 5 Orthodox theological seminaries were closed by the authority. The publication of Orthodox theological books and journals has practically ceased. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I am particularly grateful to the contributor because of one fact that he focused his paper on the persecution of the Orthodox clergy, while in the general view of the Yugoslav post-war church history, the historians concentrate as a rule on the persecution of the Catholics. And the persecution of the Orthodox church representatives after the Second World War is a topic rather unknown in the international scientific discourse. So I'm particularly grateful to the contributor for this topic. The second and last panelist is Ines Runce. I'm particularly pleased to welcome Ines Runce, whom I know for about ages. As women, we should probably not speak about times. Anyway, we have the welcome opportunity and occasion to cooperate in different international conferences and other events concerning the Vatican Eastern policy or other topics of the presence of Catholics from the Soviet Union and from behind the Iron Curtain in the West or during the Second Vatican Council. Ines Runce is lecturer at the University of Latvia and assistant professor at the University of, I'm very sorry, I cannot pronounce it. Daugavpils in Latvia, with a rich international professional experience, among others from her scientific stays at the Fordham University in the United States. Maybe for the most of you is rather unknown that Latvia is the second, used to be the second huge center, major Catholic center within the Soviet Union. Lithuania, as the most numerous Catholic member country of the Soviet Union, and Latvia as the center, also theological center and center of theological formation of future priests for the whole Soviet Union. So the importance of Latvia in the context of church history of the former Soviet Union is crucial. Ines Runce will speak about the apostolic visits of the Archbishop of Riga and later Cardinal Julian Vaivods in Rome in times of the Second Vatican Council. The floor is yours.
I think it's for me. It's better maybe to stand up. So, dear colleagues, I'm very happy to be here and just kind of going on a little bit about the reflection. Was said is, I must say that such a conferences on the church history really enriched and gave me a lot of new perspectives. And so this is something that maybe is also lacking in our Latvian historiography, because it's probably it's a global issue, but in Latvia we would like to speak about the different types of tragic events in the history of the 20th century, in the deportations and so on and so on. But usually the church is not included in that sense. Yeah? So we kind of think that this is a minor issue, but at the same time definitely experience of the church in the 20th century in the history of Latvia is a very important component in itself. And here I'm going to concentrate on one on the history or the life of one person who was the first cardinal in the history of Latvia, and the person actually who was leading the church through all of those dark ages and times and so. And basing on his memories, the Cardinal Julian Svaivens, basing on the memories that was published in 2010, and in that sense, although definitely we can criticize, we can ask how objective or how truthful is the diary written in under the Soviet regime, under the Soviet occupation, but at the same time, this diary and those memories contain a lot of interesting evidences. For example, about the baptism, the numbers of the baptism, the numbers of confirmation, and so on and so on. And before I go to my topic deeply, I must say that sometimes I really have no idea what to do about myself, to laugh or to cry. And here I'm laughing and crying at the same time, because when I saw what I've proposed in my paper, it's about apostolic visits. And being a Roman Catholic, to speak about the bishop and apostolic visits, that's quite a complicated. It's impossible in general. But so when you are writing several articles, that happens. And if you have a child of 4 age always running around, that's another story. But so speaking about the now I'm going to practice my technical skills.
The other way around.
The other way. So the person who actually, Cardinal Julian Svaivets, or Julian Svaivets, definitely is, in that sense, is amazing figure in the history of Latvia, in the history of the Latvian Catholic Church, because he was ever the first cardinal of the Roman Catholic Church. But the most interesting case is that he studied in St. Petersburg, in the Roman Catholic Seminary and Academy, in the Russian Empire. And we know that under the Russian Empire, the Roman Catholic Church also was marginalized and persecuted. And his experience in living in St. Petersburg, living under the Russian Empire, being marginalized, helped in that sense to understand the Soviet reality, because definitely it's a longer history of Russian imperial era or Russian imperialism generally. But what he said or mentioned in his diary, that like years ago, we Catholics always said that we can get to Rome only through the St. Petersburg. Nothing happens. And nowadays, we can get to Rome only through Moscow. And that was his like main motto, or kind of always that he kept in mind, that he cannot reach Rome directly. As a bishop, as a Catholic, as a priest, all of the roads leads to Rome only through the Moscow. So he lived a very long life. He became ordained during the First World War. He became selected as a vicar general in one of the dioceses in Latvia in 1937. He was, after the Second World War, he was elevated as a Monsignor in 1949, but received his official papers only 13 years later. And that was the case when he was actually also, as about myself, had no idea what to do, to laugh or to cry about the Vatican. Because, others told him that he's already has a title of Monsignor. He was elevated to the Monsignor, but so nobody informed him. Also, before he was selected as a bishop, before his managerial post, he was imprisoned in Mordavian concentration camps by the Soviet authorities for approximately 2 years. And also, after, when he was released, he was not given rights to return to the largest cities, but he was living and serving in a very small parishes in the west part of Latvia. And then in 1962, when the vacancy of ecclesial positions were urgent issue, actually he was selected as a vicar general of the Metropolitan Archdiocese of Riga, and later, a couple of years later, he was ordained as a bishop. And also, what I'm going to concentrate, it's about his participation in the sessions of the Vatican II. Later, he became a cardinal. John Paul II noticed his importance, and also definitely it was not only importance of his personality, but also importance for strengthening the position of the Roman Catholic Church in Latvia and generally in the Soviet Union. Also, he was a church historian, therefore he kept so many writings and published several of his works. He also kept the diaries, and one of the most reading the diary which was kept under the Soviet regime was not so terrible experience for me as a diary written under the Nazi occupation, when he wrote about the catastrophe of the European civilization when Christians bombed the Christians. So therefore such diaries for him as a kind of being church historian was a way how to leave the voice of the church for better times. He spoke many languages. He had a very dark sense of humor, which sometimes helped him to deal with the Soviet authorities. His colleagues mentioned, and the people who knew him very well, that he was a genius in administration. He had absolute amazing talent. His homilies given were touching the hearts of the people, and even those who were atheists sometimes came to listen to him, which was also recorded. Also, he was a very good, had very good talents with the working of people, but also what we see that it's becoming a kind of manipulation skill. We're using a different methods of manipulation with the Soviet authorities. So he lived a very long time. He experienced so many different ideologies existing, and so besides, as always, Catholics make jokes and say that he survived 8 popes. But also another thing that's a topical issue, but at the same time, unfortunately, it's a very rare case of those priests who were active and also ecclesial authorities in the Soviet Latvia, in the Soviet Union. Those who were active, who served and lived during the Soviet times, during the Soviet occupation, actually all of them were selected as denunciators. They had to do it. Definitely those who were not ready to do it, they had different other cases, very tragic cases in their lives, but they were very few. And he is among those people or that generation which actually believed that because the Catholic priests also they were collaborating with the Tsarist secret policy, and he thought probably that this is the same, but it definitely turned out absolutely in a different case that and those people who were made, they were pushed, they made the decision to collaborate with the Soviet KGB. They thought, as I interviewed once the current cardinal of Latvia, Jānis Pujats, that we can manipulate with the Soviet authorities. But sometimes what happened is that the Soviet authorities started to manipulate with those people. And the Soviet authorities noticed at the end of the 50s that Julians Vaivods actually is manipulating with them. And the reason why he was sent to Mordovia imprisoned in Mordovia in the concentration camp actually was because he played his own game. He had a nickname, Amage. He was not very much, although he knew how to communicate with the people and did it absolutely in an amazing way. But the Soviet authorities didn't trust him and called him as a rat. Most likely he suffered from the depression, which is very visible in those diaries, written under the Nazi regime and written during the Soviet times. And another interesting thing that it's very rare to have such a Catholic who just thinks constantly about the death as a salvation. Also, what we can see in his diaries, and particularly he's very critical about the Vatican or the role of the Vatican or the way the Vatican communicates with the Soviet regime, with the Catholic Church in the Soviet Union, and so on and so on. So he also he visited Rome quite frequently, and definitely the Soviet institutions used him as a certain instrument. How to deal with the Vatican, or what kind of to play the games with the Vatican, and so. And also he was the consultant member of the Commission of the Revision of the Code of Canon Law. He never met John 23rd, but he had several meetings and private small talks with Paul VI and definitely later John Paul II. Totally controlled, independent in the Soviet authorities. All of his visits that happened and took place actually went through the Moscow. He was totally dependable on invitations, logistics, visit tickets, money, hotels, feedback reports, companions who actually were another Catholic priests who were making denunciations on him and so on and so on. But also he was very upset about all of those so-called must-be-present events that were taking place. For example, different conferences taking place in Soviet embassy in Rome, and different parties that he had to attend and so on and so on. So that's everything that is really kind of, if we just read those entries in the diaries connected with his staying or going or planning, going to the Rome and so on, usually is full with dissatisfaction. Yeah, dissatisfaction about the situation, about the reality, about what was going on, about his abilities to understand the situation, to change the correct way to go, to find the solutions and so on and so on. And another thing that also is very visible in this diary is that there's nobody he can trust. For example, there was one case, he worked in the Curia and he left a couple of documents in his private room, and he knew that there's only one key for this private room, and this key is always with him. Everywhere he goes, that key in his pocket. And then he realized one day, opening the door to his private room, that the documents are gone. Yeah, so how it happened, why it happened, who was the one, who is the responsible, and he actually thought hardly, trying to understand how many people he saw during those days. Yeah, so he noticed that there are only 3 people who would be somehow connected or might be connected with this. Another thing, definitely, that's his experience with the Moscow. He experienced with the communist regime, with the Soviet authorities, with this, the occupational power, as we say, and also it's also his dissatisfaction with the style and the communication of the Roman Curia, where he's recognizing that nobody trusts him. And what he did is that, as much as possible, he tried to gather information. So I mentioned that he knew the 7 languages, and was kind of, for him it was very easy to communicate in all of the main languages that were spoken in Europe at that time. At the same time, for example, at the age of the 70, before going to the Vatican, before participating in the Council, Vatican II, he learned Italian. Yeah? He would be able to communicate in Italian and understand in Italian as well. But what he did, he tried to listen to foreign radio. He tried to get different so-called anti-Vatican literature that was possible to be bought or obtained and whenever. He read the newspapers, of course, all of the left-wing foreign newspapers that were sold or possible to be read in the libraries in Latvia, in the occupied Latvia at that time, and so on and so on. But why he did it, why he spent so much time? Because he needed to understand what was going on. He had no idea what was going on in the Vatican. He had no idea what was going on generally in the global world. What is the stance against the, what's the policy of John Paul II? What's the policy of John Paul VI? What kind of the persons those people are, and so. All of this information for him was needed in order to kind of to choose his position, to do better for the church and to make a kind of the most important decisions while he was the head of the church at that time. The biggest issue is that there are only several pieces of his writings are still kept in the archive. The rest is so-called his official diary about Vatican II, because he had another diary where he kept about everything what was experienced and going on during the times of the Vatican Council. and his participations in the session, that diary somehow disappeared, and there are only small pieces could be obtained, and there's at least everything I saw was just a kind of his remarks on the pages of the discussed documents and nothing more. Another thing for him, every time he went to Rome or he was preparing, he understood that he needs to kind of to apply for going to Rome, and so he lived with this idea, going or not going? Is it important for me to go or not important to me to go? Because sometimes the Moscow used this as an instrument of punishment. He had no idea what Vatican thinks of what's going on. For example, a couple of other meetings he had with the Vatican officials was like very disappointing for him because nobody told him something important. Yeah, when he tried to say once that to Paul VI in a very short kind of private meeting, he tried to say that I am old, you need another person to be a bishop, and then suddenly Paul VI kind of interrupts his speech and says, I'm old too, yeah? And that's the end of the conversation. Yeah, so this is the way how he suffered, really suffered, and for him it was a like very nervous event, yeah? Or for example, he mentions a lot about his hopes, that the small happy things that happened, I don't know, possibility to obtain good cigars. And he had a habit of smoking, which sometimes helped him a lot. And for example, before going to participate in the Vatican II, he was very upset, like, oh, I need this, I always need the smoke, and what I am going to do, and so on and so on. And then there was like a great entry about how happy he was because so many bishops and cardinals smoke in the Vatican. And also he wrote about meeting the people, what kind of the emotions, what kind of they felt, and so. But this is what kind of gives a certain background about his life, what he experienced, what was his moods, and what were kind of going on. But the most important thing that he always underlined is that he has no idea what's going on, yeah? That he has to make choices like himself and so. Definitely he, like from the modern perspective, he was traditionalist enough, he was conservative enough. Sometimes in his entries in official this diary, which is published, we can read about the Vatican II. It's too much of democracy. The women participated, or they even kind of shared the meals with the Catholic hierarchies and so on and so on. And then about the non-Catholic observers. So that seems to be sometimes for him very annoying. Yeah, very annoying that he mentioned in his diary, like trying to change, to give a perspective where this Vatican II is going. Yeah, from his very conservative position, this was like too much. Yeah? The Vatican II is like, for us it's too much, and in reality, like Vatican II, it's far for us because we are struggling with the different issues. Our like the most important things are totally different in that sense. Also, in his diary, it's quite visible that it's a kind of he's a tiny chess piece in this ideological and geopolitical greater games. He understands very well that he's used as an instrument of the Soviet regime, of the communist regime. He has no idea about the Vatican's attitude towards him. He has no idea what Vatican would like to see from him, expect from him. What he does, he's kind of appears step by step is that he chooses to play his own game. Yeah, so as much as possible, being loyal to the Pope, being loyal to the Church, but he's playing his own game. Also, definitely, because the Vatican II actually never happened in the Soviet Union in that sense, at least in the Soviet Latvia, But he was the one whose mission was also, as we see in his diaries, is to provide education for the Latvian priests and believers, also from the broader atheistic friends, as they called them, is to convey the information of what was going on in the Vatican, like to give information who is the Pope. It's not only about the Vatican too, but about small things like what kind of the role of papacy is in the history. That sometimes he dealt with so many different things that from our perspective seems ridiculous why he's speaking, why he's mentioning, but we have to understand that that was a totally different world where information was not accessible. But even like he was a little bit of John 23rd in his communication with the people. Yeah. So, for example, I mentioned about the smoking and cigars. Sometimes he bribed his, as I said, atheist friends with the cigars. Yeah, because in Soviet times to have cigars, that was a kind of almost betray the Soviet regime. Yeah, you are kind of already enemy, but everybody wanted to get something like this. And so for him, yeah, it was a very important using different small things to tell about the church, to tell about the Christ, to tell about the religion, to tell about Pope, why it's so important, why it's so actual, and particularly under the Soviet occupation and under the communist regime. The one thing that I wanted to say is, of course, I was very amazed listening the presentations in the first session, the speech of Emilia about the communist, the Soviet satellite or states, as we sometimes call this in Latvian historiography, and what was going on in the Catholic Church in those countries. But for me, it's also very important to compare, because the most important thing is that in those occupied states that lost independence in June of 1940, the Catholic Church had different situation. There was so in the Central Europe, in Poland, in Hungary, in Yugoslavia, and there was a space for local decision, the space for the national communist parties and the governments to make certain decisions about the church, the religion, the religious policy, and so on and so on. Under the Soviet regime, under the Soviet occupation in Latvia after the Second World War, in Lithuania, in Estonia, and so on and so on, this space was not as big. It was little, much more connected with a certain second-level things which were not important generally in the global perspective, the relations between the Soviet Union, Vatican, relations between the Catholic Church and the Vatican, and so on and so on. So this is the double iron curtain that existed. And this diary is probably very good information, the source related to that case, yeah, where we can learn, and the people are really left behind, yeah, alone in that sense, yeah. So, and for example, reading the diary of Vaivods, it's just reading the story of a person who is in kind of depression, who is constantly feels alone, and one of them, just 1 minute to finish up this story, is that the way how he celebrated the New Year's Eve, probably it's a perfect illustration of what was going on after the Second World War in the Soviet Union. He had brothers, they had families, so he cannot come to celebrate together, because the brothers had wives, the wives were their teachers, and like that would be a not good thing for his family to visit them and to celebrate together. So he knew it very well. There was nobody to trust. He had so many priests, but in reality, everyone understood very well that to trust confratres, it's almost the same like to trust the KGB member. The second thing, he had no private friends, because who wanted to be a good friend of the bishop, with the Catholic bishop in that times, and the way how he celebrated the the New Year, or he kind of tried to celebrate the New Year. He loved cognac. It's a cognac. He loved to take a little bit. He had a little glass. He sat in front of the mirror, and he toasted himself and said, "So, Mr. Vaivods, Happy New Year." And this is probably the perfect symbolic illustration of the way how the ecclesial authority, in that sense, felt or experienced under the communist regime.
Many thanks. I should repeat myself once more, but I'm very grateful to Ines Runze for her depiction of the situation of the church through the personality of Julian Vaivods in the Soviet Union. Why? Because in our historiography on the history of the Catholic Church or Christian churches under the communist regime, we dedicate, or the historiography dedicates itself to the Catholic Church in East Central Europe or in the satellite states in general, but very rarely, if somewhere, very rarely to the Catholic Church in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union is almost, done with short remarks, as Moscow ordained, as Moscow said, but nobody was in the KGB archives or in other Soviet or Russian archives to prove what was real, the decision-making and the transmission of orders, how large was the freedom, the space for freedom in decision-making between the satellite states and the Soviet Union. So the factor Soviet Union in the church policy within the Soviet bloc remains a kind of a great unknown. And that's the reason why I'm very grateful to Ines Runze to have introduced this topic into our Central Eastern European discussion. Well, we are at the end of the panel. I would like to ask the distinct audience to ask questions. The first one.
Thank you very much. I'm Paweł Wawryszuk. Thank you for interesting comments, but I would like to say something to the comment of Professor Hrabovec, Emilia Hrabovec, to the first speech. You mentioned that Serbian Orthodox Church, the persecutions of Serbian Orthodox Church in Yugoslavia is unknown in international literature. That is the truth.
Less known than the persecution.
Less known, of course, like Muslim community. But when we say that, we should remember that the so-called small religious communities does not exist, in fact, in international literature as well. And for example, in one of those communities, small communities in Yugoslavia, was Slovak Evangelical Church. I think that I found in Slovak, but I don't know Slovakian, unfortunately. I found only a few publications on that topic. In Serbia and Yugoslav, let's say post-Yugoslav literature, as well, it almost does not exist. It's just I wanted to add that. Just remember, keep in mind that.
I have a very short question to Ines Runze. You have mentioned, well, let's say collaboration of Bishop Vaivods with the KGB. Probably there should be a file. Does it exist? Have you seen it? What is it about?
There's another my colleague, Solveiga Krumini-Koņkova. I think last year she was in the same conference in Warsaw, and she's the one who did the research on the collaboration with the KGB. The file does not exist. It was destroyed in the early 60s. after he was imprisoned, released from the imprisonment in Mordovia. But there was a file, and because there are several documentation going parallel, and you can check that there was a file, how big it was, and then when it was destroyed. And the file was relatively small. There was this, but nobody knows what was there, what kind of information these files contained. Most likely that could be found parallelly in Moscow in the KGB archives, but of course that's, so far it's inaccessible. The same thing that we discussed with my colleague Michael Svolochos, who lives and studies in Rome, and the issue of the Vatican archives, yes, it's still there closed, regarding to the 60s and late 50s and the time when he entered in the hierarchy in the church, and so we do not know the Vatican's position, the Vatican's attitude towards him, towards the situation and the Soviet Latvia and so on and so on. So usually what we have right now, it's just like certain guesses, historic guesses, or historic kind of interpretation that might be regarding Julian's Vaivods and certain topics, for example, the collaboration with the KGB and why he was chosen to be a bishop and so on. And why for so many years he was kept in the bishop's position, because he died in 1990, shortly before the Soviet Union collapsed. And the way the situation is like became a little bit legendary case why he died. Of course, he was more than 90 years old, but he was strong enough and not like mentally frail. At that time, there was one organized coup performed, and the conservative circles and the conservative power and the communists tried to get into the power, and then they were gathering in front of the parliament in Latvia, this house of the parliament, and the parliament of Latvia as a building is surrounded by the Catholic churches and institutions. There is also a place, a curia, in the curia as well is located, and the eyewitnesses said that he was like observing from the windows of the curia what was going on, and that how everything was initiated when the troops arrived and whatever. And he said that it's too much for him. That's too much, that he cannot stand it. And the second day he simply died because of heart attack.
Yes.
Excuse me, Dr. Tobowski was...
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. I have also two questions. You mentioned in your presentation that Bishop Julian Vaivods was unsatisfied with the style and the communication of the cardinals of the Holy See, I assume towards the states or in Central and Eastern Europe, in particular in the Soviet Union. Could you specify these remarks? What does it mean, and which period, which cardinals? Was the state secretariat, or was this a criticism also towards the popes himself, to Paul VI, or even to John Paul II? That would be interesting. And you mentioned that he was KGB informator, and in this position he also observed and even noticed by himself the change of the church policy in the Soviet Union, and but he was an observer, or even suffering the state policy or church policy over decades. And how does he observe the changes in the Brezhnev area and during the Perestroika area, also facing the anniversary of 1000th year of Christianization of Russia?
Oh, very good questions. Thank you very much. So, regarding the last question, yeah, he lived very long life, unfortunately, as he always said, and he experienced so many different things. And he didn't talk much in his diary about the Soviet leaders. He much was like speaking about mystical figures and different religious policy institutions in charge and the KGB and whatever. He was not as private, mentioning and whatever. But what strongly is seen and observed is the moment when John Paul II is elected. That we see that his depression totally disappears. You know, he's like hopeful and strong, and he's able to kind of to speak louder and stronger, and his voice is heard, and he says, no, I'm not going to participate in this event. Of course, he says, I'm too old, but in reality, yeah, so that's what you see, that his confidence is rising, yeah, strongly rising. Yeah, that was actually maybe the moment to illustrate is that in the early 80s, I'm sorry I forgot the year, but the moment was like for the Soviet regime, it seems to be too much for the Soviet institutions, all of his works, independent style and whatever, and that special group of people from the militia and KGB arrived to arrest him. And he had no idea that it could happen, but he was like in his office, and these members, these people come in and said that in the name of the Soviet nation, as you are arrested, and he was sitting like calmly and said, I'm almost 90 years old, and you have come to arrest me? It's just a minute, and the whole world will be laughing about the Soviet regime, which has nothing to do than to arrest the 90-year-old person. And like he said everything that he wanted to say, and like people simply disappeared because it was too much, like what to do, to arrest really the 90-year-old person, to take him to the prison, like on the second day, like the whole world will be laughing about this. This is visible, yeah. That's what we see, that the changes in his style after the moment when John Paul II is elected. He becomes more brave, more hopeful, and whatever. Regarding this, again, he was not much private in that sense when he was writing about the Vatican. He was again quite formal, like or saying, yeah, the cardinals, the bishops, the curia. He was sometimes very private regarding to the Pope, and this is the case of John XXIII. He was just recently appointed as the Vicar General, and then the first information that was about his appointment being elevated to Monsignor title that he received 30 years later. And then suddenly comes his Lithuanian colleague and says, yeah, but you are Monsignor. It's like where Vatican was for those 40 years, 13, 14 years. It's like nobody informed me, nobody told me. I have no idea, like how it's possible. It could be possible maybe in medieval times, but so we have telephones, we have a post office, we have everything. You just write it to the Moscow, yeah, and Moscow will send those letters to me and whatever. That was his complaint. Another complaint about the John XXIII was shortly before he died. Is that he got the official letter from the Soviet Postal Office saying that he has a package which is delivered him from Rome. He was like, oh, package delivered from Rome. That was written, like he was like suddenly waking up and happy and probably something that will be there and whatever. But unfortunately, directly it was impossible to get the package. All those packages usually had to be customized, and then the information was sent to the KGB. The KGB gave allowance, special paper that he is able to come and take this package and whatever. So it took him more than a month to get this package. And he tried to involve all of the people he knew that could help him to get the package. And he finally gets the package, and he's so excited, and so on, and so on, and so on. And he opens the package, and it turned to be 3 Paschal candles to be sent from John 23rd. And he became so upset, so angry, that he was not writing a letter, official letter back to the Pope saying thank you very much, which was a style of communication, at least the way how he thought it used to be, or whatever. And it turned out that the person who was in charge of the religious policy, the Institution of Religious Affairs in Latvia, Kārlis Liepa, and Mr. Liepa kind of used or tried to convince him for several weeks that you have to write thank you note to the Pope that you have received the candles, otherwise people in the Vatican will be upset, they will be wondering what's going on and whatever. And yeah, he wrote because the Soviet authorities asked him to do it.
Thank you. My question is for Mr. Djokovic. Mr. Djokovic, the situation in Yugoslavia after Second World War is quite clear. Tito is by the power, and Tito proclaimed as a communist, but not copying, let's say, Stalinist or Stalin regime. So what was the main reason of persecution of Orthodox Church in Yugoslavia or Serbia, as you said, after 45? Was it this, let's say, principle of communism to be atheistic and then, of course, to be against the church? Or was it in reality that Tito tried to persecute it also the part of society which was on the side of Draže Mihailović, which was, of course, assassinated in 46? Thank you.
But the problem with Catholic Church, also with Orthodox Church. No, the Patriarch was, for example, in Czechia and after in Rome. No, after Dachau, the prisons, and returned in Yugoslavia only in 1946. During the war, a church was only 3, 4, 5 bishops was in all Yugoslavia. 5 bishops was killed. Some bishops was out of Yugoslavia, but during all the war, Holy Synod was 4 members and Patriarch out of Yugoslavia. And when communists came to Yugoslavia, it's interesting, 1944 in October, I think, some of them came to Orthodox Church in October, one day. But after, also Patriarch Gavrilo, some bishop was also in America, for example. From Germany go to America, and also Patriarch thinking come back in Yugoslavia or stay, I don't know, in London, because Patriarch go to London to baptize the son of the King Peter II, 45. And after 46 came in Yugoslavia, and after from 46 started all this persecution. Also because church was always with royal family, during the interwar Yugoslavia, and against communism. No, it's for church is unacceptable, the communism.
Many thanks. Allow me the last question to Ines Runce. All communist regimes, all countries under communist regime in the East were tried to avoid or impede contacts with political or ecclesiastic emigration in the West. Bishops coming to Rome from Czechoslovakia, from Hungary, had even to oblige themselves not to get into contact with their co-religioners and countrymen in the West. In spite of such obligations, as a rule, they tried and found possibilities to contact their countrymen, bishops, priests in the West. as far as I know, there was a huge exile community of Latvians in the West, and at least, well, after 45, even several Latvian bishops emigrated. At the moment, I do not remember when exactly they died, but I think as far as I think in the 60s, there were some bishops from this first exile wave already in life. Did Archbishop Vojvods demonstrated some interest to contact them or not?
Oh, there's again very good question and a lot of things to say. First of all, the Latvian Catholic bishops and Lutheran bishop and one Orthodox bishop, actually they were deported by the Nazis at the end of the war to Germany, and then that's the way how they found themselves in the exile. And they were three Latvian bishops, the Roman Catholic bishops. After the war, they lived in different places, in the United States, in Belgium, in Rome. But the case is that these were the people who were very active in organizing or helping certain issues to get through in Rome. All of the people who, like the Latvian Roman Catholic priests or bishops, it's not only about voivods, but later dňoch, and so they were obliged to communicate. Like they were most likely, they were asked to convey the information, like to get the certain information, what was going on in the immigration among the Roman Catholic communities in the United States and Canada and Australia and Europe. Those were small but very powerful communities. And those three bishops that were in immigration, in the exile, they were also very active in the different institutions, the global institutions, actualizing the topic of the Baltic occupation, collaborating with the other so-called oppressed Eastern and Central European nations on the different levels, in the different Catholic global institutions and the networks. And so therefore, he, like in his diary, what we see that he very freely communicated. Those were the people who met him, usually in the airport, took them to the Rome, to the city. They were the ones who were organizing staying, helping to communicate certain things and so on and so on. So in the case of the Latvian Roman Catholic Church, we see just opposite. Just opposite that he's either, most likely it was his own and also official point of view that it's needed to communicate. And the second thing, most likely, is that at least some of the priests told me, who were familiar with the voivods, that he had another diary, and that was a separate diary about the communication, like meeting with the exile Catholic priests and the bishops, and parallelly, like what, for example, even the interesting case was that they were giving him money to buy the car, because he had no car, he had nothing in Riga, so, and then the money was given, and he was able to legalize that money and to use the money to buy the car in the Soviet Union. He brought the money back and somehow legalized it. And so there was another case which is just, we can get those episodes from his diary. Unfortunately, the exile historiography doesn't tell much about these events. Unfortunately, the people who were the bishops at that time and organizing those events and were together with the Julian's voivods, they had died and left nothing. So therefore, probably again, something could be found in the KGB archives that unfortunately are not accessible. But of course, a lot of things could be found in the Vatican in those archives, which are not yet opened. But there was just opposite, as it was, for example, in
Many thanks. We could continue the interesting discussion, but with under the dictate of the time, we have to break our discussions. Continue our program with a short coffee break of about 15 minutes, and we shall see each other at 16:55. 16:55 after the next coffee break.
Good afternoon, dear ladies, gentlemen, distinguished guests. Let me continue in the program of the today conference, and let me start very personally. During the first volume of these conferences, which took place last year in the Warsaw, we have been discussing this second volume, and we were considering which kind of the topics should be part of this conference. And one which we really emphasize has been the topic of the communist secret policies and the churches during the Cold War. And I'm really glad that we have been able to create and include the panel dealing with this very important topic into the program of this conference, especially as the Nations Memory Institute, which I'm working in, is dealing with this topic, state security. We have the very interesting archival materials in our archive. So from point of view of our institution, this is very interesting and very important topic. And I'm also very glad that the part of this panel will be three very distinguished and excellent researchers. And I will start with the paper of Dr. Nadežda Beliakova, dealing with secret service and religious communities in the Soviet republics post-1958, closer look at the Catholic experience. Unfortunately, Dr. Beliakova is not, it will be not possible for her to come in person. Nevertheless, she sent us our paper, and I will ask Dr. Ines Runce to read the paper, and in meanwhile I will very briefly introduce Dr. Beliakova. She studied history and education at the Lomonosov Moscow State University. In 2009 she obtained the PhD degree in history at the same university on the thesis The Evolution of Church-State Relations in Ukraine, Belarus, and the Baltic Republics in the last quarter of the 20th century. And the main research fields for her are religion at the Cold War, religious freedom in socialist countries of Eastern Europe, religion activism during the Cold War, lived religion of Christian communities in the Soviet Union, and connections of churches and religious activists during the Cold War. So I will really kindly ask Dr. Runce to read the very interesting paper. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And yeah, just how to say, one thing that I wanted to say, don't ask me questions.
It will be in the discussion, don't worry.
So, the historical period covered by the conference is crucial for both religious communities within the Soviet Union and their relationships with the secret services. Typically, the historiography of church history during the era focuses exclusively on the Khrushchev persecutions against the religious organizations, limiting itself to this aspect. Meanwhile, the so-called Khrushchev period is much more complex and ambitious, particularly in that it laid the foundation for subsequent development of relations between the Soviet state and religious institutions, believers and clergy. I will outline just a few significant features of the Khrushchev period that are essential for understanding the situation. The first, the release of surviving inmates from the Stalin's camps. The second, the mobilization of the discourse of socialist legacy. Third, the reset of international relations aimed at easing global tensions. The fourth, radical reconstructing of the state security agencies. And the fifth, the introduction of the articles into the criminal code of both the Union and its republics, stipulating punishment for certain forms of religious activity. I will delve into a few of these factors in more detail. The release of survivors from the Stalin's camps, including clergy and the believers from all denominations. These returnees not only revitalized the religious life, but restructured it, stimulating the emergence of the new communities and groups while integrating their experiences into existing ones. Many returnees formed the backbone of underground or parallel religious structures that arose in the late 50s. After the denunciation of the cult of the personality, the Soviet society saw the mobilization of the socialist citizenship, which sought to involve citizens in ensuring legal compliance. One of its unexpected results was the activation of protest actions by religious groups. During the Khrushchev anti-religious campaign, believers, especially evangelicals and the Baptists, filed mass petitions forcing the authorities to reconsider some discriminatory measures. These campaigns even led to the revision of the several cases in the Supreme Court of the USSR. Under the Khrushchev, internal relations underwent a significant reset. Khrushchev proclaimed a policy of easing international tensions and sought to bring various peace movements into the Soviet Union's orbit. This, in turn, led to the increased use of cultural diplomacy. Representatives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs strongly advocated utilizing religious organizations as additional channels of the Soviet influence worldwide. Although no single document systematically reviews this activity, the trend can be reconstructed through a multitude of situational decisions made within the Central Committee of the Communist Party in response to requests from the agencies overseeing religious matters. For example, a few notable external political shifts became evident from 1955 when, at the suggestion of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Andrei Gromyko, a decision was made to resume negotiations on the Russian Orthodox Church membership in the World Council of Churches. In 1958, a decree titled On Expanding the Connections of the Soviet Religious Organizations with the Religious Figures and Organizations of the Middle East was passed by the Central Committee of the CPSU. Radical reconstructing of the state security agencies. During the Khrushchev era, the country's security services underwent significant transformation. The Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of the State Security were merged for a period. However, in the March of 1954, a decision was made to re-establish the Committee for the State Security, KGB. Its primary internal task was defined as a timely identifying and neutralizing criminal activities against the Soviet state by various anti-Soviet immigrant centers, attempting to organize subversive work within our country through nationalist and underground movements, particularly in the western regions of Ukraine, Belarus, and the Baltics. Thus, the final document outlining internal enemies of the Soviet power did not explicitly mention the representatives of religious organizations as the followers of so-called sectarian cults. In January of 1959, the Presidium of CPSU Central Committee approved the new regulations of the KGB, which significantly focused on foreign activities while keeping internal operations unchanged. Internally, its tasks were reduced to combating the hostile activities of anti-Soviet and nationalist elements within the USSR. The KGB work on religious groups were not a priority during the period, with mentions and reports submitted by the KGB to the Central Committee accounting for a maximum maybe 2% of all. Despite the clear decline in interest from the state security services in religious matters, divisions within the MGB and MVD and later the KGB, which dealt with religious affairs, continued to operate. In the newly formed KGB of 1954, the second main directorate included among its 6 operational departments one specifically tasked with combating bourgeois nationalists and the anti-Soviet elements among the clergy and the sectarians. It was in 1967 that well-known 5th Directorate of the KGB was created, responsible for ideological counterintelligence. Within this directorate, the 4th Department handled counterintelligence in religious, Zionist, and sectarian circles and acted against the foreign religious centers. Unlike the Stalin era, when the state security operations were directly tied to the country's top leadership, the new system of governance during the Khrushchev period placed the KGB under the strict subordinations to the party apparatus, both centrally and locally. The party's primacy at the political leadership became one of the foundational principles guiding the activities of the KGB, rigorously enforced in all aspects of its work. This included personal appointments, operational and investigative practices, and an identification of priority areas of activity. As a result, security structures at the Republican level were created that were subordinated to the local party elites, who were given increasing influence over security matters. The subordination of the state security bodies to the party and the constant control by the party apparatus over their activities were enshrined in the regulations of the Committee for the State Security under the Council of Ministers of the USSR, adopted in April 1959. The onset of the era of prophylaxis in the KGB work, where its main and singular task became providing its utility and loyalty to the party organs, complicates the assessment of the actual effectiveness of its operations. The Catholic Church and relations with the Vatican as a focus of increased attention. A key feature of the Catholic Church position in the USSR during this period was the absence of the unified centralized structure. Efforts to detach the Catholic institutions within the Soviet Union from the Vatican had been largely abandoned, but the authorities continued to hinder the normalization of the Church administrative organization and free communication with the Vatican. The most robust and strictly preserved Catholic Church was in the Lithuanian SSR, where 6 dioceses operated along seminary. However, these were no officially appointed bishops. In Latvia, the Catholic Church had only 1 diocese, with parishes concentrated mainly in Latgale, 2 dioceses. On the vast territory of Ukraine, Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Siberia, there were no dioceses, and a few registered communities functioned without a diocesan oversight. The challenges were further compounded by the territorial transformations of World War II, which left almost no diocese with unchanged or intact borders. In 1956, the administrators of the diocese in the Baltic republics even sent an official letter to the Soviet authorities in Moscow, claiming that the Catholics faced particular discrimination in the Soviet Union and demanding equal rights with other denominations. The source based for studying the security services policy towards the Catholics. As is well known, the archives of the central state security organs in Russia remained inaccessible. Even the brief period of access to the KGB documents at the central level revealed the limitations of available sources based. In the Baltic republics, KGB archives were removed. Historians have carefully analyzed the remaining fragments. For example, Solveig Krūmiņa-Koņkova in Latvia and Runas Streikas in Lithuania have spent several years thoroughly and systematically studying the available KGB archival documents in the local archives. In Latvia, the primary source is only alphabetical index of agents compiled through the Soviet period. The most extensive archives is the security service in Ukraine, which recently has allowed to some breakthrough in research, albeit limited. However, it should be noticed that Ukrainian materials focus primarily on Greek Catholics, while Roman Catholics have not yet been specified. The specific focus on much attention. What can historians say today about the Soviet security services focuses on Catholics? According to the professor Adriana Rocucci, Moscow had a keen interest in the Catholic Church as a whole. The issue of relations with the Holy See concerned matters of the great importance to the Soviet Union, not only international weight of the Roman Church, with its global reach and the influence of Catholics in the political affairs of many countries, but also, perhaps especially from the Kremlin point of view, the importance of the Catholic Church for the geopolitical balance of the communistic bloc within the Soviet Union itself, unquote. However, the available documentation from the Soviet agencies does not provide a substantial archive base for such sweeping claims. Researchers lack access to the central KGB archives, but the archives of the highest party bodies are more or less available. For example, KGB reports on religious matters to the Central Committee of the CPSU held in the Russian State Archive of Recent History have been analyzed by Russian historian Nikita Pivovarov. In addition, the archives of the Council of the Religious Cults and the Council of the Affairs of the Russian Orthodox Church from this period are accessible, containing documentation and attitudes towards the Catholic Church or relations with the Vatican. Thus, my main points are: there is no indication in the available documents of any particular importance placed on developing relations with the Vatican. Rather, there is mistrust and search for ways to neutralize the Vatican's harmful influence. The only thing has attracted attention was the Vatican's peacekeeping declarations. Moreover, from the other documents, archival documents, it's clear that the Catholic direction was not priority even among the religious issues that the KGB and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs dealt with during this period. Union-level documents show no reports from the Central KGB to the CPSU Central Committee or significant work related to the Catholics. The only exception in this case is the release of the Josip Sleepy, a bishop of Ukrainian Catholic Church, who was freed from imprisonment in 1963 and handed over personally to Cardinal Wilbrands. This act was presented as a gesture of goodwill by the Soviet government. It seems that Republican-level KGB units focused their work on Catholics at the local level, and that the bulk of documentation would be found in the Republican archives. Overall, the religious environment was not seen as profitable for the KGB, especially during the anti-religious campaign. The process of recruiting agents within the religious milieu was difficult, often accompanied by repressions, and recruitment didn't always prevent imprisonment. Resistance was common. The case of Bishop Mirani, studied by Ukrainian colleagues Roman Skaklun and Volodymyr Moros, is notable in this regard. They examined the intelligence file of the de facto head of Mukachevo Greek Catholic Eparchy in western Ukraine. This eparchy was formally dissolved in 1949, during which time the young and energetic Bishop Theodor Rozhma was murdered by the Secret Service. However, the eparchy continued to operate clandestinely until 1989 under the leadership of Capital Vicar Mykola Mirani, who was, as a KGB agent, condemned Berezovsky and Sova. He had two nicknames. His first recruitment by the security services did not prevent his arrest in 1949. His second recruitment occurred in 1955 while he was in a camp in Karaganda. Mirani was known both in the Vatican and in the foreign Catholic circles, and the KGB planned to use him to uncover the Uniat's underground in Transcarpathia. Additionally, the security services intended to use him to intercept the illegal communication channel between the Vatican and the Unionists and the Catholics in the USSR. Upon his return from imprisonment, Mirani was not coordinated Greek Catholic priests, not only coordinated the Greek Catholic priests who returned from the Stalin's camps. 85 Greek Catholic priests returned to Transcarpathia from the Stalin's camps at the time, but also ordained the new ones. Until the 1979, Mirandi played a complex game with the security services, maintaining viability of the eparchy while it had been formally dissolved by the authorities. Conclusions. The interaction between the security services and the religious organizations during the period under the review was more complex than traditional historiography suggests. The radical reconstructing of the state security organs and their subordination to the party apparatus played a crucial role. During this period, the KGB sought to demonstrate its usefulness and loyalty to the party leadership and was accountable to the party. The recruitment of the agents survived not only as a tool for pressure and manipulation, but also as a way to justify the KGB's value to the party, creating an illusion of success. For the population, especially for believers, it helped maintain the image of an all-powerful security apparatus. From the KGB perspective, working in the religious sphere was inconvenient, unprofitable, and questionable in terms of success. It is clear today that the KGB was unable to fully dismantle or stop the activities of any religious organization. The Catholic Church in various regions of the Soviet Union remained under repressive pressure. However, interactions with the Soviet security organs became more localized, within the main pressure and manipulation occurring at the local level, responding to the goals set by Republican-level authorities. Despite the KGB efforts, its influence on Catholic structures was not as effective as expected. This is at least confirmed by the lack of significance of changes in the Vatican policy. Available data strongly suggests that the researchers should critically reassess the narrative of the KGB omnipotence and leave open the question of what traumas and distortions this infiltration inflicted on the Church. A fundamentally new phenomenon was the security services' emerging interest in overseeing the international relations of the Soviet Catholics, including with the Vatican, and a paradigm shift from repressions to collaboration, as far as collaboration was possible in the repressive context of the anti-religious campaign. Arūnas Streikus, Lithuanian historian, conceptual proposal of seeing the Vatican as both as an object and an obstacle for the Soviet security services offers a useful interpretive model.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank Dr. Beliakova for sending us this very interesting paper, and I also forgot to mention an important information. Nowadays, Dr. Beliakova is a visiting scholar at the Department of History at the Bielefeld University in Germany. And as well, I would like to thank Dr. Ines Runce for reading the paper, and as a moderator, I'm really very glad and really appreciate the time discipline of this paper. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'm leaving in case you have a question. So.
And let me continue in the program of this panel of the conference, and I'm really very glad that we can welcome here in the Bratislava and at this conference Professor Mark Kramer, Director of Cold War Studies at Harvard University, Senior Fellow of Harvard's Davis Center for Russian and Eurasian Studies, Director of Harvard Sakharov Seminars on Human Rights. Professor Kramer has published many books and articles on a wide range of topics, and his most recent book is named The Soviet Union and Cold War Neutrality and Non-Alignment in Europe. And he is also an editor of the Journal of Cold War Studies and of Harvard's Cold War Studies book series. Once again, welcome here in the Bratislava at the conference. And I will ask you for your lecture on the topic, the Orthodox Church, State Security Apparatus, and Communist Rule in Bulgaria. The floor is yours.
Very good. Thank you very much. I have a PowerPoint presentation. There we go. Let me see. I guess this
is necessary.
Okay.
Okay.
So I should come over here. Okay. So let me start just by saying I am not Bulgarian. However, I am married to one, and I own an apartment in Sofia, and I'm there a good deal of the
I will
time.
ask you to speak to microphone because it's recorded.
Okay, so I have worked extensively in the Bulgarian archives, the Central State Archive, which holds the records of state institutions, but also the former Communist Party. And then for today's presentation, what's especially important is the Central Archive of a commission that oversees the former state security archives. It's a very long name that I won't give here, but it's usually referred to as COMDOS for Commission on Dossiers. In the Those records since 2006 have been accessible, and you can go to the archive, which is right in the center of Sofia, and order materials on any activity that the state security apparatus handle, and that includes foreign intelligence as well as the internal security that the Državna sigurnost, as it was known, the DISA, handled. So my presentation today will be based on both the Central State Archive materials and the state security materials. The state security materials include the records of what was set up also in 1967. The Belyakova paper mentioned the establishment of the 6th main directorate in the cages. The fifth main directorate in the Soviet KGB. And the case of the state security in Bulgaria, it was that same year, modeled on the Soviet institution, that a 6th directorate was set up that handled the Orthodox Church and some other religious denominations. So let me go. So Christianity came to Bulgaria by the 4th century, before the Bulgarian state even existed. And it gained strength in the 9th century. The 9th century was really the turning point during the reign of King Boris I. And for centuries, the Bulgarian Orthodox Church, which is Bulgarskata Pravoslavna Cirkva, or I'll refer to as BPC, existed as an autocephalous patriarchate or archbishopric, albeit with significant disruptions. There were periods when it lost its status and so forth. I won't go through those. Those would take a long time to get through. But the BPC is the oldest autocephalous Slavic Orthodox Church. It's nearly 300 years older than the Serbian Orthodox Church and more than 660 years older than the Russian Orthodox Church. That's as an autocephalous institution. The Bulgarian Orthodox Church lost its autocephalous status in 1393 when Ottoman Turkey occupied Bulgaria. And over the next 5 centuries of Ottoman rule, the BPC ceased to exist as an official institution. The Turks forcefully suppressed the church, destroyed many of the parishes quite brutally, and killed leading clerics. Segments of the Slavic population in Bulgaria were forced to convert to Islam. There are still remnants of that today. As were Roma, what we call gypsies, Roma, some Orthodox monasteries continue to function as centers of Bulgarian national sentiment during the Ottoman period, but Christianity overall was severely persecuted. So although the Orthodox Church was and is by far the largest denomination in Bulgaria, the country has always had a considerable mix of other faiths. The Armenian Orthodox, various Protestant sects, these are all small in terms of percentage of population. There's always been a Catholic segment in Bulgaria, although again, very small overall. Jews were a fairly significant percentage of the population. And unlike most East Central European Jews, Bulgarian Jews were not annihilated during the Second World War. And part of the reason for that was Bulgarian Orthodox clerics who intervened against the government's preparations to deport Bulgarian Jews to Treblinka to be put to death. But in part because of interventions of Bulgarian Orthodox clerics, that did not happen. So the 50,000 or so Jews in Bulgaria were saved. Shortly after the Second World War, the large majority of them moved to what was then Palestine and today is Israel. They are Sephardic Jews, and so the community that is left in Bulgaria is quite small. The Muslims, and again, because there is a large Turkish minority in Bulgaria, Islam has always had a presence there. You can see mosques in central Sofia, for example. So after Soviet troops moved into Bulgaria in September 1944, Bulgaria, the anniversary of that has just come up and has been commemorated, not in a very happy memory, but Bulgaria was rapidly brought under communist rule, much more rapidly than most Central and East European countries, both Bulgaria and Romania. And that created new complications for the Orthodox Church. The Bulgarian Orthodox Church was recognized as autocephalous in 1945 by the Ecumenical Patriarchate of Constantinople and reconstituted as the Patriarchate of Bulgaria in 1953. So it returned to that patriarchate that had ceased to exist when Ottoman Turkey occupied Bulgaria. So the leaders of the Bulgarian Communist Party clamped down harshly on the BPC, depriving it of various responsibilities it long fulfilled. These are fairly common in Orthodox countries for marriages, recording marriages, birth certificates, death certificates, and other such matters. They had always been at the purview of the church. The BKP, that's the Bulgarian Communist Party, the BKP undertook heavy-handed anti-religious campaigns and pursued violent measures against Orthodox clerics at all levels. Clerics who refused to endorse the BKP's dominant role in society were systematically repressed and replaced. And so early on, there was this effort made to bring the church firmly under control. However, unlike the Ottoman regime, the communist regime did not seek to destroy the BPC. Instead, the communists sought to control and compromise the church, not least by relying on the Bulgarian state security, which was set up under Soviet auspices at the very beginning, the Državna Sigurnost, to recruit agents and informants among BPC clerics at all levels, from the patriarch and metropolitans at the top to local priests in thousands of village parishes. The state security recruitment of clerics went hand in hand with the communist militant atheist drives. These were described in the previous couple of panels, which occurred equally in Bulgaria. Very firm atheist drives and propaganda. In some cases, the authorities promised to ease the anti-religious push if the church's Holy Synod would agree to cooperate with state security agents. And the BKP, the Communist Party's propaganda department, and the government's Directorate of Religious Affairs, which all worked together in trying to promote an atheist society. So this is one of the documents, for example, looking at recruitment. This comes from the Central Archive of the Komdos, the agency that oversees state security. This is from 1948, and it talks about the need to recruit informants within the Bulgarian Orthodox clergy. And here, this is from 1950, and it lays out goals for numbers, and you can see on the next page where it gives a tabulation of where things stood as of 1949 and 1950, the numbers in each level.
Just sorry for disturbing. We'll ask you. Yes, the microphone.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Of the Orthodox Church, showing the actual levels and then the targeted levels. So here, this is from 1954. This is from the post-Stalin period, because there was a significant break in Bulgaria, but it was also in 1953 when the Bulgarian Orthodox Church regained its status as autocephalous, and this item is listing the expanded goals for recruitment, because the Communist Party was still wary of where the church might go, even though it felt it had it under pretty firm control by this point. So in the post-Stalin era, especially from the 1960s on, and I know this conference is focusing mostly on 1956 to 1968, but because 1967 marked a significant change in Bulgarian communist policy toward the church, I am going to continue up through 1989. So in the post-Stalin era, the BKP stepped up its reliance on atheist commissions, atheist houses and clubs, and other atheist institutions to wean believers away from religion. You can see this in documents. There was a very firm decision to try to re-emphasize some of these atheist goals that had been set aside, at least partly, in the late 1950s. So anti-religious propaganda was conducted in accordance with the specificities of individual religions and the various degrees of religiosity of believers. This affected all religions, including Islam, but certainly Christianity. By all indications, these drives reduced the intensity of religious belief in much of Bulgarian society. There was a secularization of Bulgarian society that retained a considerable hold over the long term. The imposition of atheism required the establishment of new customs and rituals related to the different moments in people's lives. And here, again, because these had so long been the purview of the church, the state institutions to deal with such things had to be set up on the spot in many cases about recording births, naming days. Name days are a big institution in Bulgaria, as significant as birthdays, marriages, funerals, dispensation of property, and so forth. All of these had to be transferred to state institutions. The BKP and Bulgarian government created appropriate civil rituals to mark events such as starting and completing school, obtaining a citizenship passport, obtaining a driver's license, starting or completing a job, obtaining permits. BKP leaders vowed to overcome the, quote, old religious anachronism in everyday life in favor of new socialist holidays and customs. So in some localities, though, it took a considerable time before adequate facilities were in place for the registration of newborns, marriages, and deaths. The Communist Party and Komsomol, the Communist Youth League, were ordered to improve their work on the atheistic upbringing of the younger generation by creating clubs and teams of young atheists, atheism workshops, special lectures, dinners, excursions, visits to secular sites, discussions of atheistic films, and exhibitions of anti-religious propaganda. Again, a great volumes of resources were put into these activities. From early on, the Communist Party and state security perceived the highest prelates in the church as, quote, hardened enemies of the USSR, which is important. I saw them as enemies of the USSR, and the Bulgarian Communist Party, unquote, who are, quote, engaging in hostile activity, bringing together enemy elements, sabotaging party and government activities, and attempting to place the church in a position above the state, unquote. That this warned that many of the clerics wanted to, quote, turn the Bulgarian Orthodox Church into an ever more adamant core of internal reactionaries and counter-revolutionaries. Faced with resistance, the state security stepped up its efforts to recruit clergy as agents and also sought to plant loyalists in such positions as, quote, the chief secretary of the synod, the chief of the cultural and educational section. In other words, not just the clergy, but also some of these other important positions that within the church hierarchy, the chief of the church economic section, the director of the book publishing, the editor of the important journal that was put out by the church, and rectors of seminaries and faculty of theology. So even so, the state security and Communist Party found out from surveillance records, which you can now see in the archives, in the 1950s and 1960s, that religious sentiment was no longer fading as it had been during the Stalin period. Church societies, religious societies, and religious community groups were expanding. The authorities vowed to step up their drive to, quote, combat tendentious and hostile religious agitation and propaganda, religious gatherings, celebrations of anniversaries of saints, and the organization of conspiracy and espionage by church figures. So here's one such document about talking about the need to combat these various religious societies and also to continue compromising various clerics and others involved in the church. So after stepping up prosecutions and trials of high-ranking clergy in the 1960s, some of whom were sentenced to death, although some of those they weren't actually executed in some cases. But the DISA launched a massive recruitment drive starting in the late 1960s under the agency's newly established Sixth Directorate, which was modeled closely on the equivalent directorate that was set up in the Soviet KGB that the Belyakova paper referred to. The reinvigorated DISA campaign had a dramatic impact at all levels and is especially striking at the highest levels. Of the metropolitans in the BPTS's ruling Holy Synod, it varied the numbers in there, but it usually was between 10 and 15. 10 and a relatively small number, but enough to give a sense of how many were being compromised. So the percentage who were DISA agents rose from 18% as of 1970, and it was, again, in 1967 that Sixth Directorate was formed. So at that point, it was 18% is a lot, but it's still nothing like what it became in 1980 when it rose to 42%. And then by 1990, that is the end of the communist era, it was up to 77%. These percentages are extraordinarily high, surpassing those in other Soviet bloc countries, with the exception of the USSR itself, where the compromise of the highest levels of the Russian Orthodox Church by the KGB was nearly total. So the surge of DISA recruitment at high levels of the BPTSA came after the Bulgarian Orthodox Church was admitted to the World Council of Churches in 1961. And again, the Belyakova paper talked about that same effort was being made with regard to the Soviet Union and the Russian Orthodox Church. So the establishment of the DISA's Sixth Directorate in 1967 was modeled on the Soviet KGB's Fifth Directorate, and that's why you can see these parallel efforts. The documents released by Komdos regarding cooperation between the DISA and KGB underscore the links and consultations between the two vis-a-vis key religious institutions. And for those who are interested in doing research with KGB files, as the Belyakova paper mentioned, they are not accessible in Moscow, but you can find copies of a lot of the KGB's Fifth Directorate documents in Sofia at the Komdos archive, and they are accessible there. So, and then finally, let me conclude just by saying that the Komdos revelations about the Bulgarian Orthodox Church, which came mostly in 2012, there were volume and a DVD published with regard to the Bulgarian Orthodox Church, and it caused quite a stir, albeit briefly, in Bulgaria. But they were largely brushed aside by the church hierarchy itself, which had sought to keep the DISA files closed. Fortunately, they did not succeed. During the communist period, many within the church had staunchly resisted the pressure of the regime. There's no question of that. Those high levels of compromise within the church should be borne in mind, but you also have to bear in mind that there were others within the church who quite heroically resisted, often successfully, but not always. In the final 2 decades of communist rule, though, it clearly weakened the status of the BPC. The image of the church has been significantly tarnished by the revelations in 2012 and later, but in odd ways, the revelations have also caused the public to believe that the church must have been powerful and influential if the BKP regime cared so much about it. It's again an oddity in Bulgaria that reactions to the disclosure that someone has been was a state security agent is very different from what you get in a country like, say, the former East Germany or in Poland or Slovakia or the Czech Republic. It's quite different. And again, I'll be glad to say more about that. But the legacy is therefore oddly mixed for the way the church is viewed today in Bulgaria. Thank you.
I would like to thank you for an excellent presentation and also excellent time discipline. And last but not least, let me introduce the last speaker of this panel, my colleagues from the Nations Memory Institute, Dr. Beata Katrebová-Blehova. She has been working at the Nations Memory Institute since 2018, now at the Department of the Education and Research. In the years 2004-2009, she worked as university assistant at the Institute of East European History at Vienna University. She is member of the advisory board of the Ludwig Boltzmann Institute für Kriegsfolgenforschung in Austria, and also member of editorial board of the scientific journal Slovak Studies in Rome and the Exile History Review in the Lublin in Poland. Her main research fields are Slovak diaspora and migrations during the Cold War, anti-communist resistance, and communist state security in the former Czechoslovakia. And she will hold a lecture on the topic, the Slovak Catholic diaspora in Italy and the Czechoslovak state security in the late 50s and 60s. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much for introducing me. I have divided my paper into 3 parts. First, I'm going to talk about the role of Czechoslovak intelligence in the first decade of the Cold War. Second one, about some agents of the Czechoslovak security recruited from the ranks of the clergy or former students of theology. And the last part will examine the activities of the Roman intelligence station, so the intelligence station or an intelligence office in Rome and its activities. First, I must stress that I'm going to present basic research, so the results of the basic research, as this is quite a new topic. The basic research is relied most on the files of the intelligence, so the main administration of the Ministry of Interior, mostly in our institute, in the archive of our institute. So, the role of the Czechoslovak intelligence in the first decade of the Cold War. With the establishment of the totalitarian regime in Czechoslovakia in February 1948, the importance of the security apparatus grew continually. This process was accompanied by re-evaluation of the position of intelligence service, which gradually became the most important part of the Czechoslovak state security, the showcase of the communist secret service. The main task of the intelligence service was to obtain information of a political, military, and economic nature, aimed at strengthening the regime and weakening the position of the so-called external enemy. The main interest of intelligence was focused on the member states of the North Atlantic Alliance, especially the United States and West Germany. Foreign policy espionage was also directed against the activities of exiles and emigration as a whole. The intelligence had its peak in the period 1953-1961, when Rudolf Barák was Minister of Interior. As a high-ranking Czech communist, participated in the communist terror of the bloody 1950s. It was during this period that the intelligence used the most drastic methods of even physical liquidation of political opposition and committed in July 1955 an assassination of a prominent Slovak exile in West Germany, Matúš Černák, and carried out several kidnappings. The Czechoslovak communist regime defined its radically hostile attitude towards diaspora, sui generis, as the struggle against treacherous emigration, boj proti zradnej emigrácii, alebo boj so zradnou emigráciou. In the statutes of the main administration of the Ministry of Interior of May 1954, the struggle against the exile organizations was covered by a number of tasks, as the detection of potential agents, emigrants working for the Western Secret Services, the acquisition of information on the activities of exile organizations, the exploitation of contradictions within them, as well as efforts leading to the suppression of their activities, and finally, the prevention of immigration from Czechoslovakia to the West. According to a secret instruction of the Minister of Interior, Barak, in February 1956, the tasks of the intelligence service in the fight against diaspora were to recruit prominent exile personalities to cooperate, to compromise them, so to damage their reputation and then to force them to cooperate, or to try to get them to return to their homeland, checking correspondence and other contacts with relatives and friends in Czechoslovakia, checking the channels of this correspondence, collecting compromising material, deepening the differences between exiles and exile organizations, carrying out various disinformation and discrediting campaigns. The radically hostile attitude of the regime was manifested especially towards the Slovak diaspora, who demanded the state independence of Slovakia, and in contrast to the majority of the left-oriented Czech or Czechoslovak exiles, was based on unbending anti-communism and committed to Christian principles. The regime therefore perceived the Slovak post-war diaspora as a more dangerous ideological opposition than was the case of the emigration after February 1948, which consisted of leading representatives of the pro-Soviet and leftist National Front, political parties, and established a Council for Free Czechoslovakia in 1949 in New York. According to the report of a New York intelligence station officer on the so-called Slovak separatist emigration, it was perceived as, I quote now, as from the report of this officer, a fierce enemy not only of the People's Democratic Regime in Czechoslovakia, so the Slovak separatist emigration was a fierce enemy not only of the People's Democratic Regime in Czechoslovakia, but also of the Council of Free Czechoslovakia and all emigrant groups promoting the formation of a common state of Czechs and Slovaks. The report further stated that Slovak diaspora have the support of a significant part of Slovak compatriots, especially in the United States and Canada. They have support in Catholic circles in Slovakia, and they also have the full support of the Vatican, so the main enemy of the Czechoslovak intelligence in the nascent Cold War was actually the Slovak post-war diaspora with its Christian orientation, Catholic orientation. The Slovak diaspora was characterized by a high number of exiles from the ranks of Catholic priests, religious, and laity, as the communist regime in Czechoslovakia was aimed at the destruction of Catholic elites, religious communities, and ultimately the Catholic Church and religion as such. In this context, the directives of the Prague Ministry of the Interior on the so-called agency work of intelligence against the Vatican are highly commendable, making no distinction between the Vatican State, the seat of the Catholic Church and the Pope, and the Holy See, the office of the Pope as head of the Catholic Church. The regime saw the Vatican exclusively as one of the centers of espionage against the states of the socialist bloc. The intelligence was highly interested in collecting knowledge on the structure and organization of Vatican institutions, in particular of the Secretariat of State, the Roman Curia, congregations and institutions such as the Rusicum, the Pontifical College of St. John of Nepomucenum, the Czech College, but also, well, then it was Czechoslovak actually in that time. but also the International Institute of Social Studies, Prodeo, Centro Informazioni Prodeo, led by Belgian Dominican Felix Morlion, an apostle of public opinion and a leading figure in the West anti-communist crusade in the nascent Cold War. Centro Informazioni Prodeo was defined in the reports of the intelligence as an international organization that was to be one of the Vatican's main propaganda and intelligence centers with close ties to the US secret services. The characteristics of some high-ranking curial cardinals are also interesting. For example, Pro-Secretary of the State for Extraordinary Ecclesiastical Affairs, Domenico Tardini, was characterized as a rather conservative cardinal with considerable influence on shaping Vatican foreign policy, while at the same time funding an orphanage on the periphery of Rome, which he regularly visited. French Cardinal Eugène Tisserand, prefect of the Congregation for the Oriental Church, was referred as an influential cardinal with wide autonomy compared to other congregations, and at the same time the best informed Vatican official on the situation in the Eastern Bloc state. Substitute Giovanni Battista Montini, the future Pope Paul VI, was described as a supporter of the so-called social Catholicism. So the intelligence report from 1956. Now I'm going to talk about some agents of the Czechoslovak intelligence, especially about 3 agents from the ranks of the Catholic clergy, finding and deploying suitable persons from the ranks of the former theologians and their infiltration into the Vatican institutions and the Slovak Catholic diaspora was one of the main tasks of the intelligence. In the 1950s, a former theology student, Josef Dürer, under the code name Foltín, was an informant, well, he's Czech origin, was an informant of the Roman intelligence station. Originally from South Moravia, after his flight to Austria in 1952, he managed to join the first class of the Lateran Athenaeum with the help of Czech exiled priests. Before his escape, he cooperated with the regional administration of state security in Brno, but his reports were considered controversial. He did not complete his studies in theology, but managed to gain the trust of Monsignor František Planer, who was the economist, later rector of Nepomucenum, the head of the Czechoslovak Committee, and secretary of the Czech Christian Academy in Rome, so one of the leading Czech exiles in Rome, which who had been observed by the Czechoslovak state security. Monsignor Planer helped Dürer, Agent Foltín, to get a position in the Czech broadcast of Radio Italia. He also began to work as secretary of the Czechoslovak Committee, assisted in the Christian Academy, and also had contacts with the Czech broadcasts of the Vatican Radio. He also had contacts with the Slovak diaspora in Rome, especially with the editors of the Slovak broadcast of Radio Italia, about whom he reported, and he wrote in his reports that they are of fascist orientation separatists. So the second one, there were also cases when the Czechoslovak state security attempted to recruit priests suitable for dropping off in the Vatican, while the actual intention of their deployment did not realize for various reasons. Among the most prominent cases of this kind is that of Rudolf Šesták, a graduate of Pontifical Russian College, Rusicum, and one of the founders and leading organizers of the Rodina community, for which he was sentenced to 23 years imprisonment in 1953. While serving his sentence, he began cooperating with the state security under the code name Factor, informing on his fellow prisoners, and he was not shy to reveal confession secrets. In 1956, he was singled out as a suitable type along the lines of the Vatican. The proposal to deploy him as an intelligence agent was approved by Interior Minister Barak. So personally, it was signed personally by Interior Minister Barak. So we see that there was high importance of recruiting such agents who will be sent to the Vatican in Czechoslovakia. On the basis of his decision, Šestak was released from the prison in Žilina due to his allegedly poor health. At liberty, he should have made written contact with the Holy See and explained to the church authorities that, as a Catholic priest, he had entered into a civil marriage while serving his sentence. While being treated for an alleged nervous illness, he was instructed to establish contacts with the Slovak diaspora in Rome and to gain the trust of the founder and first rector of Rusicum, Vendelin Javorka, who returned to Slovakia in 1955, physically exhausted and half-blind after many years of imprisonment in the Soviet gulags. Because of the growing distrust of the part of the Slovak Jesuits and Father Javorka himself, as well as the violation of the principles of the conspiracy, Šestak was finally not sent abroad. The last case I'm going to talk about is about Josef Král. Among the most prominent agents of Czechoslovak intelligence from the ranks of Catholic priests was Josef Král. Between 1958 and 1990, the main administration of the Interior Ministry kept a voluminous agency operational file on him with codename Magnus, with more than 100 sub-files, so really a huge file, most of which were unfortunately destroyed during the Gentle Revolution. Josef Král was born in Zlaté Moravce in 1938, and after unfinished studies at the secondary industrial school in Nitra, he was employed as a miner in the coal mines in Prievidza. In this town, he became a member of a group of the secret-led apostolate under the leadership of Josef Hromada, the administrator of the parish in Bojnice, whom, after signing a commitment for cooperation with state security, he denounced. On the basis of his denunciations, a group of the lay apostolate was arrested and in the trial of Josef Hromada convicted to long sentences. In October 1958, Josef Král began 2 years of military service, during which he cooperated with the military counterintelligence. So there should be probably a file also in the archive of the military counterintelligence. After completing his military service, he began to cooperate with the intelligence in May 1961. The proposal to send Agent Magnus to the Vatican was approved in April 1962 by the Minister of Interior, Lubomír Štrougal. The purpose of the deployment was to infiltrate Nepomucenum or Rusicum. It was just a purpose, not the reality. After graduating in theology, the infiltration was to focus on the Roman Curia or some important Vatican offices. Josef Král left Czechoslovakia as a participant of a tourist trip to Tunisia in the autumn of 1962. For illegally leaving the Republic, the regional prosecutor in Bratislava initiated a criminal prosecution against him. So officially, his permanent posting to Rome was masked as an emigration. However, no details are known about his further fate after this date. All that is known is that he was ordained a priest in Rome in February 1971. Then he worked as a chaplain in one Roman parish. In 1976, he took over the pastoral care of refugees, and from 1977 to 1990, he worked in the Slovak broadcasting of the Vatican Radio. Although most of the intelligence material regarding Josef Král's cooperation with the Czechoslovak intelligence has not been preserved, what we have clearly shows a conscious and a lasting cooperation through, let's say, 3 centuries. Decades, excuse me, 3 decades, so 30 years. There are records of regular meetings of Magnus in Italy in the presence of the commanding officer of the Roman intelligence station, during which the agent gave detailed reports. However, we don't have these detailed reports. The meetings were mostly held in Ostia, a seaside town near Rome. Agent Král was part of the agency network of the Roman intelligence station. His agency reports mainly concerned persons working at Radio Vatican, but he was also in charge of searching for suitable persons from among the Slovak theologians in Rome to cooperate with the state security. in January 1989, he was given the task of the deepening contact with the new employee of the Slovak broadcast of Radio Vatican, Ivan Kutny, and he was to continue to focus on the activities of Bishop Pavol Hnilica. Josef Král, in the role of Agent Magnus, worked in the intentions of the intelligence until the fall of the regime and was never detected. There was no proper termination of the cooperation, but apparently under the influence of the events of the Gentle Revolution, Josef Král was no longer interested in contacts with the intelligence and did not appear to the last meeting in January 1990. Now, some words about the activities of the Roman Intelligence Station, Roman Intelligence Office, Rezidentura. It's from Russian origin, so the translation is a little bit difficult. The intelligence stations generally functioned as secret offices of Czechoslovak intelligence abroad. At the beginning of November 1955, there were 29 intelligence stations operating in 24 countries. Among the most important intelligence centers in the West was the office in Vienna. Its importance was influenced by the fact that it was located in the capital of Austria, which after regaining the state sovereignty in 1955 became neutral, and Vienna became a city with an extremely high density of agents from all over the world. The importance of the Vienna Intelligence Office was enhanced by the fact that until the 1970s it also carried out operational activities on the territory of West Germany, as Czechoslovakia did not have official diplomatic relations with West Germany, and the number of intelligence officers is, through the whole period of the Cold War, estimated with 229. The Roman resident intelligence station was a little bit smaller. The number of resident officers, intelligence officers there, did not exceed 7 through the Cold War. Still, it was one of the first Czechoslovak intelligence stations established in summer 1949 and continued to operate continuously until the fall of the regime. Its activities focused on Italy's membership of the North Atlantic Alliance, first of all, and it also monitored the activities of the Italian secret services against the socialist bloc. The staff of the Roman intelligence station reported, for example, on visits of important church officials to Czechoslovakia, such as in the case of the Superior General of the Society of Jesus Pedro Arupe, who traveled to Poland in the spring of 1969 and was scheduled to stay in Prague on his way there. Among the important tasks of the Roman Intelligence Office was the monitoring of the Slovak Catholic diaspora in Italy. The object files show that the interest focused mainly on the activities of Pavol Hnilica, Bishop Pavol Hnilica, the first secret bishop of Jesuit line, who after dramatic escape across the Iron Curtain in September 1952 arrived in Rome. He played a crucial role in bringing the crimes of the communist regime in Slovakia to the attention of the Holy See and the world public. He explained about the situation of the church in Slovakia to the Pope Pius XII and so on. Played a special role in the special relations of the Pope Pius XII to some aspects of communism. Later he became a secretary of a committee for the study of the Silent Church, which was headed by the Polish exiled bishop Józef Gawlina. And he founded a spiritual and Mariological community, Pro Deo et Fratribus, belonged to the closest associates of the popes, Paul VI and John Paul II, and in fact was one of the most prominent Slovak exiles during the Cold War. For these reasons, he was constantly observed by the Czechoslovak state security, which monitored his activities into detail, especially in the period from 1964 to 1974. 1964, it was announced to the public, to the world public, his bishop rank. So that's why 1964, I believe. Knowledge of Bishop Hnilica's activities was obtained by the Roman Intelligence Office through an agent named Ingeborg Maschat. She got married in 1970 with an Italian citizen, and from this time she used the name Casavecchia, so Ingeborg Maschat or Ingeborg Casavecchia, with the code name Marja. She was the daughter of another prominent intelligence agent, Ernest Maschat, who infiltrated into the environment of the Slovak exile organizations in West Germany. He was sent there in 1960. Ingeborg Maschat worked from the summer of 1967 as Bishop Hnilica's secretary at his residence on Via Montesanto, receiving instructions through the staff of the Roman Intelligence Station. So she was instructed by the Roman Intelligence Station. Intelligence headquarters in Prague drew up a plan of tasks to target Bishop Hnilica's center, which clearly showed that Bishop Hnilica was observed in the period from 1967, in particular by this agent, so by the agent Marja. She reported on Hnilica's contacts in Slovakia, on the sending of documents from Slovakia and its use for informing the Holy See about the situation in the Catholic Church, so about these channels, these, let's say, clandestine channels between Slovakia and Vatican, Slovak diaspora in Vatican. She also provided the Roman Intelligence Station with a number of authentic materials and documents from Hnilica's office concerning the Czechoslovak-Vatican negotiations, which were used by the Czechoslovak side for attacks against the Slovak exiled Catholic priests during the negotiations. So this fact is rather new. The Roman Intelligence Station evidently interfered into the course of the negotiations, so Vatican-Czechoslovak negotiations, which started in the 1960s. And Bishop Hnilica played a special role in it as he informed the Holy See about the situation in Slovakia. One of the demands raised by the Czechoslovak participants concerned the restriction of the Bishop Hnilica's activities. Bishop Hnilica himself obviously favored Ingeborg Maschat, even entrusting her with the care of his mother during her visit to Rome in 1968. According to the instructions of the Roman Intelligence Station, the agent Marja was supposed to disturb this friendly relationship by pointing out that Bishop Hnilica was supposed to have a hostile attitude towards Czechoslovakia, which is, of course, stupidity. The intelligence office in Rome was also responsible for sending the Slovak exile press published by the Slovak Institute of St. Cyril and Methodius in Rome to the intelligence headquarters in Prague. I would like to stop now because of the lack of the time. In my paper, I will deal with the observation of another prominent Slovak exiles. So first of all, Anton Botek. All of them were, during the Cold War, somehow affiliated with Rome. So Anton Botek, then Štefan Náhelka, his successor, and actually the head of Slovak Catholic diaspora during the Cold War. Then Michal Lacko, the professor of Eastern Church history in Rome. And last one, Josef Tomko, the first Slovak curial cardinal. All of these exiled persons have been observed by the Czechoslovak intelligence, and I would like to make some new research on it and make some new results. So, thank you for the attention.
I would like to thank you, Beata, for your very interesting paper. And really, this topic, state security and churches, is not just very important, but also even very sensitive. And it needs probably not just the very good researcher skills, but sometimes even the human courage, if we may say it like this. And I would like to open the discussion. We have some couple of minutes. so you are welcome to ask our speakers some questions or even add some comments on what has been said on this panel. So just one issue, please wait for my colleague and speak to the microphone. Okay, so maybe I will start the discussion. And I would like to ask you, Professor Kramer, the question which you mentioned it in your presentation, access to the documents in Bulgaria. I mean, you mentioned the secret collaborators of the Bulgarian secret police, and how is the accession of these records and files?
The commission that was formed in Bulgaria in 2006 has operated over the last 18 years in disclosing the names of people in prominent positions in Bulgarian society, say university administrators, ones that I know, university administrators, senior university faculty, state officials, anyone who holds public office in Bulgaria. If they were state security agents, their names have been publicly disclosed. They are published in newspapers and posted on the internet. The commission itself has posted on the internet tens of thousands of additional pages of materials pertaining to such agents, as well as a wide range of other topics, covering almost every aspect of internal life as well as the foreign policy of the Bulgarian Communist Party. And those materials you can go to the archive itself and order all of those are only part of what's available. You can go to the archive and order materials about particular agents or about, if you want to see others who were caught up in the state security, they weren't informants, say, but they had files on them. You can find many, for example, within the Bulgarian Orthodox Church who did not agree to become informants, that they actually resisted it, in some cases over a period of 20 or 30 years. And you can see their files as well. So the access to materials in Bulgaria is really quite excellent. It goes beyond what, even in many other Central European countries that have very good access, it goes even beyond that. It's fairly recent. It's been only over the last 18 years, but it has really worked very well. The Commission has gained a reputation as reputable, non-political, non-politicized organization. And that's partly because of the people who are in charge of it, who have done an excellent job. One last thing on this is that you can also see in the Central State Archive, in the Communist Party files, you can see records that also pertain to the state security apparatus. For example, in the longtime ruler of Bulgaria for 35 years, Todor Zhivkov, in his files in the Central State Archive, you can see many of the records he was receiving from the state security, and those also pertain to the recruitment of agents and others, where Zhivkov would be quite obsessed with tracking what people were saying about him or in general about the communist regime.
Thank you very much.
I actually have a question for Beata, okay, which is, you spoke about the exiles in Italy. Were similar efforts made elsewhere to try to recruit people, or to keep track of what they were doing? That is, others who were in the church, and what, for example, in North America or elsewhere where there were significant community, the diaspora community?
Well, yes, the Slovak diaspora, let's say Slovak post-diaspora as a whole, was one of the main topics for observation of the Czechoslovak state security, because it was perceived as not only an ideological enemy because of this radical, let's say, radical anti-communism, but also because of the danger for the Czechoslovak state, as the Slovak post-war diaspora demanded Slovak state independence, and this was dangerous for Czechoslovak authorities, communist authorities. So there were many efforts to, first of all, observe them, and in the last consequence, to liquidate them in however possible. In the 1950s, the liquidation was even aimed at physical liquidation, as I have mentioned, but it was, let's say, the only case we know about the physical liquidation of one prominent exile, but there were several discrediting campaigns and so on. So the second aim was to infiltrate into the Slovak exile organizations, and I would say, what I know from my research, that the infiltration was rather high. There was practically no Slovak exile organizations without any prominent security, first of all, intelligence agent. But the other question is, what were the results of this cooperation or collaboration of these security agents? There were some results. It's a very special topic. I can't now talk about it, but yes, the infiltration was high. But another question is about the quality of this intelligence work, of the results of the intelligence work. This is a complex question, and I don't want to touch it.
So time probably for last one question, if someone is interested. If not, I can see that we are at the end of the first day of the conference. So at the end, let me really thank you, all of you who come here to attend the program of the conference, our speakers from this panel and also from the previous panels for excellent lectures, all of you who participate at the discussions. And the conference will continue tomorrow at the morning at 9 o'clock here in these premises. And last but also very important organizational information, I would really like to invite you to the reception, which will be in the ground floor. There is the restaurant opposite to the entrance. And when we finish here, we can go there, and there will be the food and also the room for the discussion, maybe informal, and maybe not about just the topic of the conference, but also for the other issues. So once again, thank you very much, and we will see at the restaurant, hopefully all of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now on the second day of our conference. I have honored to welcome you on the first panel of this second day of our conference. We will have three panelists from three different countries, from Poland, from Hungary, and from Germany. And we'll be discussing about relations between the communist regime and churches, and it will be the first recognition of this topic today. At first, the paper will present Przemysław Pazik, PhD from the University of Warsaw, and also from the research of the Center of Humanities in the Budapest. So he is connecting Poland and Hungary, and he will present a topic: rules of engagement, the post-1956 religious policy in Poland. The floor is yours, Mr. Pazik.
Thank you. Can you put my PowerPoint slides on? Okay. Okay, just let me see. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So, the topic of my presentations is how changes how the big changes in geopolitics, in political landscape in Poland after '56 impacted church or religious or ecclesiastical policy of the state actor. Therefore, my focus will be mostly on the state, on the party. These are the archives I've researched. And by walking through the changes that happened between 1954 until 1958, I will try to ask 3 questions, and then it will allow me to revisit the commonplaces of how we perceive in Poland, and maybe not only in Poland, how we perceive the 1956-58 period. The 3 questions I would like to ask, I'm asking is, firstly, what is the contents of a religious policy? How the new one after 56 differs from the old one prior to 56? The second question is, who's implementing this policy? Who's creating the policy? So what are the agencies, what are the structures that are making decisions and creating such policy, and then they are executing it? And thirdly, does the timing of policy planning, policy execution is in line or not with the big political history? And here you have 3 pictures of 3 men that were responsible for coining up the new ecclesiastical policy. So you have the head of religious office for religious affairs, Jerzy Stachelski. You have Zenon Kliczko in the middle, who was the secretary of the Central Committee of the Polish United Workers' Party, and what's more important in this regard, head of the administrative section of the Central Committee, which dealt with religious affairs. And finally, the one that had least say in the religious policy of post-56 Polish state, was Zichyho, Minister of Internal Affairs, so the security apparatus, which you will see is absent in the early stages of the policy planning. And I need to say that this research has been funded by the European Union under the ERC grant sovereignty. You have a financial disclaimer here. The grant is implemented in the Research Center for Humanities in Budapest. Yes, I can proceed. Okay, so the plan of my presentation is the following. So first, I would like to show you how, and I will show you that the religious policy entered into crisis in 1954. And this crisis protracted until 56, so we don't have a clear cut in 1956, but the Stalinist idea of what to do with the church had been unraveling for at least 2 years before it was put to an end in 1956. Second, I would like to show you how the process of coining up new policy in 2 stages. So in 1957, it was mostly about conceptualizing policy, and in 1958 was mostly about communicating new policy to party branches in the regions, to state offices in the regions. And finally, my analysis will allow me to revisit some common places about the Polish October, of the liberal period, and so on and so forth, and the religious policy. What was the religious policy beforehand? So during what we call in Polish historiography Stalinist period. I found an interesting document that's actually summing up all what had happened until 1955, when the document was created, and this document prepared within in the Ministry of Internal, the Committee of Public Security, so formerly, which was called beforehand Ministry of Public Security. They were summing up what they did wrong, and they define the tenets, the key principles of the religious policy as 3 aspects. So first is the control over ecclesiastical appointments. The party, during the Stalinist period, want to have as much control as possible about who's becoming whom, who's becoming bishop, who's becoming parish priest, who becomes a vicar. And this they really try to have as much say as possible on every level of church's organization. Secondly, they wanted preferably more, all, but as much as possible, both clergy and laity, to adhere to official state-sponsored organizations, and in Polish case there was a section of the combatants movement, and then there was an organization for laity. There was a third one, which is not that important. The important fact is that you want to have engaged both laity and clergymen, adhering, joining the organizations, and within these organizations, achieving party goals. And finally, you want to have a state control over money and assets that's owned or used by the church. So you had lots of administrative regulations about how to build the church, what tax you would impose, and of course these regulations were very discretionary. There was a lot of politics behind the application of these norms. You could see, like, there's an interesting case within the when Warsaw Diocese was rebuilding churches, that 1 month they had a promise from the Prime Minister that they won't be taxed. The collections they gathered for the reconstruction of the churches won't be taxed. The decision changed within 3 or 4 months, and then the Warsaw Diocese was left with a huge debt to the tax collector. So we have very discretionary applications of the norm. And this policy starts to unravel by the end of 1953. And this is in line with the crisis of the whole security apparatus. So we have a security apparatus that is leading and executing the policy and also creating much of it. And when this apparatus starts to unravel, so when we have the defection of Józef Światło, he was the head of not of the ecclesiastical department within the security apparatus, but his escape re-triggered the whole series of crises within the security apparatus. So while for a couple of months everything went as planned, for instance, the action to have all priests in Poland to swear an oath to allegiance to the state was continued until April 1954, but there was the very last big policy move made against the church. And what's more, there was no trial of Wyszyński. Also, like the unraveling of the security apparatus was one of the factors that there was no show trial of Prime Minister Wyszyński, already held imprisoned since September '53. So we have a crisis of the executive apparatus of the religious policy in '54. What's happening then? Then in '55, this is the report I talked to you about, they're starting to examine what they did wrong. And what they did wrong, basically, they failed to execute at least 2 of the tenets of their policy. Firstly, they failed to have influence over ecclesiastical appointments. Secondly, they failed to have a critical mass of clergymen joining the official organizations. And that is their account of what they did wrong. And this leads them, in 1955, this was a report prepared for the signature of the minister, so it was the highest level within the ministry. They had a negative assessment of the religious policy institutions, the party, the Office for Religious Affairs, and the department, the ecclesiastical department of the Committee of Public Security. And then they were also critical about the intermediary organizations. They want to somehow change them or set up new organizations. And in this stage of crisis comes the political change, the top-down political change in the security, in the whole Polish landscape. So we have further decomposition not only of the security apparatus but also of the party elites. We have the Stalinist elites are replaced with, in October of 1956, by the Gomułka and his followers, his inner circle. This happens in stages. So in mid-1956, in April, there's the first attempt to release Wyszyński. And Wyszyński himself criticizes the attempt because the case by the Episcopate is made personally about him. And he says that it should be done like that he needs to be part of a package, a part of the liberalization package, rather than personally releasing Wyszynski from internment, and then with all other things unchanged. And the possibility to negotiate such package happened in October. There is a very picturesque scene during which Gomułka, having spoken to the masses in the center of Warsaw, is going back to the party, and the crowd is following him, chanting Wyszynski, Wyszynski. And you know, this is the moment. This is the last moment he could have realized that, you know, he needs to do something about it. It was 20th something of October, and you know, a couple of days afterwards, his people, Kliszko, picture of whom you saw, and Władysław Bieńkowski went to Wyszynski and negotiated a new opening. And this basically is there are like key points of this deal. What's interesting, apart from changes in the way the ecclesiastical appointments are confirmed by the state, with the exception of substituting the old decree of ecclesiastical appointments to a new one, more liberal, I'd say, everything else is about the past. So you release the bishops you imprisoned. You return some things that were taken. So it's not about the future. Yeah, I say that we shouldn't consider this as a full-fledged policy option because it's mostly about the past, not about the future. So it doesn't tell us what the party would like to do or what the new leadership of the party would like to do. Because at the stage, even new party leadership does not know what it would like to do. Hence, it takes us to 1957 and the process of creating new policy. I think there are two important documents that needs to be examined here. The first one is from June '57, and this is a document called Guidelines for the Party vis-a-vis Catholic Church. And basically, it is a document that was prepared by the administrative section of the Central Committee with the input from Office of Religious Affairs. And this is for the first time that the Office for Religious Affairs is taking a policy creative role. It's not only executive small office, but with the new leadership of Jerzy Stachelski, they really try to frame new policy and be leading in the regard. So they're infusing party with some ideas or dialoguing with the party with some ideas with marginalization at this moment of the security apparatus. So for the first time in a couple of years, it is not the security apparatus, the secret police that has a leading role in policy creation. And you can see that there are, I think, 2 or 3 important points I would like to mention. The first one is the stress on religious indifference as a goal of such religious policy. So you want people not to have strong views about religion. And secondly, you remain, or maybe conservative or faithful to the idea of constant administrative pressure to the church, but you resign from the ambition of shaping the ecclesiastical body, I would say. So you're not interested in who becomes parish priest where, you're interested in that whoever becomes one adheres to the discretionary and discriminative rules that are set in place. So there's another idea. You don't want to have like this proactive priests who would serve the party. You want to have a priests that are not able or not courage enough to confront the party and its policies. And more meat or more to the bone is added by Jerzy Stachelski in October '57. This probably was also either to some party instances or to the Office of Religious Affairs. Thank you. This idea was the speech he delivered, current state of church state affairs, and he just gives more narrative context to the new policy. And also, this is very interesting, he makes a very interesting distinction between the church, it is the clergymen, and the believers. And he wants to be liberal towards believers, but very restrictive towards the church. And here on the left side, you can see all the aspects of the policies that would bind clergy, and you can see that this is a repetition of what the Stalins the areas are the same. So the rules change a little bit, but the points of pressure obviously remain the same. This is question of building of the new churches, tax regulations, administrative roles about public gatherings, and also the promotion of atheism or secular education with the expulsion of religions from schools once again, I would say, because during 56, 58, there was a return of religion, a spontaneous return to religion in schools, and then after 58 is being repelled once more. Yes, and then in 1958, this policy is communicated downwards toward the regional branches of the party, regional branches of the state, and I think what's interesting here, I would like to show you first the Kliško's chronology, how he sees that. He sees, of course, the party as a reactive towards the attacks from the church, firstly, but secondly, they do not distinguish, as historians do now, the period of between 56, 58 as a period of liberal policy. This is the important takeaway. And second important takeaway, I would like to show you that Gomułka also, summing up Stachelski's speech, he told them that he also sees no difference between the 7th plenum, so 1956 settlement, and then new policy adopted in 1958. So he doesn't see their move as something more restrictive than it used to be. He says this is a logical step from what they decided to do earlier. So how would conclude? I would say, to provoke you a little bit, just to wake you up also, that there was no liberal religious policy between 56 and 58. It was a non-policy, because church was not a priority for the new leadership, and it took time to coin up a new policy and then to implement it. And within the period when they didn't know what to do, the church had free space to act. And that's why it was perceived as a liberal policy. But it's not because someone decided to be more liberal, it's simply someone decided they didn't know what to do. And this is the perception problem, I'd say. And then you are disappointed because the liberalism is gone once they made up their mind. But there was no liberalism in the first place, I would argue. Second one, I will say that, and this is an interesting new thing, that the new policy has been created with little input from the security apparatus, at least between 56 and 58. This input increases over time and culminates in 1964 with coming to Mieczysław Moczar to the office of the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. But then you have rising prominence of Officer for Religious Affairs, which is directly linked to the person of Jerzy Stachelski, who really had an idea how to conduct a policy. The idea was to promote secularization of the laïc masses and then to limit the ability of the church clergymen to act. Thirdly, there is a lot of continuities between Gomułka and the previous policy in terms of the details, so in terms of tax rules, in terms of administrative restrictions. That the toolbox is the same, the application is somehow different, and the actors who apply the policy are somehow different. But I would like to stress the continuity of the small, or like the middle level tools. And then finally, what is really interesting is the narrative around the new policy until 61, 64 is mostly about the progress. So the new policy is about the progress, about inevitable secularization, about the withering of religious sentiment, which is normal when the society modernizes. There were very few nationalist tones, which were somehow present in the earlier period, and then will resurface, especially after the letter of Polish bishops to the German episcopate. So this will be the moment when we will see the restart of the conflict about who is the better pole, either communists or the episcopate or the clergy. So I would like to show you, in my presentation, I wanted to show you that the new religious policy of Gomulka government, especially during the first 5 to 6 years, was well planned, executed by mostly, or invented mostly by the Office of Religious Affairs, and with the shift from security apparatus as a main implementer of the policy. And secondly, that there was still, and the main narrative of the policy was about modernization, about inevitable secularization, and finally that the goal was, this was a really huge policy change, and this did not change until the end of communism. So the goal was not to create some kind of communist clergy, that it was deemed impossible, but to limit their ability to act, to limit them to the basically to the church, limit them to the, like say, to kruchta, so really to the very confines of the building, so not to have them influence social life, public life in any matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pazik, for the interesting paper and also for near to perfectly fit in a time. And now we are going to the second presentation of our second day of the conference. It will be presented by Bernadette Wirtner-Diera, who is a historian from the Office of the Committee of the National Remembrance, and her interest is about Catholic Church in Hungary and other countries in the Central and Eastern Europe. Today she will be focused on the agreement and the result of the agreement between the Holy See and the Hungarian party, and the title of the paper is "Has the relationship between the Hungarian Catholic Church and Hungarian state changed as a result of the 1964 Holy See Hungarian party agreement?" The floor is yours.
Thank you. I have to be in time, so I will read my presentation. After the end of the Second World War, Hungary was in a special position among the countries of the Eastern Bloc. Official relations with the Holy See were suspended on the 4th of July in 1945, when the expulsion of the Papal Nuncio Angelo Rotta led to the breakup of diplomatic relations. The expulsion of the Nuncio was carried out under pressure from the Soviet member of the Allied Control Commission, Marshal Kliment Yefromovich Voroshilov, despite the unparalleled merits of Angelo Rotta during the rescue of the people. He joined forces with Hungarian priests, friars, and Spanish, Italian, Swiss, and Swedish diplomats in Hungary to build a network of human rescue to save persecuted Jews. And after the war, thousands of people owed their lives to his effective help. From the very beginning, the communist dictatorship that was established after 1945 saw the churches, especially the Catholic Church, as enemies and tried to exclude them from the life of the society by all means. It's not possible to go into the process of the loss of space in detail within the framework of this lecture, so we will limit ourselves to listing the events. The nationalization of the church estates, the dissolution of religious associations, the nationalization of church schools, the arrest and conviction of the Primate Archbishop of Esztergom, József Mindszenty, the introduction of optional religious education, the signing of the 1950 Convention, the withdrawal of the operating license of monastic orders, the series of conspiracy trials against the Archbishop of Kalocsa, and the trials of the leaders of small communities. The bitter experience of the 50s show that the relationship between the Hungarian state and the Hungarian Catholic Church cannot be described as that an equal partners. Born in the 1950s and the 1960s, religion was and remained an alien factor. The position to power was not primarily caused by its violent action, by its attempt to impose a new utopian system of norms on society as a whole, which was foreign to the century-old traditions of Hungarian society. In addition to this basic conflict, the fact that the worldview of religion and the churches differed from the official, the materialistic, atheistic ideology also made it difficult to establish a modus vivendi. The centuries-long presence of the churches in a society had given them deep roots, relationship, and norm-building power that the new state power that was being established only managed to partially overcome after many years. Together, the violent transformation of the political, economic, and social system led to an explosion, the 1956 revolution, which had an impact not only in Hungary, but also in Europe and even worldwide. The complex international relations and relationships prevented the Hungarian Revolution from unfolding, and under the leadership of János Kádár, a kind of regression was observed. It took a long time to consolidate the new power, as János Kádár, who had crushed the revolution with the help of the Soviets, had to start creating internal and external order amidst the rejection of a bold public opinion. The most important aim of the Kádár regime was to punish those who had participated in the revolution, to declare it a counter-revolution, and at the same time to make it taboo. In Hungary, the events of October 1956 could not be remembered as a revolution until the regime change in 1989. Between 1956 and 1961, the policy was constantly determined the proceeding against the participants of the revolution with varying degrees of intensity. These trials punish not only those involved in the armed struggle, but also those who, because of their leadership role in a royal society, could have posed a potential threat to the newly established regime. Although the brutality of the reprisals diminished after the execution of Prime Minister Imre Nagy, this symbolic event set the framework within which the Kádár regime society could operate. The 60s brought a change and an easing in Hungary's international image. The Hungarian People's Republic saw one of the ways of breaking free from the isolation abroad after the 1956 revolution and War of Independence as opening up to the Vatican. After the death of Pius XII, John XXIII's opening towards the communist countries first emerged at the level of the Holy See and the Soviet Union. The Second Vatican Council not only redefined the mission of the Catholic Church in the world, but also created an opportunity to seek direct contact with the countries of the Eastern Bloc and their Catholic faithful as a result of the international detente. Since the prospect of establishing contact with a win-win situation, diplomatic rapprochement was invited. For the Holy See, the slowly unfolding Eastern policy and the benefits it hoped to achieve made it desirable to take the first softening steps. The first bishop from Western Europe to cross the Iron Curtain and arrive in Hungary was Archbishop Franz König, of Vienna, who traveled to Budapest on 18th April 1963 to meet Cardinal József Mindszenty, who had been living in voluntary captivity in his homeland since November 1956 at the American Embassy in Budapest. Koenig's visit could not have taken place without the permission of the Hungarian authorities, but representatives of both of the Hungarian state and the Holy See have emphasized that the Archbishop of Vienna came to Hungary as a private person. Official contacts were established shortly afterwards when Archbishop Agostino Casaroli met Bishop of Csanád and the Apostolic Governor of Eger in Vienna too. After a mutual exchange of information and position, ongoing negotiations began with a view to reaching some sort of agreement. The first phase of negotiations took place in Budapest from 7 to 9 in May 1963. The mood of the negotiations was positively influenced by the Pope's encyclical Pacem in Terris of 11th April, but the death of John, 23rd in June, could have prevented the negotiations from continuing. Soon after his election, Pope Paul VI decided to continue the negotiations, which allowed the talks to continue in Rome from the 1st of October to 6th October in 1963. The following year, after 2 rounds of negotiation in Budapest and Rome, and the partial agreement was signed by the representatives of the Holy See and the Hungarian People's Republic in Budapest on 15th of September 1964. The agreement was called partial because the parties who were able to reach agreement on only 3 of issues covered by the negotiations. They agreed on the produce for the appointment of bishop, on the questions of the oath of allegiance of the Hungarian People's Republic and its constitution. The second on the functioning of the Hungarian Pontifical Institute. The above issues were summarized and signed in a deed. The unresolved issues and the basis for future negotiations were collected in a protocol and listed in 12 points. The issue that had been addressed during the negotiation process but remained open, which are the follows: the feeling of the Episcopal Church of the diocese and the methods of the appointing bishop, the personal status of the certain bishop, the oath of allegiance to the Hungarian People's Republic and Constitution, the termination of the office of ministerial commissioner, the free communication, the ordinaries with the Holy See, the question of arrested and suspended priests and monks, the question of seminaries, the situation of monastic orders and congregations, the question of religious education in schools, the freedom of pastoral care, the civil activity of the clergy, the problems of the Hungarian emigrant clergy, and the question of the Hungarian Pontifical Institute, and finally the case of Cardinal Archbishop József Mindszenty. It's clear from the topics covered that the Holy See had relevant information on the situation of the Church in Hungary, and sought to keep under the surface any issues that could improve the situation of the Hungarian Christians. We cannot give a clear answer as to why the partial agreement has not been made public. The fact is that neither the deed nor the protocol were officially published, so the public at the time had no clear idea of what exactly of representatives of Hungarian state and the Holy See had agreed, only the fact of the agreement itself. The kind of ignorance contributed greatly to the rather mixed perception of the partial agreement during the period. The unquestionable success for the Holy See was that it was given the opportunity after the break in official diplomatic relations to settle the often resolved diocesan leadership, since the bishop who had been abstracted in other words removed by force, for example, József Mindszenty, the bishop of Vác, and the bishop of Veszprém, and the elderly ordinaries were unable to run their dioceses in a meaningful way. The partial agreement brought about a fundamental change in this respect, with the compromise that the Holy See could only appoint bishops against whose person the Hungarian state had no objections. This is how archbishop and bishop appointments were made after the agreement was signed, and again in 1966, when the Hungarian heresy was completed with the appointment of 10 new bishops and apostolic administrators, namely all the episcopal sees were filled for the first time since 1945. As a result of the partial agreement, the Hungarian Pontifical Institute came under the supervision and direction of the Hungarian Episcopate. Thus also for the first time after 1945, it became possible to Hungarian priestly students to travel to the Eternal City to prepare and deepen their priestly vocation and theological knowledge. After almost 2 decades of isolation, the fact that Hungarian priests could again insight into the life of the Universal Church through their studies abroad and could involve the Hungarian Catholic Church and its faithful in the life of the Universal Church was a great opportunity. However, state surveillance was a tight net around students studying in Rome, and they were observed. However, the agreement was not informally well received by the clergy and faithful in the country, with many believing that it did not reduce the pressure of the Church. This is supported by the fact that, looking back at the 60s, a new power is being to emerge. Not independently of the realistic party directives of 1958, we observe a more differentiated action of the power. In 1963, the Cistercian monk Illés Horpácsi was resented and also had to continue his previous sentence. Ferenc Csonka, who had been convicted in 1961, was tried again in 1964, this time for an illegal border crossing. The year of 1965 was of particular significance, as in that year trials were held against Jesuits, Dominicans, Cistercians, and the father of the Hungarian Catholic movement called Regnum Marianum. In 1966, Ödön Lénárd and Agnes Timár were arrested again and convicted. In 1971, a third case was brought against Regnum members. At the same time, the repressive measures were accompanied by an intensification of the security activities that permitted and disrupted committees hidden from society and ultimately destroyed solidarity between members. During this period, visible measures of church policy were linked to the State Office of Church Affairs, but concrete decisions were taken in contact with consultants with the state security. Looking at the lawsuits against chairmen after 1963, we can make several observations. Most importantly, despite the partial agreement with the Holy See, the visible and most violent form of persecution of the Church has not ceased. State security used a wide range of intelligence means and methods against those who practice and pass on their faith, but in addition to the means of infiltration and disruption, litigation remained the dominant method of the 60s. Another important feature of the trials that there are few or no first-time offenders among those brought to trial. Most of them were tried for the second or third time and showed the cost of confessing their faith in a society that was doing its utmost to eradicate the practice of religion. It is difficult to draw the balance of the agreement, but perhaps its great achievement in that after its conclusion, the negotiations continues with regular meetings in Rome and Budapest. The maintenance of contacts ensure the possibility, in principle, to facilitate the situation of priests and believers in Hungary and to keep on the agenda the issues that were recorded in the protocol of the agreement. The partial agreement of 1964 set a precedent and raised the possibility that other countries of the Soviet Union interests could settle their relation with the Holy See in a similar way, as had happened with Yugoslavia in 1966. Thus, among the countries of the Eastern Bloc, Hungary had a structured and wide network of relations with the Vatican, and on several issues, Hungarian church policy provided guidance to the surrounding states. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bernadette, for this interesting presentation. And now we are going to the third of our panelists, and it will be the Dr. Burkhard Olszowski from Federal Institute for Culture and History in Eastern Europe, and his topic it will be churches in the GDR between the will of the to-asset and secularization in the 1960s. The floor is yours, Mr. Olszowski.
Thank you, Mr. Watka, for your kind introduction. I will speak not only about the Catholic Church, but for obvious reasons, we have to deal with a heartland of Protestantism like Saxony and Brandenburg. I will speak also about the Evangelical Church. The field of Christian religious communities in the GDR was dominated by the Protestant Church. In 1945, more than 80% of the population belonged to it. By 1990, so at the end of GDR, it shrunk to 25%. The Catholic Church had experienced a large growth through the influx of Catholic refugees and expellees coming from Silesia and East Prussia, which then belonged to Poland. So by 1947, the number of Catholics more or less doubled compared to the number on the pre-war time. So we are speaking then about around over 2 million Catholic believers. But these numbers shrunk as well significantly. So at the end of the GDR, we have to count only 1 million Catholics in the GDR.
The German bound, it's quite reasonable and important that the Protestant and Catholic Church were all German per se after 1945, and in many respects form in all German bound, even in the decades of growing differences and the deepening division of Germany, especially after construction of the Berlin Wall on 30 August 1961. Due to the state pressure and more difficult cooperation caused by the restricted border traffic, and with the aim of greater cooperation among themselves, the East German regional churches decided in 1969, and now I'm speaking about the Protestant church, founding their own umbrella organization, the so-called Federation of Protestant Church in the GDR. However, the new statute of this organization make it clear that they keep a lasting bond to the entire evangelical organization for entire Germany, the so-called EKD, Evangelical Church in Germany. The Catholic diocese in central Germany remained legally no, that's not the way it should go. Oh, no, okay. Divided into east and west across the inner German border. The Catholic diocese of Berlin was, for example, divided under the canon law. And we had apostolic administrators with the rank of a bishop, which were appointed to the jurisdictional district of Erfurt, which belonged to the diocese of Fulda, then in Magdeburg, which belonged to the diocese in Paderborn, and Schwerin, which belonged to the diocese of Hamburg. The Catholic churches in Germany was also in danger of being cut up organizationally by inner German border, which was becoming more and more entrenched. Its integration into the network of Roman Catholic Church was more of a threat than a protection, because the Holy See was always pursue a policy of adapting diocesan borders to changes of national borders. In the 70s, we can see this phenomenon concerning the Polish Western territories. As long as the GDR was not recognized by the Vatican as a legitimate independent state, it was unlikely that the German diocese would be redrawn. However, the more sign of dialogue with the communist regime, which became apparent in the course of a Vatican Ostpolitik that has established since 1960, the more the intention of division took shape. And this is certainly connected with Pope John XXIII. The relocation of young priests from both churches, from West Germany to the East Germany in the 1950s, was specific for Germany, and simply due to the lack of priests and also pastors in East Germany. The GDR authorities simply didn't allow any church ordinations or priest ordinations on a larger scale. So we had, for example, the pastor Johann Kassner, and you might know the wife in the middle of this picture. That's the daughter of Horst Kassner. And Horst Kassner was a pastor which moved from Hamburg to Brandenburg region in 1954. Before he studied theology in Heidelberg, and later on, he was headed the pastoral college in Templin, which is a bit farther north from Berlin. And he was joined then, of course, by his wife Herlin and his daughter Angela. Angela Merkel was still born in Hamburg, but as a young child, she moved then to the GDR. A few words to Kastner. He was committed to accepting the GDR as a place of Christian life and church work, and there was a kind of valuing socialism, but not in a state manner or what the party described as socialism. He was one of several dozen Protestants and Catholic priests and pastors who took the opposite part, not fleeing to the west and coming to the east. What were the social conditions in the GDR immediately before the wall was built in summer 1961? At the beginning of the 1960s, there was still a kind of exhaustion on both sides, so by the church and the state. Agriculture was losing efficiency due to the forced collectivization. Industry and trade were losing their strength due to the nationalization. And at the same time, there was a shortage of labor, also because of the huge number of people who were fleeing to West Germany. So this caused quite a lot of problems for the GDR leadership. The churches also found themselves in a difficult situation. The restructuring of society and the economy increasingly restricted their room of maneuver. Many people with church ties and commitment left the GDR to the west, and the anti-church policy of East German state continued. The growing alienation from Christian faith became obvious. But what did the construction of the Berlin Wall mean for church on both denominations? After the wall was built, there was a widespread, of course, dissatisfaction among the people on both sides of the wall of this very divisive and tragic event. And it has tremendous consequences also for the Catholic Church. Because the Berlin diocese of the Catholic Church were encompassed West and East Berlin. And in the case of Bishop Julius Döpfner, who was enthroned in 1957, but having a background completely from West Germany, so he came from Franconia, or part of Bavaria, so his intronization was a balancing act towards the East German authorities. And Döpfner was, well, quite famous for his very outspoken, outspoken criticism towards East German authorities. And he was also, even before, a commissioner for pastoral care of refugees and expelled persons in West Germany. This also caused much criticism in East Germany. And additionally, in a pastoral letter in January 1958, he frankly criticized the educational policy of East Germany, and in particular in schools, and therefore, and well, also other causes. Since May 1958, Döpfner was no longer permitted to entrance the East German side of his diocese, so East Berlin, he couldn't anymore enter. The Vatican observed this development very closely. In summer 1961, shortly before the wall was built, Döpfner was appointed as Archbishop of Munich and Freising. The Holy See took the opportunity to remove the disruptive bishop from this particular neuralgic city on the edge of both systems. This was also a consequence of a cautious reorientation in the Vatican. a small disarmament signal in terms of church policy. Pope John XXIII, who has succeeded Pope Pius XII in October 1958, attempted to cautiously move from confrontation with the communist regime to set some new accents. The Protestant church, however, in particular in Berlin-Brandenburg, was a regional church, was also severely affected by building the wall. The Protestant regional bishop Kurt Scharf, he's sitting right in the middle here in the first row, coming from West Berlin, was refused entry to his residence in the eastern part of Berlin, and his GDR passport was taken from him. This behavior on part of a GDR state fitted in the picture, as East German comrades had already tried to loosen and to sever the ties between the two parts of Protestant church in the West and in the East. Now I would like to show you two fields two examples where the state and the church still have noticeably conflict zones. And one was the education and the other one was the military service. Education, of course, was crucial for ideological influence, and the GDR tried to reorganize the educational system and to get rid of all church schools. But there were few, but noticeably special occasions or examples. For example, that we had in East Berlin a Catholic school where only schoolgirls could make their A-level or the Abitur. And this was located right in the center of East Berlin, because the Allied forces after 1945 came to agreement concerning the school system, and so the Soviet military administration in Germany issued an order in August 1945 according this Theresienschule, which then again worked on 1st October 1945. And the East German authorities tolerated this decision and find themselves bounded to these Allied decisions. So this school acted up to the end of the GDR, and later on it became also a school for boys. But basically we have to admit that the church policy was quite restrictive, and almost all other church schools were closed. Thank you. And another point, it's quite remarkable, the military service. That was another pressing problem for the Christians and for the church as well. So the East German government made a concession in 1964. They created a special military unit, the so-called construction soldiers. Although the construction soldiers took an oath and wore uniforms, they were exempt from military service, and they had to do construction work. And yeah, the churches could show their strength and also their determination of carrying the feeling and the ambitions of believers in their own country. Now I would like very shortly to show you two examples where the East German Protestant as well as Catholic churches were engaged in a foreign policy, but also in internal policy. So the East German Democrats also signed the very famous Memorandum Ostdenkschrift, and this was issued in 1965 and was a decisive letter to coming to terms with Poland and also to work on their own National Socialist past. And on the Polish, German side, much more known is, of course, the letter between Polish and German bishops, which also was issued in 1965. And remarkably, also the East German bishops was part of the process. Many scholars and historians doesn't pay much attention to the fact, but they were also part of the negotiation teams. Now, a few words to Cardinal Bench. He was the leading figure in the entire 60s and 70s in the East German Church, and on the one hand, he was protecting the East German Church, but also he was an example of a kind of wagon castle mentality, or even you might say it, self-isolation of East German churches. But he was very critical to all signs of aggiornamento, in particular from the Second Vaticanum, the Gaudium et Spes encyclica. He didn't want to adopt that for the East German reality. Probably we also have these problems in other churches in Poland, Czechoslovakia. We can speak about that further. Now I would like to summarize. Well, if you put, or if you shed light on the 60s, there are still two sides of a coin. On the one hand, the state socialism did a fairly good job, to put it in that way, for de-Christianization of the society in East Germany. I told you the number of believers in the beginning of a GDR and at the end of a GDR. And on the other hand, where Christians identified with their church and lived their faith in everyday life, and the churches survived the communist rule and were ultimately able to contribute this overcoming in the peaceful revolution of 1989. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Olszowski, for your presentation. Now we have a few minutes to discussion, maybe a couple of questions. Who wanted to ask our panelists? Beata, and after that, Professor Kramer.
Thank you. I have two questions and one remark. The first question is to Bernadette, and is connected to the agreement of 1964. My question is very simple. Wasn't it actually a moral disaster for the Church at the one side, and a moral disaster also for the Holy See? Because we know that after this agreement, the persecution of the Church in Hungary did not stop, and even the pressure of the Catholic Church in Hungary was not less. And then what we also know, after the Hungarian Pontifical Institute in Rome came to the hands of Hungarian state, so all the directors from that point were agents of secret services. So the infiltration started to be very high, also according to this agreement. So wasn't it a moral disaster or not? My question. The second question is to Burkhard. Well, you have mentioned the refugees and expellees from Eastern Europe after Second World War. I just would remark that there were also expellees from Slovakia among Carpathian Germans, and most of them were Catholics. Some of them settled in East Germany and then flew to West Germany because of being Catholic. So My question is, do you know the percentage of the Catholics among the refugees from east to the west, so from the GDR to the Bundesrepublik?
So maybe at first you, and after that Dr. Burkhardt.
Thank you for the question. I think this partial agreement is a huge question, and we are now in researching this topic, and there's many fields, many themes on it. So I don't give an answer that it was a moral disaster, yes or no, because it's really more complicated. First, I emphasized that the Hungarian Catholic Church get an opportunity to go out into the isolation because of the Hungarian Revolution, but it's a huge problem that the head of the Hungarian Pontifical Institute was fertilized by the intelligence. I think the clergy in Hungary was very criticated with the partial agreement, because I think that they didn't understand the details of the negotiations, and they didn't have clear picture or view about it, and it made difficult to understand the point of Holy See and the leader of the bishop and the leader of the Catholic Church. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for this answer, Dr. Burkhard Olszowski.
Yeah, thank you, Beata, for your questions. Of course, you are right. There were not just refugees or expellees from, which I mentioned, Silesia or East Prussia, also from the Carpathian regions and the Sudeten Germans. Most of them, they ended up in Bavaria, but also a significant number came to the Soviet military zone and later to the GDR. And a question to the number. Well, there was a significant number who then went further to West Germany. Well, the estimated number is around 1/3 or even a bit more of those people. One wave was certainly just after the war, so still when the Soviet military zone existed. And the other group, they tried to be integrated in East Germany and lived there in the 50s. But when the economic situation getting worse, and on the West German side, the so-called Wirtschaftswunder set in, and also for political reasons, they decided then to flee then over West-Berlin. Yeah, so that's there's something, yeah, that's a lot of those try to get to West Germany.
Thank you, and now the question, it was Professor Kramer, and after that, Peter.
My question is for Burkhard Olszowski, is could you comment on the role of both the Protestant and Catholic clerics in the anti-nuclear movements in the 1960s and again in the early 1980s, and as well as you commented briefly toward the end about the role that clerics played in the demonstrations in the summer of 1989 and continuing into the fall of 1989. How did they envisage their role then? Was this seen predominantly as a political role, or was it more one of trying to remind those taking part in the demonstrators that the church still had an important role?
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, thank you for your question. It's a very, complex one. The armament in the 60s was much more connected than with the founding of an own army, as well as in West Germany as in East Germany. And in West Germany, the churches were quite critically. There were some influential theologians like Niemöller, who were very harshly criticized the re-weaponization and founding the Bundeswehr. The East German bishops were on this issue in the 60s at least not, or no, to put it differently, they had the Bishop of West Berlin, at the predecessor of the court Scharf, which I mentioned, was Otto Dibelius, quite influential, and he was quite pro-armament and even signed a so-called military contract between the evangelical church and the West German government. And the East German authorities freaked out by the fact he signed this document and accused him of being a militarized bishop, and et cetera, et cetera. And some of the bishops were then forced to somehow to counteract, or to at least to sign a declaration for peace and so on. So there was also a strong conflict, but the question of peace was also lasting to all the existence of East Germany, was still up much in the air in the 80s, of course, then in the beginning of 80s. But then, interestingly, there was an independent peace movement also inside the church, not much directed or steered by bishops, but they were very authentically, very known by the movement Schwerter zu Pflugscharen, swords to plows, or is it rightly? Yeah, yeah. But we can later on speak it more in the break, but it's a very complex topic, but thank you.
Okay, Peter?
Thank you. My question is also to you, Burkhard, because you mentioned the construction unit of the East German army, and it reminds me the question in the Czechoslovakia. There has been the auxiliary technical units of the army, but the young people enlisted there it was kind of the persecution of the communist regime to enlist the young men to this kind of the unit. And I would like to ask you if it was the same principle in Germany.
No, not at all, not at all. They deliberately, and they wanted to serve in this unit. Of course, they were treated by the officers, to put it mildly, cautiously, or sometimes not very fairly treated, but certainly not a persecution. Well, some of them, they were students who would like to become priests, but also other ones who were deeply religious, or maybe also a certain percentage who were not really believers, but they were quite anti to state authorities. And no, under this regard, probably it's a special case in the entire Eastern Bloc, as far as I know. But maybe, I don't know, in Poland there were also some special units for priests, I guess.
I have also a question for the Burkhard. It will be about the attitude of the Cardinal Bench and Defner to the Polish Church, because the answer to the letter of Polish bishop to the German ones was very disappointing for Polish Church. So if you can bring us information about this context and wider about general attitude of German cardinals to the Polish Church.
Yeah, also a long, interesting topic. as I mentioned, all bishops as well from West Germany and East Germany signed this document, and it was disappointing, as you rightly said it, mentioned it, compared to the brave letter from the Polish bishops, which was initiated by Boleslav Kominek, who certainly took also some steps and some energy to convince all his fellow bishops in the Polish episcopate, but still they sided, and they got huge criticism from the state side and also from the Polish parishes as much as we know. But coming back to Döpfner and Bench, Döpfner later on admitted, so in the 70s, when Brandt was in Warsaw and signed in December 1970 the West German-Polish treaty, that the answer was not sufficient, to put it that way. But at that time, in particular, Döpfner felt obliged to the West German doctrine concerning the Oder-Neiße border, and he didn't dare to get into foreign policy in that way to say, okay, we feel free to say the border doesn't exist or has no importance for us and for the German state and expellees and refugees. So in the mid-60s, the opinion about the Polish-German border was quite controversial and not yet that clearly on the side of Oder-Neiße line as it was a couple of years later. So therefore, they were hesitating to put a clear position on this issue. East German bishops, probably they were a bit more in favor of the Polish position, but they had not the voice and not the strength to put this on the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much, and I think we will finish our first panel at this moment to have 10 minutes for the break and for the coffee. Thank you very much.
Okay, if we can resume, very pleased to chair of this panel. This panel has 4 speakers, so I'm going to have to be fairly strict with the time limit. And I will also keep the introductions very brief. Let me introduce Rafał Latka, which should be familiar to everyone after chairing the previous panel. He is a senior researcher trained both as a historian and political scientist at the Instytut Pamięci Narodowej in Poland. Is in charge of important projects there dealing with the church and with religious affairs. He has edited and authored many books in connection with this and important articles. I am very pleased to have him. Please, Rob.
Thank you, Professor Keimer, for this kind introduction. And I start with my speech with saying that I have narrowed down the topic of the paper, so what to order will fit in 20 minutes. So the new correct title will be Successes and a Few Negotiation Failures, the Polish Episcopate vis-à-vis relations between the state and the church during the political tour in the People's Republic of Poland. I can also resign from the introduction because many information about historical context and the relation of the Catholic Church and the state was presented in the Przemysław Pazik paper, also somehow in Professor Hrabowet's paper at the first day of our conference. So going to the beginning of the 1955, because it was the moment when the touring tendencies become apparent in the reality of the Polish People's Republic. Ferment was emerging not only in a society, but also, or perhaps even above all, in the party apparatus. The Polish bishops also intended to take advantage of this situation and convince the authorities of People Poland to renounce anti-church repressions and release arrested, interned and isolate bishops, especially Primate Stefan Wyszyński. Despite these efforts, it was planned to make a meeting between the Bishop Michał Klepacz, who were the president of Polish Episcopate, and the Prime Minister Cyrankiewicz. But this meeting was due to another time. The main reason, of course, it was that the communists won't give any concession to the Polish Church. The meeting of the main commission of Polish bishops in March 1955 established some guidelines for the ordinaries relating to the application of the Authorities' decree of the staffing of church posts, which this decree Dr. Pazik say a few words. These were very important because it was the first moment when the bishops showed that had no intention of agreeing the same profound interference in church personnel policy, and as had been the case for the previous 1.5 years, beginning from the imprisonment of the primate Wyszyński. The second major objective explicitly stated in the minutes of the meeting was to ensure uniform conduct of all diocesan bishops. It was crucial in Polish church policy, especially after 1956. After a delay of almost a year, a meeting between Prime Minister and Bishop Klepacz took place on October 1955. The conversation between the Ordinary of Łódź and Prime Minister was ultimately dominated by the issue of the imprisoned priest. In response of question concerning the date of the release of the Primate of Poland, Cyrankiewicz stated, quote, "Never, the Primate was the disturber of the public order and enemy of people Poland. He will never return to office." Bishop Klepacz aptly countered this statement by emphasizing that a politician doesn't use the words never and forever. Nevertheless, he didn't achieve the main demand during the conversation, but the condition of Cardinal Wyszyński's isolation improved significantly. the primate of Poland was transferred to Komańcza, new place of interment, and Bishop Klepas was given permission to meet with him. And the next month, it was focused on the fight of to free primate of Poland from the prison. Polish bishops took it as a main goal of their concern with the relations with the communists, but it was more complicated, especially that Wyszyński wanted to his function with some crucial agenda. The second time when the delegation of the Episcopate met with the Wyszyński, it was April 1956. In this moment, Primate Wyszyński was visited by Bishop Choromański, Father Bronisław Dąbrowski, and Father Henryk Goździewicz. The latter one was not only Cardinal Wyszyński personal secretary, but also an informer of the security apparatus. From his denunciation, we know what instruction the Primate Wyszyński gave to the bishops, and it was very important insofar as they fully agree with the action of the Episcopate then took when the Cardinal Wyszyński was in prison to the end of his intern. Father Goździewicz reported, quote, during talks in the Komańcza, Wyszyński and Choromański assessing the current situation, agreed that certain steps should be taken to dismiss Wyszyński. It is known that Wyszyński was thinking of writing to government personally about his case. However, it was decided that it would be more advantageous if these steps were initiated by the Episcopate and other Catholic factors. That would be, on the one hand, to organize Wyszyński support, and the other, a certain probe as how government would react, that is the line conduct toward the church would be, and what the real possibilities were that Wyszyński returned to power. In June 1956, it was a workers' demonstration which broke in Poznań, which gradually developed into major revolt, which today is even called by Polish historian the anti-communist uprising. At the same time, what happened in Poznań activated society, and among the months there were also the months of change and improvements the situation of the Catholic Church in Polish situation. However, the resonated much more strongly in August 1956 on Jasna Góra, where was celebration of the renewal of the Jasna Góra vows. It was held on the 26th August, and this celebration bring 1 million worshippers in the Częstochowa. It was very big demonstration of the faithful to the Catholic Church by the believers. After a few months, in October 1956, the struggle for power in the communist elite entered a decisive phase. As a result of the party plenum, Władysław Gomułka becomes first secretary of the Central Committee of the party. 2 days later, during a meeting with the environment of the concessionary Catholics, which have representation in the Communist Sejm, the new party leader took a clear stand of the isolation of Cardinal Wyszyński, indicated that would soon release from the internment. And after that, at the 26th of October, Primate Wyszyński were released. It was presented by Przemysław Palik, so I resigned for presenting this in my paper. At the meeting of the General Commission of Polish Bishops, which took place 2 weeks after releasing the primates, they agreed that further concession to make to authorities were to be demanded. They were to restore religion to the school, and the very least to guarantee out school teaching, to obtain the possibility of publishing Catholic press, to establish new parishes, build churches and churches premises,
created conferences and associations to restore lower seminaries, to lift the ban of employing nuns in parishes, to obtain the authorities' consent to organizing the procession, pilgrimage, and finally to revise taxes for the clergy. This list of the issue to be dealt with, as can be seen from enumeration, was quite extensive, but the bishop's view only implementation of these demands would remove the state of harm to the church and had taken place in the first decade of the Polish public. The most important thing in this negotiation process devoted to the state-church relationships was to agree on the content of the decree of the staffing of church posts. This issue was treated by the episcopate as an absolute priority, as a crucial element of the negotiations, and the new regulation entered into force at December 1956. The crucial element it was to reduce the influence of communist government to the personal shape of the Polish church. The second most important regulation, it was about religion in the school, and for the 5 years, these crucial elements were implemented, and it was possible to teaching religion in a school until 1961. The Parliament regarded the entry of religion into school as a great success of the negotiation between the church and the communists. He underlined it on the meeting of Polish bishops in the December 1956, and quoted, "The ordinary is clear, and it will only depend on the will and attitude of the parents to allow their children to learn religion in school. The episcopate must mobilize the clergy to cover all schools with auxiliary forces. Religious order must become active in this direction. From the pulpits, parents must be reminded of the obligation to register their children for religious instruction in working." Among other important achievements of the Church, negotiations of the rules of the presence of priests in hospitals and prisons should also be noted during the joint commission of the Communist and Catholic Church. This found the expression in a specific orders issued by authorities. Communists also agreed to reactivation a number of the Catholic periodicals, magazines, and return the rightful editors to these periodicals seized during the period of repression, especially from 1951 to 1955, for example, Tygodnik Powszechny board of the magazine. The Parliament closely observed the social-political reality, but and no means abandoned his realistic approach to the communists in the next month and the next years. Referring to the proceedings of the Episcopal plenary meeting in December, he noted, "The Episcopate gives illumination, our situation in the flux both in Poland and in general. There is a desire to avoid war at all costs, even at the cost of the lives of the smaller nation. There is a growing conviction in the West and Russia must give way under evolution. Herein lies the danger in the nation of Hungary, Poland, etc. One wants to weaken Russia at the price of the conflict with the deepened nation. It wants to bring Poland to the boiling point in the West because this favors Western policy in breaking up Russia. Poland must be guarded and safe in its existence. There is a split within the party. The aims are strongly orientated in the old direction. In Poland, the main role is still played by Natolin Group and the secret political police masked. Society under pressure from economic crisis, the rebellion against the Soviet Russia is intensifying. The price the church had to pay for the authorities of communist concession was the support Gomulka's party team in the election to the Sejm, which took place in the January 1957. As a result, the episcopate issued a letter to the faithful, which was indicated that that Catholic citizens are fulfill their duty in this election, took part and vote in this day, and also the clergy will so direct the services that all of the faithful will be able to fulfill their religious duty. This was written by the bishops as a religious duty to elect in this election, and it was the most far-reaching support of the church, of the communities, authorities in Poland in all of the history of Polish Republic. The period of the correct relation between state and the church came to end rather quickly, as Władysław Gomułka not only didn't intend to allow a permanent strengthening of the church, but also pursued the vision of the socialist Poland, where religion was assigned a place only in the porch, in the kruchta. The primate and behind him the bishops would continue to improve the situation, but after the election, Cardinal Wyszyński called on the bishops to be vigilant in responding to the action of the communist authorities. Bishop Wyszyński, who was General Secretary of the Episcopate, pointed to increasing difficulties in the implementation of the early arrangement by the communists, while Bishop Klepacz added the attack on religion had increased on the radio and in the press. The primate was aware that anti-church tendencies in the policy of the authorities, communist authorities, were permanent, which is clearly emphasized during the meeting of the Polish bishops on the April 1957. Such tendencies in the religion policy were not changed to the summit meeting between the primate Wyszyński, Władysław Gomułka, and Prime Minister Józef Cyrankiewicz. It was a very long debate between these three persons, and the conversation was rather failed because bishops want to do any concession for the government, and communists present the same statement to the bishops that they won't do any new concession for the episcopate. The need to draw the authorities of the primate was necessitated in the situation in a party, and its now new leader found itself in June 1956. During the meeting with Pius XII in the May 1957, Primate Wyszyński received confirmation of his special powers. It was very crucial to be a good leader of Polish Church, to have these opportunities to be a real leader with support of the Holy See. He has also had the opportunity to present to the Pope the affairs of Polish Church and agree a number of episcopal appointments headed by staff of the metropolits of the Poznań. During the conversation with Pope, the primate pointed out the greater problem for the Church is not the communism but indifferences and social nihilism as a crucial problem that society is very not productive, and they didn't want to fight with this tendency of the communist system. Among the issue of the church regulation fate to settle were the failure of the recognize the legal personality of the church, the reduction of the strict supervision of Catholic organization, the Caritas, the big charity organization, wasn't returned to the church, theological faculties were not restored to universities, and this lack of concession from the communists on this issue should be seen as an expression of the views of the dignitaries of the communist elite, who regarded any activity of the church outside the walls of the church as a hostile. In addition to the authorities' failure to agree above mentioned demands of the bishops, the communists began to systematically withdraw from the commitments during this very short tour from 1955 to 1957. The finish of this tendency was a meeting between Wyszyński and Gomułka on the January 1958. It was very, very long meeting. It took 11 hours, this debate between Gomułka and Primat Wyszyński, and not any concession of the communists. And after a few months, they started implementing new agenda of the anti-religious policy, and this anti-religious policy have a very strong conviction that there is no any new concession for the Catholic Church, and communists limited all of the social engagement of the Polish Church, especially to build a new buildings, new Catholic churches, and be alive in the public sphere. Going to the summary, because I have a lack of the time, as Professor Kramer gave me in this note, I will say only a few important, crucial elements. The tour that began in Poland in 1955 also brought with the need of concession from the communist authorities toward the church. The bishops, and especially Cardinal Wyszyński, took advantage of the weakness of the authorities. The primate's release from internment took place on the condition set by the leader of the church in Poland, not by the communist dignitaries, because they agree for all of the demands of the Wyszyński. And key among them were a relaxation of the decree of the staffing of church posts and return of religion to the school. The communist authorities didn't agree the church's subsequent demands, and the tour in practice ended in the mid-1957, although appearances were still maintained until the summer of the 1958, when the Primate Institute on the Jasna Góra were attacked, and it was very spectacular because in Poland, Jasna Góra Monastery is very famous, and Primate Wyszyński said about this attack that new Sweden army invade the Poland. It is, of course, a historical analogia with the attacks of the Sweden in the 17th century. Thank you very much for your attention.
Very good. Thank you very much. So let me turn next to Boguslav Wojcik, who is also a senior researcher in history at the Instytut Pamięci Narodowej, and he has training as well in ethics and theology. He has taught at the Pontifical University in Krakow, where I have been a few times, and he is going to also, based on his training in economics and so forth, will be able to bring various dimensions in his discussion of the church.
Thank you for good words. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. Last year, some of us met in Warsaw, so it is very nice to see results of your research again. My topic maybe is a little bit narrow, but I would like to say a few words about Lucian Blit, Polish political activist, lecturer, journalist. Blit's personality and writings are worth examining because of his biography, his views, his broad prospects, Polish and international, which allowed him to draw objective conclusions about the situation in post-war Poland. Blit described, among other things, state-church relations in Poland, mainly concerning Roman Catholic Church. I'll recall some of his remarks about the social political situation in Poland under the rule of Władysław Gomułka. Blit was a member of Council of Management of Keston College, organization which was founded in 1969 in United Kingdom. This organization monitored free of religion in USSR and later also in other countries behind a curtain. For several years I have been studying the history and activities of Keston College, and by this way I discovered this interesting figure. I will mention only a few details from Blit's rich biography. Born in 1904 in Warsaw, he was active in Polish Jewish Socialist Bund and in Polish trade union work. Blit was a socialist member of Warsaw City Council before the Hitler-Stalin invasion of Poland. He was also a member of a Bureau of Socialist Youth International. During the war, Blit, after leaving Warsaw, went to Vilnius. When he tried to return to Warsaw, he was arrested and interned in Soviet slave labor camp. After Hitler invaded Russia, he was released and then, as a member of Polish armed forces, was brought, armed forces under General Anders, was brought to England. After the end of the war, he returned to journalism. He was a writer for socialist papers, a BBC broadcaster, and an active member of Labour Party. Blit came to Poland for longer periods in 1956, 1959, as well as in 1961. And in last 60s, he started to work as a lecturer in Slavonic Studies at the University of London and later in London School of Economics and Political Sciences. As a journalist, academic, and consultant to the Labour Party, he gained a reputation a specialist in Eastern European affairs. He died in 1978 in London. It is interesting to note opinions indicating that Blit was treated with some distance by both Polish and British officials. For example, in 1965, he was entered in the index of undesirables in the People's Republic of Poland, but we have here some statement, one of the officials of Foreign Office. He stated in 1958, "I'm not sure whether Mr. Blit came entirely of his own accord or whether he may perhaps have been making soundings on behalf of Dan Friend in the Polish embassy here." In the context of considering church-state relations in Poland during the Gomułka's regime, I refer primarily to Blit's pamphlets, Gomułka's Poland, book on Bolesław Piasecki, the Easter Pretender, and Blit's study, the anti-Jewish campaign in present-day Poland. There are also some other sources, for example, numerous reviews written by Blit of studies referring to the situation behind the Iron Curtain. Polish intelligence in 1965 stated that Blit has worked on a new book on the Catholic Church in Poland, its relations with the state, and the problem of atheism. What is especially interesting, Blit describes and comments on events in real time without temporal distance, which gives space to perceive processes, causal links, and create historical synthesis. for example, in a account of his stay in Poland in May 1961, he stated, "When I visited Warsaw in the days of what the Poles called their spring in October in 1956, the hosts talk all the times. This time my hosts are quiet." A number of such comments can be found in publication authored by Blitz. These are more about reporting and sharing one's own impression rather than providing second-hand information. And now a quick summary of the first part of my presentation. The following factors are of particular importance for the topic discussed by Blitz: his knowledge of Polish pre-war realities, activities in the Socialist Jewish Bund Party, experience of Soviet gulags enjoying the Anders army and evacuating with it to the Middle East, contacts with Jewish activists in Poland after 1945 and his 3 visits to Poland, contacts and activities in the Labour Party, and his academic work in universities in London. In Gomułka's Poland, Blitz makes a very clear point about the new geopolitical setup, but also determined the social political situation in Poland after the end of the Second World War. He writes, among other things, "As a result of war operations, Soviet Russia established as absolute domination over Eastern and a large part of Central Europe, which the inhabitants of this region were physically unable to challenge. In view of the subject of the study, of particular importance were the changes that had influence on the denominational structure in Poland. As Blitz notes, in pre-war Poland, nearly 40% of population belonged to the national minorities. Nearly all of them were also non-Catholics. Now, 98% of the population are Roman Catholics. It is worth recalling another of Blitz's opinion on the geopolitical situation in which Poland found itself after in 1945. In his view, Poland was still in a redefined lock between Soviet Russia and the communist-ruled part of Germany. Polish historiography reproduces a certain model of church-state relations during the governments of Bolesław Bierut, Władysław Gomułka, and Edward Gierek. This model uses the descriptive terms annihilation, vassalization, apparent coexistence. According to this view, the goal of the ruling party was at the beginning the total destruction of the Catholic Church, then its complete subordination, and finally the establishment of certain relationship with it. From this perspective, Gomułka's rule can be seen as a transitional period. It can also be seen as another clearly separable stage, essentially the same process, aimed at subordinating churches and religious associations to a state that attached fundamental importance to Marxist-Leninist ideology. Gomułka's Poland was ordered by the Fabian Society, a Labour Party think tank. In the text plan sent to the Society, Blitz indicated that it would also discuss the unique relations between a ruling Communist Party and spiritually omnipotent Roman Catholic Church. One of the reviewers of Blitz's book was John Parker, a member of the Labour Party, and his comments are also very interesting because we can imagine what thought his colleagues. Parker suggested that Blitz should have emphasized more strongly that the Church and Gomułka came together because they feared and disliked Russia more than one another. Purely an alliance of convenience, but they still dislike one another. Gomułka's Poland was published in 1959, so it referred to the first 3 years of Gomułka's rule. Its author is analyzing, in fact, a certain starting point of this process. Blitz describes the conditions of both the external political scene related to the situation in the USSR and its translation into Polish conditions. He adds to this a certain character threat, and a brief political biography of Gomułka. All these factors together determined the return of Gomułka and his fraction to power in 1956. The position of the Catholic Church was of no small importance in Gomułka's seizure of power and is calming public emotions. Blitt also points out the differences that influenced development during the Polish October and Hungarian November 1956. We can, of course, ask questions about the originality of this observation on church-state relations in Poland in 1956, and here we have such statement from Manchester Guardian and Victor Zorza, cited the words of Gomułka, who stated, the party drawn the necessary conclusions from the position of the church in Poland, and we hoped that the church would also draw the proper conclusions from the facts of political life. It was soon to become clear, however, that Poland would not become the only country in Europe ruled by communists where the sphere of freedom would embrace to a great extent. The restriction of civil liberties began in the spring of 1957. In the same year, at the meeting of the Polish United Workers' Party Central Committee, Gomułka, for the first time, publicly disowned his liberal supporters and made his first decisive step to come to the terms with the old and rigid party apparatus. He also condemned with particular force at that time the revisionists for questioning Soviet Russia's ability to lead a progressive international labor movement. But in 1959, during his visit in Poland, Blitt was looking for an answer to the questions such as, had the Poles lost all the privileges they had gained during their brief period of freedom? Had Gomułka succeeded in establishing a new type of communist state? And his answer is specific. In this year took place Third Congress of the Polish United Workers' Party, and one of the remarks of Blitt, I left Poland 10 days after the end of the Congress. Everybody was busy then, not with politics, but with preparation for Easter. All churches, of which there are many, were filled on overflowing. The events in Nowa Huta became a symbolic sign of a fight with the church associated with a change in Gomułka's policy towards the church. These events took place in 1960. Nowa Huta was an industry center which was nearby Krakow, and it was planned as a town without churches. But in 1956, bishops received permission for building the church. In 1960, it was disowned, and the battle for the cross began, a battle won by believers. Blitt's reflections on the relations between the state and the church from an even broader perspective appear in his book on Piasecki, which was written in 1964, referring to the situation in the respect in the years 1957-1964. Blitt stated, there are many ups and downs in the dealings between the ruling party and the church. Both are led by men who sincerely and deeply believe themselves to have the whole truth and nothing but the truth on their side. And why the cardinal and the general secretary understand that they have to live together, not only in the same world, but in the same country. They hate with all their souls everything the other says and does. What was the situation of Catholic Church in Poland in this context? Brit had no doubt that even in the cities where the influence of religion has been waning in this century under the impact of rational ideas, the Church has in the last 20 years won back many lost positions. After the cruel experiences of the war, has achieved an unrivaled position in the life of the people as the most trusted national organization, while linking the Poles with the West, at least with the Latin part. So, I would like to say something about cultural patterns, which was also very important. This cultural patterns in Poland was not only religious, and Brit knew that. I have no time to say about the last work of Brit about the anti-Jewish campaign. What is the most important? He clearly emphasizes the political context of the events. It is not influence of the church, but it is consequence of the fact that in Poland ruled so-called Muscovites, the people who came to Poland in 1945 with Red Army, and a lot of them were Jews. Blit quotes, for example, Brezhnev and other rulers from the East who used to say that there are too many Abramoviches in the Polish government. There are also very interesting information about these relations between church and state in Poland in the articles which was published in such religion in communist lands periodic of Keston College, but I am going to conclusions. Blit presents interesting and pertinent conclusions about the changes that followed the events that are described as the Polish October 1956. He states that since these events, the Poles have lost many hopes and many illusions. Yet the spirit of questioning, of non-conformity, of spiritual independence is still strong enough among the intellectuals and youth to make Poland a unique communist state in Eastern Europe. It is dictatorship without totalitarianism. Establishing modus vivendi between the Catholic Church and the state was not easy. Even when Gomułka returned to power, the honeymoon did not last very long, but at least both sides now tried to keep the controversy within a civilized framework. And of course, I must say that Blit treats Gomułka, at least until the events of 1968, as a patriot, and also considers him a true communist, of which there were no many in Poland. His statements are often generalized, polemical, and journalistically flavored. Despite his good knowledge of the situation in Poland and his ability to receive various sources, Blit remained an external observer. For example, he failed to notice an ongoing ideological game between the church and the state that took place over several years during the so-called Great Novena, culminating in the Millennium celebrations in 1966. And I finished now. Thank you a lot for attention.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you very much. I won't go in the order in which people are seated at the table. I will stick with the sequence that is on the program. So I will turn next to Tomasz Tandlich, who will be, he has background both as a university professor, but also his work for the Institute for National Memory here in Slovakia. He will keep strictly, as the first two speakers have, also to the time limit. So I apologize for having to keep people strictly limited in time, but again, with 4 speakers, we need to. So please, Tomáš.
Thank you for your attention. I want to, dear participants of the conference, dear guests, I want to thank you, the Nations Memory Institute, for invitation to this conference. My article, Implementation of State Church Policy at the Regional Level in the years 1960 to 1969, with subtitle West Slovak Regional National Committee in Bratislava and its role in the system of state control of church and religious societies, will focus on the problem of regional state administration, which in the 60s in Czechoslovak Socialist Republic centralized and demolished or determined the competencies of Slovak national institutions, and therefore I will present the church policy at the regional level at this West Slovak Regional National Committee. West Slovak Regional National Committee in Bratislava started its activities on the 1st of July of 1960 as one of the 3 new regional state administration bodies in Slovakian territory. The whole Czechoslovak Republic was divided to these regions. We have West Slovakia, Central Slovakia, and Eastern Slovakia. Formerly, it was Bratislava and Nitra region by origin. It was a territorial district which, together with these other 2 districts, had been created in the Slovak territory in order to support the efforts of Czechoslovak bipartisan and state administration bodies toward greater centralization of state territory. The state administration body was part of the system of state church policy, the goal of which included discrimination, control, and limitation of priests and believers, especially Roman Catholic Church, Evangelic Church of Augsburg Confession, a Reformed Christian Church, being the largest church organization in Slovakia and Czechoslovakia. By March 1968, there were 12 districts, as you can see on it, except Bratislava, which was till March 1968, the part of it, all under the administration of this West Slovakian region. The creation of commissions and divisions of these West Slovakian Regional National Committee. One remark, national committees were the state administration institutions from local level to the county level and the regional level. At the central level of the Czechoslovak state, it was the National Assembly in Prague, which we had one chamber, and in Slovak National Council, which was the national organization, national representative of Slovak nation. It was established according to the law number 65 of 1960 code on the national committees which administrated individual sections of state administration in economics and West Slovak region. Church issues were part of the Commission of Education and Culture Competencies, including the subordinate division Education and Culture. The Commission was executive and control body with decision-making authority, namely about the proposals which the body submitted for the negotiations at the board and in plenary session of this regional national committee. The Commission issued binding instruction for the head of the Division of Education and Culture, which was normal administrative official, which had been appointed by the West Slovak Regional National Committee on the proposal of that commission. The commission passed of the assembly. This assembly was elected in general election like in the whole territory of Czechoslovakia, which was centralized. Slovak, like my predecessors yesterday said, that was the Czechoslovak Central Party and state institution were afraid of Slovak separatism, and therefore they determined Antonín Novotný as a first secretary and president of Czechoslovak Socialist Republic, hates Slovaks, and therefore he they destroyed or they cancelled the Council of Deputies, and Slovak National Council was determined to some like regional committee. The commission was formed by 2/3 of members of this West Slovak Regional National Committee, and 1/3 included nominees from enterprises, culture institutions, or teachers from various types of school. Its chairman was elected member of this national committee, and head of the division was its secretary. The commission activities were coordinated by the council. The Division of Education and Culture was dealing with the task appointed by this West Slovakian Regional National Committee Council or by the Commission. The division administered the Regional National Committee's activities and implemented the decision of ministries and other central bodies of state administration in educational and cultural and religious areas. During the 60s of 19th century, the structure and competencies of division changed. Department for Religious Issues was part of the division, and in the 60s of 20th century dealt with the church agenda. The district church secretaries, the system was designated that the central secretary depended on county secretaries because they knew the situation better than he, and the reports from them were the ground base for the making of reports to the upper institutions of state and party. The state control over churches, religious societies, and illegal religious cliques became more intensive in 1961 when the plan of key religious political task was issued. It was issued by Ministry of Culture and Education in Prague. Religious regional secretary, who was subjected to the head of the division, looked after the work of religious regional secretaries. They had to elaborate quarterly reports or annual reports on the religious political situation in given region, and also inform about the organization of so-called peace conferences of Catholic clergy and meeting in evangelic and reform seminars and corporation. It means it was this peace movement which was designated by communist regime like one of the tools to control and to direct the churches to the state control and to influence the local churches, which means we know that movement like Pacem in Terris now after 1970. The secretaries try to restrict the influence of Catholic clergy upon the youth. It means especially not only that parents give their children to the religion education, but also the assemblies in pilgrimages, first masses of new priests. Regional religious secretary wrote a report on religious political situation within the West Slovakian territory, which was later passed to the West Slovak Communist Party of Slovakia Committee in Bratislave, as well as the Ministry of Education and Culture in Prague. The secretary was also authorized to give or withdraw the state approval for clergymen to serve in a given parish and within pastoral duty. Secretary's office could also give approval for the applicants to study at theological faculties. It was one theological faculty in Bratislava. The seminars in dioceses were cancelled and terminated. As well as for new priests services in parishes. Regional religious secretaries could decide about the state allowance for individual parishes. They could control the management, approved or not buying or selling the religious property. It means not only land, but for reconstruction of churches and parish buildings. I will show you some examples. this is the reports, which they were secret. They were only for eyes for upper officials in the party or local administration. They are the instructions from Ministry of Education and Culture to the head of West Slovak Regional National Committee about church policy. The problem was that these local administrations partially they make concessions, or they even try to not loosen the restrictions, and therefore these committees, central committees or upper regional committees, were control of this church policy. The Division of Education and Culture and national committees also dealt with church policy making, including monitoring religious life. It controlled not only religious property and financial resources of the parish offices, it also controlled masses, pilgrimages, confirmation, procession, christening, baptism ceremonies, weddings, and funerals. Those institutions, all after construction and reconstruction of religious building, clerical staff matters, state approval for clerics posts in ecclesiastical administration and their ecclesiastical activities. The institution control also other matters of clerics and teachers in religion, nuns matters, and those of believers. They also dealt with formation of territorial organization of churches and religious societies. The chairmanship of West Slovakia Regional Committee of Communist Party of Slovakia applied control over fulfillment of state religious policy task of this West Slovak Regional National Committee, the aim of which was the limit activities of all churches and religious societies, namely the Roman Catholic Church, into privacy inside the churches. The leading ideology of those actions was Marxist-Leninism and scientific atheism as the base of communist regime. There were seminars and lectures organized for religious secretaries and employees of national committees to improve their work in the church policy, in the making of church policy. The Ministry of Education and Culture and Slovak National Council, through its Division of Education and Culture, provided state supervision over churches. These are various instructions about feasts and reports of the feasts, Christmas, Easter, and Corpus Christi. And one special is there, it's a celebration of Saint Cyril and Method, which was the saints came to Great Moravian state from Byzantine Empire in 863. It was designed to replace the celebration of these instead of influence of from Vatican. This is one special document about the death of Pope John the 23rd and the apostolic blessing of the new appointed Pope, Paul VI, in 1963 to the beliefs of Czechoslovakia. It was translated, and this blessing was read in churches, and there reported to the West Slovak National Council. The nuns' placement into services homes, which control and improve participation in religious services, pilgrimages and procession, also that with the religion and the school subjects. The division also monitored the press news of foreign newspapers. We can find in these documents of this West Slovak Regional National Committee a lot of newspapers which were very strictly chosen, and that some reports were translated, and there is one of a lot of information we could about the political situation of church in Europe and in the whole world. Reorganization in 1963, which was had the result of new 5 departments, was subordinated directly to the head of the division. It's in commission sessions, main focus on, and it is very interesting, it was put on schools, libraries, theaters, and other areas under controls in the years 1960, 1969, but we cannot find there the church problems. There was subject of interest of employees of Division of Education and Culture. In 1961, employees dealing with approval of 74 clergymen, and in following year, the total number was 124, Catholic, Evangelical, and Reformed Christian. The key role of the division was the evaluation of religious political situation in the region and fulfill the task of the state church policy on the basis of the resolution of West Slovakia Regional Committee of Communist Party, Central Committee of Communist Party of Slovakia, and Central Committee of the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia. Those resolutions required the participation of believers in procession and pilgrimages during religious holidays in order to limit those activities. We can illustrate this on district committee, which in 1960, the division transport ordered to stop buses of believers on pilgrimages in Marianka, Báč, and Topolčany. As I mentioned, there was no bishops appointed. There was administration Ambros Lazik in Trnava, Eduard Nečej in Nitra, and therefore it was very difficult for them to manage the coexistence with state policy in church. There is the announcement of reports about formation of new priests. These reports are also very important because they illustrated that massive attendance of people at local level, and they can't manage to stop this mass of people on these masses of new priests in local parishes. This was the sum of the churches which was reconstructed in Kostolany pod Tribečom. This is the church from 13th century. These are the documents, and on the right side you can see the Ambros Lazik request, and on the left side you can see the instruction from the central care, the institution of care of sites and of the protection of nature. This is the interesting about the Institute of Care and for Sites and Nature in Dražovce, which is in Nitra. It is the sanctuary of St. Michael Archangel. It was the film Markéta Lazarova in 1965, there shoot, and they requested the repair of damages which were they done during this shot. This is the destroyed church, parish church in Nitrianska Blatnica, which was destroyed by natural disaster. There are some decisions about the decision of state permission for priests. So, not only the three main churches was under the state control. There were also the New Baptist Czech brothers and Jehovah's Witnesses, like a prohibited religious society. These activities of church under the West Slovakian Regional National Committee, which gave them the foreign newspapers, which was Osservatore Romano, for example, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, Die Presse, Figaro, Giornale del Popolo, and many others. It was focused on the John the 23rd and Paul the VI popes and their activities in the Second Vatican Council and their Ostpolitik. The West Slovak National Committee was dissolved in July the 1st of 1969 after the creation of Czechoslovak Federation with two member states, and it was influenced by the Prague Spring and after the coming of the occupation forces at 21st of August 1968, the Czechoslovak reform process was stopped. For instance, this West Slovak Regional National Committee concentrated in this second half of 60s of the 20th century, the arrival of male and female orders, the rehabilitation of unjustly sentenced priests and believers, and the return of confiscated church property, permission of possible theology studies at Gregorian University in Vatican. Conclusion of all this. This state administration is, we have to make research or evaluate the role of this administration on everyday life of believers and churches and put it together with great history. That's my conclusion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Tomáš. Again, I apologize for having to cut you off, but we're already running a bit behind. I am going to extend this session a little bit into the lunch period, mostly because we started late, but also I just want to give adequate time for discussion and questions after. So let me turn to the final speaker of the panel, Pavel Wawrzyszuk, who is professor at Kazimierz Wielki University in Bydgoszcz. He is an expert on Polish-Yugoslav relations, among other topics. He also has a background in ethics and theology. He is the author of an article that is forthcoming in the Journal of Cold War Studies that deals with Polish responses to the Soviet Yugoslav split. It should be out in 3 or 4 months. And so I encourage everyone to get a hold of that article when it comes out. Pavel.
Thank you very much, Professor. And this is completely coincidence. I mean, my article is going to be published and Professor Kramer is here, so it is completely coincidence. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start. And I'm in a really tough position because in 10 minutes we're starting lunch. So let's go. First of all, it is my great honor and pleasure that I have a possibility to hold my speech here in Bratislava. May we start, if you don't mind, with a short music introduction? If it works. This music accompanied me when I was writing this presentation, and it really fits to the topic, really. And the next thing is that because when I was young, I was taught that a good presentation should begin with an earthquake, and the next should be and the next should be content, and the next should be content. So I divided my speech into 2 parts. First part is the theoretical introduction, and the second one I will tell something. I mean, one example of the religious diplomacy. Theoretical introduction is quite important because there are 2 terms very similar, at least in Polish literature, religious diplomacy and faith-based diplomacy. What is the difference? In Poland, sometimes faith-based diplomacy is translated directly as a religious diplomacy, which is not correct, actually. Because religious diplomacy, this term was, as well as faith-based diplomacy, was introduced not a long time ago. It appeared, religious diplomacy appeared, for example, in the publication of Lucian Leuchten, so Romanian researcher, in the article "Religious Diplomacy and Socialism: the Romanian Orthodox Church and the Church of England," published in 2008. As well, this term is quite popular in Russian literature. So, for example, in the publications of Professor Nadezhda Belyakova, Nikita Pivovarov, and others. So, religious diplomacy describes actually the activities of official representatives of denominations abroad in the Cold War period, and those denominations which were subordinated to the communist government. Those activities were addressed to the foreign subjects, never to internal subjects or objects. And not only to capitalistic countries, which is interesting, not only to, let's say, third world, so non-aligned movement, not to the Southern America, not to Africa. Russian Orthodox Church was used to have done activities, let's say, religious diplomacy in those regions, but as well to the communist countries which were out of the bloc, so like Yugoslavia. And the most interesting that it was used as well to the communist countries which were inside the bloc. For example, to Poland, Romania, or even Bulgaria, which was related with the relations between, which was related to the position of Orthodox churches in those countries. So Polish Orthodox Church, Romanian Orthodox Church, etc. Russian Orthodox Church was used to use that. So faith-based diplomacy was introduced in 2003 by Douglas Johnston. And it covers a number of subjects which are linked by importance of spiritual factors and fact that faith plays an important role in how they're functioning, and for their motivations. So here we've got, this is the significant difference between terms faith-based religion and religious diplomacy. About the paradox, this is not a didactic conference, but the paradox, it is worth to emphasize, to tell our students, some of us have lectures, talking about religious diplomacy, about the paradox, because atheist communist state was using religion or religious institution rather to realize their goals. So this is a kind of paradox. Young people do maybe not necessarily can or would understand that. Of course, Soviet Union, as I mentioned, was the let's say fatherland of the religious diplomacy. Which was connected, of course, with the change of Stalin's politics after German invasion on Soviet Union, and depends on the time, of course. After Stalin's death, religious diplomacy were developing under Khrushchev. Under Brezhnev as well, and was spreading not only to Russian Orthodox Church, but as well on other religions and denominations. Quite interesting is case of Romania. There, Romanian Orthodox Church was used in let's say religious diplomacy. In a context with Anglican Church, when Romania was trying to set up relations with the Western countries. In this case with Great Britain. So the relations were renewed, actually, because both religious institutions had contacts before the Second World War. But those contacts were renewed by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Romania, so Grigore Proteasa. He renewed, in fact, those relations. But because of very limited time, let's focus on Yugoslavia, because of specific country. This country was specific from the ethnic and religious point of view. I will tell you why Catholic Church is, in general, is on the list, and why it is in a small font size. So this is a bit later. The fact is that relations of Yugoslav relations with Vatican had a specific meaning for Yugoslavia. I mean, at least from 60s or mid-60s, because that was, of course, the only denomination. I mean, Catholic, and the Vatican was the only institution which, for Yugoslavia, had a global dimension from the international relations point of view. The others, like Serbian Orthodox Church and Islamic or Muslim religious Islamic religious community. This dimension was rather bilateral, and according to small denominations, it was bilateral or a dimension of contacts with religious organizations, such as World Council of Churches, World Council of Churches, and World Federation, Lutheran Federation. Okay, so now we can go to the particular religions and denominations. First of all, one question appears: how to measure to which point particular denomination or religion was subordinated to the government or to communists? Well, one of the measures can be a participation of the priests in priests' associations. So these which were created by the government. In case of Serbian Orthodox Church in 1956, 81% of all of the priests belonged to the priests' associations. So from the big religions, it was the second place. Serbian Orthodox Church was a subject and object another time in religious diplomacy. Subjects because it was used by the government to realize its political goals, but object as well because it was an object of from the side of Russian Orthodox Church. Those churches, except for a couple of years of the break from 49, 50. Till 55, 56, were in really close ties. Well, enough to say that one of Orthodox priests, whose name is was Vlada Zečević, who was a first Minister of Interior in Yugoslavia. So that was unusual. Situation in a history. Well, one of the most significant issue in Serbian Orthodox Church was the question of unity of the church. So by government, the issue of creation of the autocephality of Macedonian Orthodox Church besides, of course, the internal dimension, had as well external bilateral dimension in contacts in politics with Bulgaria and as well with Albania. Serbian Orthodox Church as well was under pressure of Yugoslav government to make an influence on the Orthodox let's say branches which was outside of Yugoslavia, which were critical to Yugoslavia as a Yugoslav political system. So I mean the Bishop Dionysie Milivojevic in the United States, which finally ended in schism in 1962. And the other example was Orthodox Church Municipality in Trieste, which was led by Dragoljub Vurdelja. Well, in fact, in this case, in both of these cases, Yugoslav government actually failed, and the same method, there was attempt to use according to the Catholic Church, local episcopate in Yugoslavia, in Croatia especially. So in 1957, Franjo Šeper was Archbishop of Zagreb. He had a lot of talks with the representatives, chairman of Commission for Religious Affairs in Croatia, to convince the Pope that in 1957 the next rector of the Institute of San Geronimo in Rome, the next rector should be more acceptable to Yugoslav authorities. Finally, as well, Šeper was not able to convince Pope to force their candidate, who was Krešimir Zoric. But Yugoslav government achieved, using in fact Roman Catholic Church in Croatia, achieved the goal to limit, let's say, anti-Yugoslav activities inside the San Geronimo Institute in Rome. The award for Catholic Church in Yugoslavia was the government agreed to give passports for Yugoslav bishops. They could visit Vatican, and as well a couple of priests were allowed to go to Rome for studies. Going to Islamic religious community or Islamic community since 1969, this religion was most subordinated to the government. 95% of imams belonged to associations. Suleiman Kamura, so Raisul Ulema, was called the Red Race. But the most important religious diplomacy, religious diplomacy was used by Hajj diplomacy. So, delegations from Yugoslavia since 1949, with a short break, was sent to Mecca each year, and by the occasion they visited Muslim countries in the region, so Lebanon, Egypt, Libya, etc., etc. They were not used in the context with Pakistan. Yugoslavia had a quite complicated relations with them and with Indonesia. So Tito personally dealt with Indonesia. Well, Ibrahim Faid, so previous race, in 1956 was a host for 20 foreign delegations, and quite interesting that one of those delegations from Turkey, that was a delegation of Turkish Air Forces in Yugoslavia. And Reis Ibrahim Faid was a host of that delegation. What was the goal? The goal was one, in fact was one. The goal was to warm up Yugoslav image between the Muslim states as a state tolerant, religious. I mean, as a state where which is religiously tolerant. The small denominations. It is separate subject. Of course, there are around 20 small denominations in the world. 20 small denominations in Yugoslavia. I will tell about 2-3 cases actually. Jews. Jewish minority in Yugoslavia was not used in religious diplomacy, except one issue, one factor, because in Yugoslavia there was no phenomenon known as let's say state anti-Semitism. So Yugoslavia was Yugoslav Ministry of Foreign Affairs presented Yugoslavia as an anti-Semitic free country. Old Catholic Church is quite interested institutions because only 27 out of 40 priests were in associations. Which is interesting is that 4 of those priests who were not in the members were described as an active against communism priests. And one of them was a member of Kulturbund. Philip Pop, that is the case of German evangelical church in Yugoslavia. Philip Pop was executed because he was a member of Kulturkampf. He was a bishop of German church. I am going to the end. Philip Pop was executed in 1945, and his son was appointed as a leader of then Croatian Lutheran church, and he created the let's say national Lutheran church. This case is very interesting, and actually this is a separate issue as well. So, going to the conclusions, because we are out of time. Ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion is that the geopolitical position of a country determined how religious diplomacy could be used, and it depended as well of the ideas, let's say, of leaders. I mean, the idea how to use those religious institutions in their international politics, and that was, I mean, the religious policy was a relatively cheap tool in the hands of communist governments. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. We, as you probably have noticed, are already in the lunch hour. I am, however, going to take, if there are a couple of questions, I can take those. And I do actually have a question myself. So let me go, Burkhard.
Thank you for
two questions to Rafa Watka and one to Tomasz Tante. How did the Catholic Church or the bishops the program of Catholic priests as well as rank and file and more advanced position who joined in the previous year the Patriotic Priests Association, how they handle it internally or maybe even externally. Can you say also something, how did influence the Polish law the position of the evangelic Habsburgian Church and how was the effects then to the state-church relations? Question to Tomasz Handel. To what extent like the Second Vaticanum, the results and the encyclicals was regarded or even embedded by the Czechoslovak Church, in particular the West Slovak branch of this church?
Thank you for this question. At first, it is very interesting because this movement of the patriotic priest was near to 10% in the previous years, in the first decade of the communism, and the Polish bishops preferred the strategy which we can say be very lenient for these priests, because if they want to punish them strongly, it will be a reaction of the communist state. So they prefer to move these patriotic priests with high position to the very small parishes on the end of the dioceses. It was the classical method to reduce the influence of this priest, and it was very efficient because many of these priests were previously in the biggest cities, in the cathedrals, in the curia position, and after that the influence of the social political life was rather marginal, and they are focused on only propaganda statement, which was on this one of the year. It's a meeting of this patriotic priest, and of course they produce a statement that government is very good, Władysław Gomułka is a great patron, and something like that. But the influence of the inside Catholic life in Poland was totally marginal, and many people think that they are only connect with this movement for the money, especially for the money for the retirement. So it is not very big and influential group. The most important problem of this patriotic piece was on the Silesia region, but Bishop Kominek doing it very strongly in a few years, and after I think 5 or 6 years, all of these priests were on these marginal parishes in the diocese. The second question is not my, I am not specialized in this other denomination in Poland, but the position of this church was not very strong in Poland, and communists preferred two strategies for this smaller denomination, using them to fight with Catholic Church and support in this goal of the policy, and of course some priests from the Evangelic Church get some money and support for building a new buildings, for example, or to the magazines when they criticize the Catholic Church hear us. And the second one, the second method, it was to use it to this peace movement, which is all over the Europe, when these small denominations are used to destroy the thinking that Western countries promote peaceful policy. So they were used in these two situations, but I think that communists a secret political police use only 1 or maybe 2% of their influence in the nomination to this smaller, minor denomination in Poland, because we have 95% of Catholics in the Polish People's Republic. So the focus on was mainly on the Catholic Church.
My answer on the question of Dr. Olszowski is that the conclusions of the Second Vatican Council were presented in the churches by local priests. The bishops, they had limits in their possibilities to persuade the regime, because the problem was that the regime in Czechoslovakia, especially in Slovakia, had the tools to put under the control of state even the organization of not only Catholic but also the another churches and religious societies. But in official diplomatic and state language, I think that it was presented that a political coexistence, I think, on the state level. On the regional level, the state religions, the state West Slovak National Committee tried to follow the church policy which changed during this first half of the 60s, where was the council acting, and it will regard the next research in these documents, because these documents are not so published, or they were publicly accessible only in the last 2 or 3 years, and therefore it will take a new research, and therefore it is my answer on your question.
Okay, thank you. Let me, if I could just interject one final question, which is, first, Raphael, could you comment more about the impact of the Poznan uprising on Wyszynski and other clerics as well? They must have been, even though I'm not clear how much was known at that time about the scale of the bloodshed in Poznan, you were up, perhaps more than 120 people were killed, certainly a minimum of 75, and in just a day or a day and a half of fighting. It was a very bloody uprising, and it must have had a significant effect on the way they wanted to keep society calm and not have it evolve into a much more violent wave of events. And also, Bogislav, if you could comment on how did Bleat perceive not only in Poznan but also the subsequent uprising several months later in Hungary? Did he have a similar reaction? And if I could also just quickly with Pavel, I wish you had said more about the Hajj diplomacy. That actually I found intriguing, because what was Tito hoping to accomplish through that? To establish solid relations with countries that were important sources of oil and the like, or was it part of his general thrust into the third world, where he envisaged himself as the kind of an avatar of the non-aligned movement? What exactly was he hoping to achieve through that?
Okay, Professor Kamen, thank you for this question. It is very complicated to answer in a few words, but I try. At first, I think that Communist Party was focused on a division in their communist elite, and Catholic Church situation, it was not their main problem. They are rather thinking about how to prevent the system on the other protests, like this uprising in Poznań, because the scale of it, as you underline, it was very big, and it have international consequences also, because it was very big international meeting in the Poznań. It was an international meeting, and it was many journalists from the Western countries. So this situation was very crucial for the communists to survive. And after the pacification of the Poznań uprising, it was the moment when they started to use church to calm the situation. And the communist elite, I think, using Catholic Church in this specific moment when it was very big problems with society, with some uprising or with some revolts, especially when we are thinking about December 1970. It was a crucial moment to calm the society, and Edward Gierek used some of the influential of the Polish bishop. But these methods were especially used in 70s and 80s. In the 50s, especially in this last moment of the first decade of the communists, they don't use this method because they treated a church as an ideological enemy. And after that, especially Edward Gierek is starting to use brain to think how use Catholic bishops' influence on the society. And we should underline that bishops were used in this way in 1970, in the December, in the June of the 1976, in the August of the 1980, and also in the implemented of the martial law. The last one was very crucial, and in this moment the communists give bishops opportunity to travel to Poland. As you know, it was forbidden for the normal people, and communists allowed to the meeting of the Polish episcopate. It was crucial to bring documents which were used to calm society, and it was very efficient because Primate Glemp was people who were used systematically by the communists to calming society in all of the time of the martial law. So this method was especially used in the 80s.
Okay, Hungarian uprising had decisive influence for the relationship between state and church in Poland, and Blitz in many places wrote about this. It was such a factor who decided that from the one side Wyszyński and from the other side Gomułka looked for some balance, for some agreement. Of course, each Gomułka and Wyszyński wanted to achieve some very important from their point of view positions. But what happened in Hungary could happen in Poland. And in some way, Hungarian uprising determined the thinking rulers and government and leaders of the Catholic Church. So Blitz had no doubt about this, that this uprising was great influence for the situation in Poland.
Yes, quickly. Well, and very concrete, because I wanted to say that it is here. You know, in 1949, the goal was the goal of the Hajj was. It's easy to say what it was. There were elections or choosing country to the Security Council of the United Nations. So, the Muslim delegations was used to that. They were in Egypt, Syria, Lebanon, and Turkey, except of course, Saudi Arabia. We then have in case of non-alignment movement and Hajj diplomacy, we don't have a document that would say precise as that it was used because of the non-aligned movement, but we can predict that yes. For example, in 56 and 7, this Hajj diplomacy, I mean the pilgrims were visiting countries where the next year in 58 and 59, Tito started a huge trip in the North Africa and the Middle East. So Tito visited almost the same countries where the delegations before visited as well. So if you are satisfied, because in the middle of 60s, these pilgrims, I mean the Hajj was not organized by the central level. I mean from the level of federation, but from the level of republic. And besides that, in non-alignment movement became a real, let's say, organization as well. So it was not such a need as well to continue such a policy.
Mm-hmm. Okay, very good. Thank you very much for the microphone too. So I apologize. I did a poor job of organizing this panel, but I think for the most part the speakers were very disciplined. And it is now lunch, so please go out and partake of lunch. And ideally, we'll be back in this room in about 45 minutes, definitely no more than an hour. So thank you.
Just a short note, while you can hear me, it's about lunch. So go back for this meeting. The lunch is not here, but in a restaurant, which is maybe 10 minutes away. So we need to walk 10 minutes to Square National Center. The restaurant is called We will walk together. We will have lunch, then we will walk away.
The last time I was there was 2017.
I suggest we can make it in 1 hour. So 1:30. We can continue.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Maybe 13:40. We'll try to be back as soon as possible. Thank you. And I will walk down. We can wait a few minutes and walk as 1 hour. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will continue. Instead of siesta, we will have another session with our colleagues. There will be 2 colleagues in person. 1 colleague will join us online from Romania, and the 4th paper will be read by our colleague here. Markéta Doležalová was not able to come in person, so we will hear it from our colleague Beata. This session number 4 is dedicated to topic or title Between Prisoners, Martyrs and Religious Communities, the Religious Life under Communist Regime. We will have 1.5 hours. We will try to stick to it or make it even faster. So I'm glad that you are here after the lunch, and I would like to welcome Professor Miroslav Šumilo from Poland, Professor of Humanities, Polish historian, who works in the Institute of History of the Marii Curie Skłodowska University in Lublin, and is a specialist at the Institute of National Remembrance in Poland. His academic interests are focused around the system of communist rule and the Polish-Czechoslovakian relations. The title of the paper is The Support of the Catholic Church in Poland for the Secret Church in Czechoslovakia, 1956-1965. Mirek will present first 10 years of the secret cooperation between Catholic churches in Poland and Czechoslovakia after the political thaw in Poland, 1956. He will speak about the support from Polish men who illegally operated in the Czechoslovakia, secret ordinations of Slovak and Czech priests by Polish bishops and more. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation and introduction to my paper. Topic that help for persecuted Catholics in Czechoslovakia that Polish Catholics provided in various forms during the communist era has not yet been described by historians, and as a result it does not function in our historical consciousness. In the meantime, it played a significant role in the survival of the Czech and Slovak churches during the long period of repression by the communist authorities. This help manifested itself on several levels. First, mediation in contacts between the Czech and Slovak churches, especially religious men's orders and the Vatican. The second, secret ordinations of priests on Polish territory. And the third, illegal transfer of religious books and devotional articles from Poland to Czechoslovakia, initially only delivered from the West and later also printed in Poland. The aim of my paper is to present first 10 years of this secret cooperation, initiated after the political thaw in Poland in 1956. This phase ended with establishment of direct contacts between Polish hierarchs and Slovak ecclesiastical emigration during the Second Vatican Council, which opened up new prospects for cooperation. The policy of communists in power towards the Catholic Church in Central and Eastern Europe followed from the same premise dictated by Moscow. However, because of local specificity, there was significant differences in how the communists approached the matter. In Poland, an open attack on the church happened later than in Czechoslovakia and never took such hard forms. This particularly concerned religious orders, which could still function legally despite restrictions. While in Czechoslovakia they were officially dissolved in 1950 and had to go underground. After the partial liberalization of the system in Poland in 1956 and introduction of tourist border traffic, Czech and Slovak monks took this opportunity to establish contacts with their Polish brethren. As a consequence of the authorities breaking and taking control over the hierarchical church, an underground church or secret church began organizing its structures in Czechoslovakia. Men's orders reactivated their work in clandestine posts. Despite repression, religious life continued in camps and later outside. The younger monks, under the guidance of their older confreres, tried to study using unofficially obtained books and prepared for secret priestly ordination. Lack of possibilities to travel to countries outside the Soviet bloc and maintain contact with the authorities in Rome made individual men's orders in Czechoslovakia resorting to seeking help from Poland. Contacts were established based on the agreement on tourist border traffic in force since April 1956. Czechs and Slovaks could travel to Podhale on tourist passes and Poles to Slovakia within the Tatra region. The so-called small border traffic, on the other hand, made it possible for the population living in the border zone to keep contact. The first to travel to Poland was the Slovak Michal Potocki from Piesztiany, who earlier in the years 1933-36 studied at the Jesuit College in Kraków. And at the beginning of January 1957, he arrived in Warsaw and had an opportunity to meet Cardinal Wyszyński for dinner. Potocki spoke about the situation of the Roman and the Greek Catholic churches in Czechoslovakia, and Wyszyński promised to pass this information to the Holy See during his planned visit to the Vatican. A spectacular example of Polish and aid for Slovak monks was the story of three Divine Word missionaries, verbistes, who found illegal shelter in Poland. The opportunity to complete their theological studies and finally received secret ordination. In February 1957, Stefan Horvat fled to Poland, and in July 1958 he was joined by Józef Szabo and Robert Borik after illegally crossing the peak of Rysy in Tatra Mountains. Horvat completed his theological studies at the missionary seminary in Pieniężno. Szabo and Borik had to study individually, hiding in monasteries. Horvat received secret ordination in Gniezno in December 1958 and Szabo and Borik in January 1960. In both cases, the ordinations were performed by Bishop Lucjan Bernacki. All three verbistes had to hide from the security service, changing their places of residence many times. Facing a large search operation of the security service, were made attempts to illegally send Slovak verbistes on foreign missions. While attempting to flee abroad, Józef Szabo was arrested when boarding a ship in Gdynia in October in 1962. Following the trial, he was sentenced to 1 year in prison. Arrest warrants were sent after Horvat and Borik. Large forces of militia and the security apparatus were involved in counterintelligence. Eventually, as a result of operational joint forces of the Polish Służba Bezpieczeństwa, security service, both of them were promised amnesty and turned themselves to the militia. In September 1964, they were handed over at the border to Czechoslovak Statni Bezpečnost. And by the judgment of the district court in Bratislava of 16th December 1964, they were sentenced to Szabo, 8 months of imprisonment, Borik 12 months, Horvat 6 months. The fact of the developing secret cooperation of religious orders did not escape the attention of the Czechoslovak authorities. In August 1958, the Secretariat for Religious Affairs at the Ministry of Education and Culture in Prague stated in its report, I quote, "Recently, the Vatican has been using the Polish Catholic Church more and more in his hostile activity against our system. Bishops and the high church hierarchy currently see the church in Poland as a model for their activities. Vatican publications and the Polish Catholic press are sent to us from Poland legally and illegally. Small tourist border traffic is also abused on both sides. In many cases, interference by the Polish clergy and monks in our church political relations has been detected. In the years 1964-1965, the Slovak Salesians took advantage of Polish help in ordaining 8 of their seminarians. At the request of Archbishop Karol Wojtyła, the ordination were administered by Bishop Julian Groblicki in a private chapel on Wawel Hill in Krakow. In addition, 2 Czech Eucharistians from Brno, Leo Kucharz and Józef Prażan, was covertly ordained in Poland during this period. The documents of the security service, Polish and Czechoslovak security service from 1961, recorded collaboration of the Dominicans, Franciscans, Jesuits, Redemptorists, Salesians, Salvatorians, and Verbistes. It was established that via Polish channels of communications, contacts were maintained with the generals of these orders in the Vatican, who regularly received reports on underground activities. Conversely, instructional materials, pastoral and liturgical aids, etc., found the way to Czechoslovakia. In Poland, religious and materials were also printed for needs of the Czech and Slovak clergy, and Polish priests provided pastoral ministry to the citizens of Czechoslovakia. The main form of assistance for the Slovaks became the smuggling of religious books and devotional articles. The Polish Church played primarily the role of an intermediary in delivering this literature from the West through Poland to Czechoslovakia. This action was initially conducted from the bottom up through border context. In 1961, the Czechoslovak Security Service in Košice obtained information with the help of an agency about Polish and Slovak priests who were using tourist traffic to smuggle religious books. In June 1963, the Czechoslovak Ministry of Internal Affairs informed the Polish Security Service that, I quote, "A large amount of religious books, pictures of saints and other devotional articles from Poland were found among the detained persons from the smuggling groups. During the interrogation of the detainees, it was also found that a lot of these goods had been brought from Poland to Czechoslovakia by tourists. Initially, it was mainly literature in Polish, but over time it was found that Slovak publications smuggled from Poland appeared. Such cases were detected in 1965 in the area of Dolny Kubin and Czadca. In January 1966, Statni Bezpečnosť obtained information that 7,000 prayer books in Slovak were stored in monastery in Kalwaria Zebrzydowska and distributed to Slovak pilgrims. During deliberations of the Second Vatican Council, Primate Stefan Wyszyński tried to establish cooperation with bishops from Czechoslovakia, Edward Nečej, Ambros Lazik, Robert Pobożny and Franciszek Tomaszek. At the same time, the Slovak bishop in exile, Paweł Hnilica, was contacted, and as a participant of the council, he was also invited to the Conference of Polish bishops present in Rome. The meeting took place on October 15th in 1964. Hnilica recalled Wyszyński's reaction as follows. He promised that he would take it to heart and help his brothers in Slovakia. Indeed, at the time of greatest persecution, we received most support, both material and spiritual, from Poland. And thanks to the contacts established during the council, a new phase began in the secret cooperation between Catholics from Poland and Czechoslovakia. The first 10 years of this cooperation allowed underground religious orders from Czechoslovakia to find necessary channels of communication with the Vatican and to obtain literature needed to covertly study theology. However, only a few persons completed such studies in Poland, and 13 were ordained priests. There were very risky ventures, as shows the fate of three Slovak verbistes. The series of arrests and trials that affected religious orders in Czechoslovakia in the early 60s weakened the cooperation for a while, but it developed again mid-decade. So the issues raised in this paper require further in-depth research. But now we have not much time, so I finished. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for topic and contribution about stories which were richly connected to us and our past. The second, I would like to invite Mr. Krištof Erdős, who is graduated from Pazmány Péter Catholic University, has a degree in communication, history, and Master of Arts in teaching. He has a doctorate from Eötvös Loránd University of Science, and dissertation was entitled Hungarian Refugees in Austria 1945-47. He is working for the Committee of the National Remembrance in Hungary. His research is focused on including migration, social history, history of the Reformed Church in the second half of 20th century. And the topic is to find the way of a faithful Christian life, the room for maneuver and life of the youth community of a Reformed congregation in Budapest 1956-1968. The technique is working well. And I will just add, it's examining the youth community of a Reformed congregation in Budapest with a closer look at the post-1956 persecution of the churches and the ideological struggle. The sources of the study are contemporary church and state security documents, as well as oral history interviews and written memoirs.
Thank you for the kind introduction. I brought you a case study on Hungarian Reformed Church. On my first slide, if it works, or down. Okay. So on the first slide, you would have seen a quotation. Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, thank you. This is not my music. I haven't prepared with music. So on that first slide, you can see a quotation, part of a quotation from the leading pastor of that congregation, Reformed congregation. How it works? Okay. it first. Sorry. So this is a... Okay, so I will read out my paper. In my presentation, I will examine the issue of the post-1956 persecution of the church through the youth committee of a Reformed congregation in Budapest. My micro-historical analysis reflects on the church and socio-political processes of the Kádár era. The sources of my study are contemporary church and state security documents, as well as oral history interviews and written memoirs. The academic literature analyzing the church politics of the early years of the Kádár regime points out that beyond the removal of the so-called reactionary church personalities who stood in the way of the regime, the struggle against the so-called idealistic worldview became a crucial issue of youth education and youth politics. János Kádár, the party's first secretary, had gained important experience in the church politics. Okay. In the church politics during the pre-1956 Rákosi dictatorship, and concluded that for the churches, new martyrs only led to new believers. So the period of the open persecution of the churches before 1956 was counterproductive for them. Kádár replaced this era with a sophisticated and focused persecution of the churches, but the goal remained the same, the liquidation of the churches. To achieve this goal, the tools have been changed. The most effective methods were those of undermining and manipulation by the secret services. Although the Constitution stated that the quotation, People's Republic of Hungary shall guarantee the freedom of conscience and the free exercise of religion, end of quotation, the legal guarantees for the exercise of these two fundamental rights were not elaborated. Thus, in the absence of appropriate laws, the realization of the right to freedom of religion depended entirely on political will. Nearly 2 years after crushing the 1956 revolution, in the summer of 1958, the foundations of the Kádár regime's church policy were laid, at the same time as the execution of Prime Minister Imre Nagy and his associates. The party decision on the church policy in the summer of 1958 severely restricted in practice the freedom of religion at the level of individuals and communities. It was started that the churches could only deal with the young people in the context of religious education in schools and in the context of First Communion and confirmation. All other activities, including sports, film screenings, course, after-school religious education, and so on, were declared unacceptable. In doing so, the party leadership made illegal the everyday activities of the church youth communities. I chose the youth of Reformed Congregation of Pasaréd in Budapest as the subject of my presentation. After 1956, Pasaréd was one of the most active Reformed communities in the Hungarian capital, led by a popular preacher in his 40s, Sándor Jó. His portrait you have seen there. An older one. The congregation was founded between the two world wars in 1937, and even then the young people were very involved in scouting as well as in the Protestant youth associations, which both were flourishing at the time. After the war, both these were broken up by the communists. Although the organizational framework was liquidated by the authorities, the members of these associations continued their youth work in their own congregations, as seen in Pasaréd. They consciously tried to preserve and pass on to future generations their Christian values in opposition to the ideology of the political authority. They also applied the community organization and pedagogical methods learned beforehand. All efforts by the authorities were directed towards the elimination of autonomous communities, including church communities. In Protestant church youth work, although the organizational framework changed after 1950, its continuity remained. The communist authorities were aware of this and acted against it. Many members of the youth circle of Pasarit were active participants in the 1956 revolution. A young girl died while volunteering for the Red Cross when she was assisting an injured in the field. Another member brought food to the freedom fighters, while a law student joined the University Revolutionary Committee, distributing illegal journals and writing revolutionary poems. Also during the revolution, one of the leaders of the youth circle founded a Christian youth organization, which was prohibited in that period, about which he made a radio broadcast. As a result, during the reprisal following the revolution, 5 young people from Pasarit were imprisoned. Sándor Jó, the leading pastor of the congregation, also spent 12 days in prison in March 1957, after which he was released. Following the revolution, everything changed radically in the life of Pasarit Youth Circle. Only a few members remained. The reason for this was, on the one hand, that many were arrested, on the other hand, some became dissidents, and many were afraid and did not return to the church. Despite these events, the leading pastor was not discouraged and continued with the youth ministry. The youth circle was for confirmed teenagers over 15 years old. The leaders of the young boys group, aged 10 to 13, also known as the junior circle, were selected from these teenagers. The boys' junior circle was founded around 1948 at the initiative of Pastor Sándor Jó. The group was then led by a 17-year-old young man who within a few years had begun his theological studies. He had been involved in the Scout movement as a child, which had a great influence on him. Therefore, he organized the adolescent group based on the Scouts and went on many excursions with them. As a result, with the traditions of scouting, which had been prohibited by then, were continued in this community, as future leaders continued to use these methods. Girls aged 10 to 13 also had their group in the congregation. The boys' junior circle camped annually during the summer. The first camp was held in the late August 1958 at Lake Balaton. They got permission to set up tents from the local council according to a postcard sent by one of the organizers to his parents. You can see that postcard on the slide. On this card, he also mentioned attending church on Sunday morning, as well as the fact that they were reading the Bible. No problems resulted from this postcard, this open postcard, as you can see. The way how the group got the council's permission to camp there was not remembered by any of the former participants, but certainly not as a church gathering. All this happened 2 months after the execution of Prime Minister Imre Nagy and his associates. The following year, the summer camp was also held at Lake Balaton at the property of a rural Reformed pastor, Imre Szabó. From him, they received an official permission to camp there as a group of friends without any mention of their church affiliation in order to avoid any problems with the authorities. In the missionary work plans of Pasarit, approved by the Superior Church Administration, there is a mention of Bible study classes for young, junior and youth circles, but the summer camps are not mentioned. These were considered unacceptable activities according to the 1958 Summer Party decision, as I mentioned before. The example of the summer camps in Pasharet also shows how borders between legal and illegal were very fluid, thanks to the dictatorship's inconsistent way of exercising power. István Vicián, a former leader of the Boys Junior Circle, remembered, this is an oral history interview, the following quotation: "You push the borders, and as long as you didn't get punched in the nose, you tried new things." End of quotation. The first summer camp of the youth circle was organized around 1963, and then every summer they visited different parts of the country. However, this required permissions, as we have just seen with the previous example. Creativity proved to be a good solution to this situation. The hiking section of an industrial company, Hungarian Optical Works, MOM in Hungarian, provided the group with an official certificate for the forest camping, as the head of the section supported their activities. Some members of the youth group had joined the hiking section of that company, but the camp of Pasharet was never advertised at the company. This way, they managed to avoid the attention of the authorities. The official certificate was presented to the local forestry office in order to legally set up tents. Within the restrictions given by the dictatorship, the members of the youth circle searched for the right allies to achieve their goals. In the 1960s, Bible study class was held every Sunday afternoon for members of the youth circle. This was held in the basement of the church in a room named after the KIE, the Hungarian branch of the YMCA, Young Men's Christian Association, whose members also met there before the organization was dissolved in 1950. KIE was one of the most important Protestant youth associations between the two world wars. The continuity with the pre-1950 church youth work was also well known by the state security itself. The youth circle of Pasharet met from time to time on Saturdays to read and discuss literature as well as play board games. They took extra care not to appear as an association, as they knew it was considered illegal by the political system. In their free time, they went to the theater and organized one-day trips on weekends and public holidays. During the hikes, they always took time for a short Bible study on the 4th of April holiday, the Liberation Day. They also went on excursions instead of attending on a march. This was not unique to Pasharet only. We also know of examples from other Reformed and Catholic congregations in Budapest. The activity of the young people quickly captured the attention of the authorities. Two state security agents observed them for a 4-year period. Agent Gyöngyi between 1959 and 1960, Agent Pazmandi between 1961 and 1963. Agent Gyöngyi, a young high school teacher, was introduced to the congregation by one of her students, Enikő Balog. This agent was assigned to gather information in the school and only attend the Bible study classes twice. Her superior officer, police captain Lily Carlyle described these Bible study classes as illegal religious education. In her opinion, it was unacceptable because it was held outside of school building in a separate room of the church. So she also criticized the youth excursions. The other state security agent, Pazmandi, was assigned directly to Pasharit congregation in the autumn of 1961. The agent, a university student in civilian life, had been attending youth Bible study classes and excursions for 1.5 years from the beginning of March 1962. This mission to Pasharit came after important church political and state security happenings. In the summer of 1960, the party decided to extend the main lines of the fight against the internal reaction to the churches for the first time since 1956. In the autumn of 1960 and early 1961, a large police operation took place within the framework of the so-called Black Ravens case. Hundreds of Roman Catholic priests and secular believers working with the youth were persecuted. The authorities also wanted to take steps against the Reformed Church. The police discovered signs of a so-called nationwide anti-state conspiracy, a case which was codenamed the Believers. According to the files, the leading pastor of Pasharit, Shandorio, was also among the co-conspirators. Agent Pazmandi was sent to Pasharit as a part of this case. His superior officer, Police Major Lajos Bakonyi, assigned him to observe the youth circle and uncover their so-called hostile political activities. The agent was unsuccessful. After his superior officer had read these secret reports on the activities of the young people over a year, he concluded that no hostile statements were made in the Bible study classes. After Pazmandi graduated from the university, he disappeared from the Pasharit congregation. The state security's actions provided unsuccessful as it could not disrupt the youth circle internally. And the Reformed congregation of Pasharit continued to be active among the youth. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much. The third gentleman will join us online. Yeah, it's working. So I would like to introduce Mr. Dragos Ursu, who has PhD in history from University of Cluj-Napoca. He has also a degree in Orthodox theology and is a historian at the National Museum of the Union in Alba Iulia. He was a researcher in the Institute of the Investigation of the Crimes of Communism and the Memory of the Romanian Exile. He is a director of the postdoctoral project, which has a very long name, Post-Incarnation Destinies of Clergymen, Former Political Prisoners in the Context of Recalibration of State Orthodox Church Relations during the Ceausescu years, which is carried out at the University Alba Iulia in Romania. He's accredited researcher of the National Council of the Study of Security Archives and affiliated member of the Institute of Oral History of the Center for Mission and Nomocanonical Studies of University Cluj-Napoca. The title of the paper is Life After Prison, the Socio-Professional Reintegration of Clerics, Former Political Prisoners in the Context of the Redimensioning
of
yeah,
relations.
You can pronounce it better than me.
Yeah.
So maybe I can pass the word to you. Yeah, Dragos, please.
Okay, so you can go on. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can see also your presentation and you.
Okay. I can go? I can start?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. If you hear me, do you see my presentation? First of all, I apologize that I cannot be with you physically, but personal reasons have kept me in Alba Iulia. I'm glad, however, that I can make the presentation online, and for this I sincerely thank the organizers. My communications are entitled Life After Prison, the Social Professional Reintegration of Clerics, Former Political Prisoners, in the context of the redimensioning of relations between the communist regime and the Romanian Orthodox Church in the 60s. I divided it in two sections. In the first introductory part, I will try to briefly sketch the evolution of the Romanian Orthodox Church's relations with the communist regime until the 60s. And the second, I will focus on the mechanism of the reintegration of the clergy after their release from detention. Thus, at the beginning of the process of communist takeover after 1944, the church was in a fragile position, weakened by the pressure of the previous authoritarian regimes, dictatorship of the King Charles II and that of Antonescu during the war. During the war, the situation worsened, especially as the Antonescu regime used the Orthodox Church, at least propagandistically, in the campaign against the Soviet Union in East. Thus, the Church's involvement in the war was to be a major vulnerability in its relationship with the new communist power, which obviously wanted to punish the church, or at least those clergy involved in the campaign in the East. As far as the regime policy, religious policy was concerned, the Romanian communists drew inspiration from the new Soviet model created by Stalin during the Second World War. In short, the church was no longer violently repressed, but in exchange to ensuring its institutional existence, the church complied with the state policy. Soviet model was adapted to the Romanian realities. Thus, the church was socially marginalized and subjected to strong state control. At the same time, in exchange for recognizing the political legitimacy of the regime and participating in some propaganda campaigns like the struggle for peace and the struggle against exploitation, the church continued its institutional education or liturgical existence. The institutional responsible for the implementation of religious policy, first of all, the Department of the Religious Denominations, which was under the government, and the Securitate, political police, which has a charge of the informative control of the church, the pursuit and repression of hostile elements. Here we have one relevant image for this relation between church and state. In center left, we have the communist leader, Gheorghe Gheorghiu Dej, and on the right, Patriarch Justinian Marina, the Socialist Youth Festival in 1953. Justinian Marina, a former provincial priest, became patriarch thanks to the support of the Dej, who had helped him escape from Târgu Jiu prison in July 1944. Along with the communists, Dej was imprisoned by Antonescu regime during the World War II. Patriarch Justinian used his political credit to strengthen the church institutionally. Thus, in the 60s, monasticism developed. The number of monks increased, the theological education system developed, and the church material resources increased through the creation of craft cooperatives in monasteries. Also in the photo, to the right of Patriarch Justinian, we have the Roman Catholic Bishop of Bucharest, Alexandru Cizar, brought especially by the regime to the demonstration, together with Patriarch Justinian, in order to show that religious freedom existed in communist Romania. In short, it was a negotiated relationship, a compromise between church and state. The Orthodox Church constantly negotiated the limits imposed by the regime. However, the political and informative control was permanent, one part of the regime, which in its repressive action also had the people of the churches in mind. Thus, in the various waves of repressions from 1948, 1952, or 1958, around 2,000 Orthodox priests and monks were imprisoned. It is worth underlining that the absolute majority of them was imprisoned for the political reasons, real or amplified by the Securitate, membership of interwar political parties, activity in anti-communist resistance group, opposition of collectivization of agriculture, or support for anti-communist actions. There were also specific cases of the priests arrested solely for their religious activity, which the regime assimilated as a counter-revolutionary activity. Now we come to 1964, the year of the pardon of political prisoners. A few words about political context. At the beginning of the 60s, the communists in Bucharest began a relative distancing from Moscow, an action that was doubled by the nationalist recalibration of the regime. In fact, gradually, the communist leaders, first Dej and from 1965 Ceausescu, increasingly appealed to the nationalist propaganda, revitalizing identity themes from the interwar period. The regime thus began to enjoy some popular support because Romanian society appreciated the regime's discursive anti-Soviet orientation. Also, from the mid-60s, the regime underwent a certain economic development coupled with a certain liberalization, in fact, a losing of repressive control. Thus, the relationship between state and the Orthodox Church underwent a new dynamic from conflict tension to collaboration and co-interest. Moreover, the state began to finance the restoration of the historic monasteries with tourist potential. For the church, this was a major opportunity to restore its heritage, and for the regime to action had two major stakes. One, propagandistic, to show the West that in Romania the churches enjoy religious freedom, and one, economic, to develop religious, cultural tourism, especially for foreigners. Moreover, with the opening of the regime to the West, the church was also used to establish links with Romanian exile communities from USA or Western Europe. Thus, the regime was trying through the church to influence them, at least to be less critical of Bucharest. This was, broadly speaking, the political-religious context in which the priests were released from detention and tried to integrate socio-professionally. One of the very important aspect is worth emphasizing, although times had changed and the regime was generally more favorable to the church. Political control through the Department of Religious Denomination and informative control through the Securitate was at the same intensity. Thus, priests, like other former political prisoners, bore to stigma of their imprisonment, which translated into intense surveillance by the Securitate. In fact, I can say that the priests for 2-3 years were kept in a kind of informative quarantine by the Securitate, which wanted to make sure that they did not represent a danger. In fact, they wanted to isolate them for the religious communities, for example, monasteries, where they had enjoyed popularity before the arrest. The case of Arsenie Papachok case, close disciple of Patriarch Justinian. Arsenie Papachok was imprisoned between 1948 and 1964. 1958 and 1964. After his release, the Patriarch tried to bring him to the Patriarchate, or at least into a monastery in Bucharest. The Securitate also opposed because of his popularity among the faithful. Relevant is the mechanism by which they resisted to his placement in Bucharest. The Exarch, the one who coordinated the work at the monks in the Patriarchate, was a collaborator of the Securitate. He was one who drew up the documents for the monks to be placed in monasteries. He also influenced the Patriarch on the orders of the Securitate not to receive Arsenie Papachok. Aware of the Securitate refusal, the Patriarch sent Arsenie Papachok to an isolated parish in Transylvania, and after 2 years managed to bring him in an area of Bucharest. This was the reintegration model for most monks who were former political prisoners after 2-3 years of ecclesiastical quarantine under the supervision of the Securitate. The regime allowed them to be replaced in a monastery. And about the situation of parish priests, after their release, they went through an ecclesiastical trial because the Orthodox Church, by its organizational statute, assumed that the decision of the state courts had to be applied in the ecclesiastical sphere. Thus, the released priests were tried by a church tribunal, and the trial proceeded as follows. The prosecutions took note of the priest's civil sentence and demanded that he be punished by being deprived of the holy orders while he served his sentence, also proposing that he be received into the ranks of the ministers of the altar because he had served his sentence. The trial ended with an administrative vicar's resolution to the bishops recommending that the priest be reinstated in the ecclesiastical body and appointed to a vacant parish. However, the priest's appointment could not be made without the consent of the Department of Religious Denomination. Thus, the regime had the last word, especially since the Securitate have a decisive role in the decision. There is also another type of integration, the involvement of the released priests in the regime cultural policy. As the regime has broken away from Moscow, it revitalized cultural themes from the interwar period. For example, authors previously banned were now republished. In fact, priests, those of intellectual stature, used his collaboration as a form of professional reorientation. We have some relevant cases. For example, Dumitru Stăniloae, one of the leading personalities of Romanian theology, was a professor at the Faculty of Theology in Bucharest before his arrest in 1958. In the context of his release in 1963, the regime used Dumitru Stăniloae to write for Glasul Patriei, a propaganda magazine aimed to Romanians abroad. His articles are relatively benign. Introduction to churches, religious activities, articles that talk about religious freedom in communist Romania. Thus, the regime achieved two major objectives of foreign propaganda. First, it proved that churches in Romania enjoyed freedom, and second, that personalities of Stăniloae's stature, fresh out of political imprisonment, implicitly support the regime. For Stăniloae, on the other hand, his collaboration with Glasul Patriei represented a compromise by which he increased his chance of being reinstated in the Faculty of Theology as a professor. This actually happened a year later in 1964. The end of the regime brought about a retention in the church's relations with the communist regime. After the earthquake in 1977, Ceausescu took two measures for the urban systematization of Bucharest, and dozens of churches fell victim to his plan and were demolished. In the picture, on the right, we have a photo from demolished NA Church in the center of Bucharest. For those of you who have been in Bucharest, it is right near the Intercontinental Hotel and the University of Bucharest. Why do I refer that the church-state relations is an ambiguous relationship? Because at the same time that the regime was tearing down churches, the same regime was supporting religious tourism. And we see on the left an article in a tourism magazine, România Pitorească, promoting the historical monastery in the north of Moldova. In conclusion, as far as the state-church relationship is concerned, we are dealing with an evolution like a merry-go-round, from aggression in 50s to deterrent in 60s and 70s, and to retentioning in the 80s. And the priests, former political prisoners, were caught up in this maelstrom. Their destinies conditioned by the temperature of the relationship between the church and the regime. On the one hand, the church regarded him with a suspicion because they had been convicted. On the other hand, it tried to support their reintegration, and the reintegration process were carried out under the close supervision of the Securitate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well. Here we come with the fourth paper, and unfortunately our colleague from Czech Republic, Markéta Doležalová, was not able to come in person. I will introduce her very briefly. She works in the Institute for Study of Totalitarian Regimes in Czech Republic. She is focused on political processes in the 50s, especially the women as victims, for example, Milada Horáková, Antony Kleinerová, and more, and also persecution of the church. She's editor and co-author of several monographies dedicated to modern church history. And our colleague Beata Katrebová-Blehová will read her paper.
Yes, well, I will try to reduce it to the most important points. It is about the political prisoner, women political prisoner Antonie Wojtiecha Hazmandová from the Congregation of the Sisters of Mercy of Saint Carolus Borromeo. At the center of this contribution are two main themes: changes in the role of women in the church and the urgent need to find role models for the action of young generations of women in the church. Sister Antonia Wojciecha Hasmandová represents both of these lines of thought in a unique way. Member and at the time of normalization also Mother Superior of the Congregation of the Sisters of Mercy of Karolus Borromeo, one of the largest women's religious communities in post-war Czechoslovakia, appeals even today with her example of brave and faithful following of Christ. And above all, but not only in the times of communist totality, when she risked personal freedom, health and life for her stance. It was therefore not surprising that the Bishop of Brno, Wojciech Cikerle, was able to open her canonization process as early as 1996. When studying materials from the archive of the congregation, documents from the provenance of state authorities or testimonies of witnesses, we ask ourselves the following questions, in particular, how the authentic story of Wojciecha Hasmandová was typical of the persecution of religious and spiritual persons. In what way was it unique? What is the strength of her testimony today? Let's summarize the biographical facts. Origin from a peasant family with many children in the traditionally strongly Catholic South Moravia, early loss of mother, examples of entering the order in the family, and in the immediate vicinity, vocation to join the Borromeo congregation already in childhood. Own place in the congregation was found in teaching service and caring for the young generation of girls. She passed the test of the Second World War and the Nazi occupation with a temporary loss of the possibility of the teaching and devoted service in the health sector. Finally, in the 1950s, she gave testimony while managing a community of sisters in the border area. Actually, it was in Šumava, where she hid a priest and withstood harsh interrogations. She was the victim of a rigid trial in the state court on September 1953, probably in Prague or Brno, I don't know, resulting in 8 years in prison and 5 years of deprivation of civil rights for alleged high treason of spying for the Vatican. We have just quoted from a very rare written statement in favor of the religious rights of female political prisoners, which were not publicly recognized as such under socialism, from Hasmandova's letter, in which she joined the protest of several female political prisoners in the dreaded women's prison in Pardubice. The imprisoned women wanted to take advantage of the visit of United Nations Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld to Czechoslovakia. These 12 letters of the apostles, so-called apostles, calling for the rectification of the unjust status of the victims of class communist justice, were intended to draw the aforementioned top representatives of the UN to the alarming situation of political prisoners in Czechoslovakia. But I don't know when was it. The letter writers suspected that they would not reach the addressee, but still they could not resist not taking advantage of this chance. They were awaited by a harsh subsequent punishment by the prison command, which did not escape even Wojciecha Hasmandová. She took part in the protest with a clear knowledge of the consequences her performance would have. This was followed by a punishment in the form of isolation, transfer to the prison in Prague-Pankratz, withdrawal of all benefits, ban on packages and visits by beloved members of her large family. From the side of Wojciecha, it was a completely unique act of solidarity and support for the efforts of publicly known women among imprisoned women. With the same courage and indomitable perseverance, Wojciecha, after her release from prison in 1960, later in the summer of 1970, became head of the Borromeo congregation. She involved fellow sisters in activities related to the adoption of the results of the Second Vatican Council for Religious Life in an honest search for the roots of the congregation's spirituality, as well as in the translation and dissemination of council documents. With her foresight and concern for true aggiornamento, she was able to defend the necessity of overcoming centuries-old customs, the deposits of the medieval way of existence of the community, and contribute to the introduction of liturgical reforms. Even after his official ban, she cooperated in the non-public continuation of the activities of the Secretariat of Higher Religious Superiors. Her close collaborators were well-known theologians such as Jan Baptista Barta, Otto Madre, and Jan Evangelista Urban. She risked her freedom while organizing the congregation's secret youth religious formation. Wojciecha Hasmandová died after almost 18 years at the head of the congregation as a result of a serious illness caused by damage to her health during her imprisonment in the reputation of sanctity in January 1988. Only a short time was left before the fall of the communist regime, which could not break this woman of strong faith. Some sources attribute to Wojciecha Hasmandová an initiative which was supposed to inspire the bishop of the Moravian secret church, a long-term political prisoner, Felix Maria Davidek, to ordain women as priests for service in women's prisons. Here, female prisoners did not have the support of clerics authorized to celebrate Mass, confess, and so on. Davidek was subsequently to ordain his vicar, so-called vicar Ludmila Javorova, and probably several other women in 1970s. I emphasize here that this was a borderline step in the extreme emergency of communist persecution, a step conditioned by the situation at the time of the expectation of further severe persecution after the invasion of the Warsaw Pact troops in August 1968. After all, even Ludmila Javorova did not work as a priest, well, she could not actually, in free conditions after 1989. There is testimony obtained recently after the end of the Czech phase of the beatification process. In it, Ludmila Javorova said that she no longer remembers exactly which imprisoned religious superior Davidek spoke to in the early 1970s, because there were more imprisoned superiors of women religious communities, and whether she really, so Wojciecha Hasmandová, really encouraged Davidek to ensure pastoral care in prisons through secret priestly ordination of women. The above mentioned does not in any way reduce the unique value of the testimony of the life of Antonia Wojciecha Hasmandová and her sacrifice to the motherland and to the church persecuted by the communists. So this is the end of the contribution. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Beata. Now we can have a short session of questions, maybe 3 questions.
My questions for Miroslav Shumilo is, what did the Vatican think about the contacts that you're describing, and did they try to put an end to them or to influence them in some way? Because I know with Davidek, the Vatican became very concerned about what he was doing, especially with the ordainment of people that seemed improper, at least from the Vatican's perspective. So I'm wondering, how did they view the contacts between the Polish Catholic Church and the Czechoslovak underground church?
Thank you for this question. I think it is difficult to say, to answer, because we have not many sources about this. We have mainly documents from the security service, of course, and the point of view of communist regime. and a few reports from participants in this cooperation, from these Slovak and Czech and Polish monks, priests, and other person. But in these memories of these people, we can read that it was very important for them, for these Slovaks and Czechs, that they could stay in, could go to Poland and could get ordination from Polish bishops, for example, from Polish people, very important help for example, in this religious books, smuggling to Czechoslovakia, and I know personally, I know people who participated in this cooperation in the second and after period, after in the 70s and 80s, and they always remember this period, this contact from with Poland, with Polish people, and very it was for them it was very important that someone could help them, and they organize the meetings every year in the Tatra Mountains to memorize this cooperation. But it is difficult to say how large was the real influence of this cooperation to the situation of Czech and Slovak church. But I think it was important to survival of this mostly this men's orders. They must no, they was in underground. In fact, because they were illegal in Czechoslovakia, and Poland religious orders normally functioned.
Do we have another question? Also for online panelists?
Could I, is Dragos Ursu still there, or is he left? Dragos?
Yeah,
can you hear me okay? Because I had a question, which is when I was in Bucharest back in the spring, there were problems getting access to the Securitate files about almost anything. And that had been the case as well when I was there 2 years ago. I'm wondering, what access is there now to the files dealing with the church, with churches and religious affairs generally? Do you find that you have the access that you want?
Okay. Do you ask about access in
Specifically, what the Securitate's efforts to keep, to maintain surveillance of churches and to basically try to recruit informants and the like.
Can you repeat? I don't.
Okay, it's basically about the Securitate's efforts to keep control of churches and clerics.
Yeah, Securitate, until the regime was down, surveillance the church, if I understand your question.
I'm asking though specifically about how is your access to files from the Securitate's policy toward churches, is it unrestricted, or do you find that you have problems getting access to the materials you want?
Yes, I have researched the priest files, also the bishop's files of the Securitate. Yeah, the researchers can be studying these files from the Securitate. Yeah, I studied.
Okay, thank you all. I think we can close this session. We have 10 minutes past 3, so I suggest we can have 10 minutes break, and we will continue with the final session, 15:20. Thank you. Joanna?
Yes, I am here.
Just double check if you can share the screen.
Of course. But am I a host? Is it working?
Joanna Ursu.
Ale czy mamy prezentację pani Zeli?
Are the slides working?
Yeah, okay, thank you, Anna. We can see your presentation.
Okay.
Okay, yes.
It's really good to hear you.
Ale ta trwa. Ona teraz bude i potrebujeme. Aha. Ladies and gentlemen, we must start the last panel of our conference. As the first will be speaking Zeli Bo, PhD student in contemporary history from Nantes University in France. And the title of her presentation is Commemorative, Legal and Theological Issues Behind the Beatifications of Martyrs of Communism under John Paul II. Please.
Thank you. Well,
Thank you for having me here, even though I'm the youngest, the only West European, and the only non-specialist of the question. But I'm here anyway, so I hope I will make you learn a few things. So, in a report from April 1960, the Croatian police declared that if Cardinal Alojzije Stepinac, who had died in February, was ever to be beatified, it would constitute a provocation and an hostile act from the Holy See, towards the Federal Republic of Croatia. And in fact, despite their great admiration for the Cardinal of Zagreb, neither John the 23rd nor Paul VI would proceed with the beatification. There was therefore a real awareness on both sides of the political aspect of such a case. And anyway, the Croatian Church had no access to any archive or to any way of contacting witnesses to testify about the life of Alojzije Stepinac. In 1994, John Paul II declared that the Church of the first millennium was born of the blood of martyrs. At the end of the second millennium, the Church has once again become a Church of martyrs. And indeed, it is generally accepted in the Catholic Church that the 20th century was a time of unprecedented religious persecution due to totalitarianism and anti-clericalism. And the figures speak for themselves. As you can see, not only the number of blessed proclaimed has increased a lot, but it's the same for saints. And furthermore, you can see that the percentage of martyrs among blessed people increased by 10% and by more than 20% amongst the saints. So, following in the footsteps of their 19th century predecessors, 20th century popes beatified and canonized more and more martyrs. However, there was a clear break with this trend, which can be identified on the one hand with the general change in the context from which the martyrs came, and on the other with the recent nature of their death. Indeed, in the 19th century, martyrs raised to the altars were usually missionaries who died preaching the gospel, or Catholics killed by Protestants during the Reformation. And in the 20th century, missionaries are still really important, but they were superseded by a new type of martyr, Catholics who died in the context of religious repressions carried out by 20th century totalitarian regimes, or in the context of recently secularized societies torn apart by the civil wars during which the clergy was the target of exactions and violence. These varied contexts need to be considered in relation to the chronological distribution of martyrs. Out of the 1,930 martyrs beatified or canonized in the 20th century, 40% died in that period, and that's a huge number. Thus, the martyrs proclaimed by the Catholic Church in the 20th century are not only very recent, but their recognition sanctioned the condemnation of ideologies and doctrines deemed contrary to the gospel, and among them, communism. I will go very fast on beatification and canonization. Maybe you all know what it means. Beatification is the first step towards sanctity, and then canonization is the final step. The procedure to become a saint is usually very long and starts from the bottom up. First, a congregation, a religious order, or a group of believers asks its bishop to open the candidate's trial. Then, during the Roman phase, once the local investigation has been completed, it is sent to Rome to the Congregation for the Causes of Saints, where it is examined by several commissions, theologians and cardinals. And if they approve the case, finally, it is submitted to the Pope, who has the final say. And you must keep in mind that this procedure can last a few centuries, at least several decades. Yet, as I said earlier, the martyrs beatified or canonized in the 20th century are becoming ever more recent. This means that the procedure is becoming shorter and shorter, or that in one way or another, the deadlines are being shortened, making it possible to beatify and canonized much more rapidly than before. Based on the positiones, that is to say the candidacy files of the martyrs of communism examined in Rome, on the beatification homilies of the martyrs, but also on video archives and numerous speeches and writings by John Paul II, I wish to show you that the martyrs of communism had a special place in the pastoral work developed by John Paul II during his pontificate, that despite his active support, the beatification process was extremely difficult until 1991, and finally that these were religious events with considerable political resonance. So as I said, martyrs had a special place in Wojtyla's pastoral ministry. He beatified and canonized more than any of his predecessors. 1,344 beatification, 483 canonization. And of all these new saints and blessed, 1,132 blessed and 402 saints died as martyrs. Why did he give such prominence to them? First, for personal reasons, I think. John Paul II himself said that his vocation was deeply rooted in the sacrifice of Christians of his generation who suffered religious persecution, whether under Nazism or communism. He was therefore very sensitive to these testimonies. And then for ecclesiological reasons, because he insistently believed that martyrdom was fruitful for the church. Indeed, he often repeated Tertullian's famous quote, and I made a mistake in the slide, it is the blood of martyrs is the seed of Christians. He believed that offering the world testimonies of faith lived in a radical way would challenge believers and non-believers alike. He believed in the intercession of martyrs who once in heaven work for the conversion of their homeland and who become intercessors and role models for Christians who were still enduring persecution. So in Wojtyla's pastoral approach, martyrs were therefore at the heart of a global missionary project which aimed in particular to strengthen ties with the local churches. Indeed, John Paul II beatified and canonized massively martyrs of the evangelization of Asia, martyrs of the Spanish Civil War, of the Crusaders' War in Mexico, of the Second World War. So the great tyrants of the 20th century were no longer pagan rulers or Protestant, but ideologies: fascism, National Socialism, and communism. Profoundly marked by the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of Christians, John Paul II, once elected as Pope, launched repeated appeals to preserve the memory of these martyrs. And on the eve of the Great Jubilee of 2000, he ordered that the Church must work specifically to preserve the memory of these unknown men and women. I quote, "In our own century, the martyrs have returned, many of them nameless, unknown soldiers, as it were of God's great cause. As far as possible, their witness should not be lost to the Church. The local churches should do everything possible to ensure that the memory of those who have suffered martyrdom should be safeguarded, gathering the necessary documentation. It will be the task of the Apostolic See, in preparation for the year 2000, to update the martyrologies for the Universal Church." Thus, John Paul II wanted to help the peoples of Eastern Europe to regain the memory of their own history, which had often been confiscated by propaganda. The urgency of finding and preserving the memory of all Catholics who died under communist persecution in the USSR soon became apparent. From 1998 to 2003, John Paul II beatified 35 of them. Let me give you a brief overview. There are 31 men and 4 women. It's not a lot, and it is quite representative of the unbalance regarding gender in the church sanctity. There are also 34 religious and 1 layman, so this imbalance is fairly representative also of sanctity in general, which is quite clerical. Nevertheless, there are also 1 cardinal, 12 bishops, 17 priests, 4 nuns, so the whole ecclesiastical hierarchy is represented, which is again typical for John Paul II's pontificate. 4 countries are represented, 26 Ukrainians, 4 Slovaks, 4 Bulgarians, and 1 Croat. They died between 1935 and 1976, and you can see in the Ukrainian group, where there are 25, that they died between 1935 and 1973, and it is rather typical to grouping together martyrs who had the same tyrant, but who didn't die at the same time. 26 of them are from the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, and the other 9 martyrs are Latin Catholics. These 35 martyrs are a small group compared, for example, to the 462 martyrs of the Spanish Civil War, but it's a very respectable figure when you consider that access to the documentation and testimonies was very recent. Between the fall of the USSR and the first beatification, only 7 years had passed. Yet, as I said in my introduction, the procedure usually takes much longer. How can this be explained? Well, first and foremost, the political situation behind the Iron Curtain obviously complicated the procedure. Under a communist regime, it was obviously impossible for dioceses or religious congregations to initiate beatification trials for their members who had been murdered by the regime. To get around this introduction, congregations or diasporas decided to open trials abroad. I can give you the example of Eugene Bosilkov, the bishop of Nicopolis in Bulgaria. In 1985, the Passionists requested that his trials be opened in the Diocese of Urbania, Italy, where the congregation's headquarters are located. And as early as 1986, complementary trials were opened in the Netherlands, where he had studied, so that people who had known him at the time could testify. And as soon as the USSR collapsed, a complementary trial was opened in Sofia, and barely a year later, the CCS, the Congregation for the Causes of Saints, validated the trials, thus launching the Roman phase of the case, which was examined by theologians and then by the cardinal members of the congregation. Another example, but I have to be quick, are the causes of Pavel Peter Gojdic, the Bishop of Prešov in Slovakia, his auxiliary Basil Opko, and Fyodor Romja, the apostolic administrator of Mukachevo, who were transferred to the Byzantine Rite Diocese of Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania, home to a sizable Greek Catholic diaspora. And as soon as the USSR collapsed, their cases were transferred to their dioceses, so Prešov and Mukachevo. But for most of the cases, it was only after 1991 that the trials could be opened. What is certain is that John Paul II's admiration for them sped up the canonical procedure. Indeed, why did it go so fast? Well, I think that John Paul II was very ill. He suffered from Parkinson's disease since 1993, and with his state of health worsening, he wished to pay tribute to them before he died. And he also wanted the martyrs to be, at the dawn of the Great Jubilee, a sign of hope for the Church. But what were the deeper motivation behind such an acceleration of the procedure? Well, first, obviously, it was part of his more general fight against communism. By beatifying martyrs of this ideology, he continued to send out the message of a church standing up against totalitarianism. Beatified martyrs offered spiritual support to Christians still suffering persecution. And especially, it was a way of strengthening ties with local churches whose links with the Holy See were severely weakened or even completely lost during the communist period. How was this materialized concretely? Well, John Paul II loved to travel, and he always has taken advantage of his trips to proclaim new saints and new blessed, and that's what happened with the martyrs of communism. When he planned the trip, John Paul II let his trip coordinator know that he wished to beatify someone there. The person in charge then passed on the news to the CCS reporters, who worked hard to find a candidate of the relevant nationality among the 4,000 or so files awaiting examination at the congregation. And usually a pontifical trip was planned and prepared 2 years in advance, but John Paul II's trip to the countries of the former USSR were all organized in a matter of months. So in the introduction of all the posiciones I've read, Rapporteurs are writing, sorry, we did not have the time to write it properly, so we put together the information that we had, but it does not match the usual CCS standards. We are really sorry. Forgive us. And I think the duration of the Roman phase is really eloquent, but because as I told you, usually the Roman phase can last a few decades, even a few centuries, and for the martyrs of communism, it lasted between 2 years and only 2 months, so it was extremely fast. I'll have to be really quick about this, but you have to know that before the Second World War, the definition of martyrdom never changed. It was really stable, and it changed after World War II because, well, death techniques had evolved after World War II. And if the criteria had not changed to define martyrdom, well, so many Catholics who died during World War II could not have been proclaimed martyrs. I can give you a quick example. In the past, martyrdom was characterized by the shedding of blood, but it would exclude all martyrs who died, for example, because of a lethal injection or in gas chambers or hunger and starvation or exhaustion. And from World War II, bloodshed was no longer necessary to characterize martyrdom. And the martyrs of communism were part of this evolution, and they brought new elements to the table because the murders concealed as natural death within communist regimes constituted martyrdoms in their own right. This was the case, for example, of the Slovakian Basil Hopko, who I have a soft spot for. He was imprisoned in 1951 for 13 years, and he was released in 1964 and died only 12 years later in 1976. So you may think, if he did not die in prison 12 years after his release, well, he must have died from a natural death. Well, thanks to advances in modern medicine, in Rome, they were able to prove through autopsy that Hopko had been heavily poisoned with arsenic during his time in prison, and that in reality the 12 years of freedom after his release had been nothing but a long and slow agony. And concerning what we call former martyrdom, that is to say the reason that was given for their death, it is now well established that communist regimes were arresting Catholics for political reason, at least they were pretending to do so, to prevent them from being erected as martyrs of the faith. And the job of the people who were preparing the cases of the martyrs was to prove that these were pretexts and not real reason. For example, Aloysius, it's really hard to pronounce, sorry, Stepinac was accused of collaborating with the Ustachi, and they had to prove that it was a false pretext. And then I will be really, really quick, but I want to show you that beatifications are religious events with political resonance, and you can see that during his trips in former USSR, because he visited 14 Eastern European countries after the fall of USSR. And what is really interesting is that these trips included beatifications, and these were spectacular moments with extensive media coverage. There were around 400,000 believers attending the beatifications of Aloysius Stepinac in Zagreb, 500,000 in Lviv for the beatification of the Ukrainian martyrs, 200,000 in Bratislava for the beatification of Basil Hopko, etc. And as you can see, John Paul II was very ill. He was in a wheelchair, bent over, speaking with a lot of difficulty, but the fervor surrounding this Slavic Pope, a witness to the communist era, who was ill but insisted on visiting these countries to greet the faithful, was unprecedented. And the media coverage and journalists were really, really surprised. Moreover, he usually preached in local languages and sometimes even celebrated Mass according to local rites, such as the Byzantine Ukrainian rite for the beatification of the martyrs in June 2001. concerning beatification homilies, because it was an opportunity for the Pope to convey strong messages. Well, he was always giving a catechesis on martyrdom and its spiritual fruits, including forgiveness. And I won't have time to read, but So, forgiveness, it was also an opportunity to find the lessons of history, like forgiveness, so I'm completely perturbed, sorry. And then finally, the duty of remembrance, because in line with what he recommended for the Great Jubilee, John Paul II reiterated the importance of preserving the memory of these martyrs. And from these examples on martyrdom, John Paul II drew several guidelines for the peoples he visited. And the most important was ecumenism. Because since they were persecuted along with Christians of other denominations, ecumenism of blood must call on the churches to wipe the slate clean and work together for Christian unity. But at that time, this last orientation was the most complicated to implement in Eastern Europe. Indeed, there were deep tension with orthodoxy in these countries, because even though John Paul II was convinced that the church must breathe with its two lungs, that is to say the Eastern and Western tradition, even though his big dream was to concelebrate Mass with Orthodox for the Jubilee, well, you can't reduce a 1,000-year divide in a few years, Bernard Lecomte wrote. And above all, there were several issues, including the Greek Catholic Church issue, which was coming out of hiding after 1987. There were also diplomatic blunders on the part of the Vatican. There was also miscommunication between Rome and patriarchates. But nevertheless, in the end of his life, John Paul II always preached Christian unity. So it's hardly surprising that most of the homilies for the beatification of the martyrs of communism were largely concerned with ecumenism. I quote, "The witness to Christ, born even to the shedding of blood, has become a common inheritance of Catholics, Orthodox, Anglicans, and Protestants. Perhaps the most convincing form of ecumenism is the ecumenism of the saints and of the martyrs. The communio sanctorum speaks louder than the things which divide us." And it was even more striking during the beatification of the Ukrainian martyrs in Lviv in 2001, because the context was really complicated. Those were Greek Catholic martyrs who were beatified in the heart of Ukraine, where the Moscow Patriarchate was very critical of their reappearance and where tensions were very high between the two communities. Nevertheless, John Paul II maintained its proposal. I quote, it's not the good one, sorry. The agent martyrdom is a pressing call for reconciliation and unity. This is certainly not an easy task. During the last centuries, too many stereotyped ways of thinking, too much mutual resentment, and too much intolerance have accumulated. The only way to clear the path is to forget the past, ask forgiveness of one another, and forgive one another for the wounds inflicted and received, and unreservedly trust the renewing action for the Holy Spirit. So as a conclusion, not only John Paul II felt the duty to put martyrs in the spotlight through beatification and canonization, but as historians, we can study this phenomenon as simultaneously religious, pastoral, historical, social, and political. But we really are missing something if we try to grasp it without integrating a proper eschatological reflection. Indeed, salvation history examines the tragic events of the 20th century and the death of the martyrs in the perspective that God intervenes incessantly in human history, and that the martyrs contribute to the sacrifice of Christ and consequently to the advent of his reign. And I want to finish with the legacy of John Paul II action, because his policy was pursued by his successor, Pope Francis, who took a new step in May 2023 when he announced that 20 Coptic Orthodox martyrs killed by ISIS in 2015 would be included in the Roman martyrology. Nevertheless, the direct canonization of Orthodox or Protestant figures remains unthinkable to this day. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your interesting presentation. And now I invite to speak Dr. Rita Sully from Committee of the National Remembrance in Budapest. She will be speaking about manipulated tradition, new ways of celebration in Hungary during communist regime.
Thank you very much. I will be quick. I promise I will be quick. I should add to the title that new ways of celebration in the light of contemporary press. As Jan Assmann wrote in 2000, holidays connect the past, present and future and give meaning to human life. The celebrating man connects the past with the future while also acknowledging the hidden dimensions of time. The ritual of celebration appears as history in time. Until now, the past has not been the object of specific historical research interest, but a pillar of the existing system, which fixes, legitimizes, and reinforces, or reconciles and changes the given relations. The order of our festivities organizes and structures the various occasions of remembrance into a whole. It is obvious that the most effective order of celebration is that which organizes these elements into a coherent, even a broadly shared worldview. Ideally, there is as little discrepancy as possible among the elements of the festive order, and it is accepted and adopted by the wider society or by society as a whole. The main interests and aspirations of a given power are always clearly reflected in the ceremonial order, which is a record of memory in time. The power itself is one of the actors that define and shape memory. It is well understood among members of the political elite that the public holidays provide occasion and opportunity to strengthen the relationship between citizens, individuals, and the political power. It is a basic statement in political thinking that the organization of the state is not only an administrative institution, but also a way of exercising power. A state's culture of celebration reflects the goals that the power sets for the community. Thus, the political culture of a government can be observed in its celebrations, how it makes people celebrate, which holidays it makes compulsory. One can see whether the political leadership is able to build emotional and intellectual community through the given culture of celebration. This is perfectly illustrated by the changes in the nature of state and religious holidays in Hungary during the second half of the 20th century, by the never-ending competition and conflicts between the state and religious or church holidays. The first phase of Hungarian church policy after 1945 was characterized by open confrontation between church and state. The clash between the emerging totalitarian state and still largely religious society was also reflected in the struggle to control the communal festivals. Collective celebrations became one of the most important symbolic spaces of resistance because the churches were particularly the only ones able to maintain a certain internal autonomy, despite the various restrictions, and thus provide a framework for resistance to power. Other areas of symbolic space have also been in contention for influence over the holidays. The new order was partly achieved by renaming holidays, for example, Christmas as the Feast of the Pine Tree, or St. Stephen's Day as the Day of the Constitution or the Day of the New Bread. The new order sought to give new profane meaning to communal rituals. Ultimately, it was the right to define sacred time that became the battleground. The exclusive right to compile the festive calendar was also claimed by the new system. It is no coincidence that the 16 public holidays that existed before 1945, which were closely associated with Catholic holidays, were almost all abolished. The number of public holidays was greatly reduced. For a time, Christmas was given only one day off, while 1st May was given 2. And then the revolution and freedom fight of 1956 came and things inevitably had to change. Hungarian ecclesiastical politics after 1958 was the period of more veiled control, restriction and influence. Rather than rapidly dismantling churches, the new model aimed to gradually eradicate the more deeply rooted religiosity in society. It became clear that while the church had lost its role in public sphere, it had continued to influence private life. In the 1960s, the cadre leadership mobilized a great deal of effort to make a so-called socialist or atheist holidays as widespread as possible. Traditional rituals associated with major life events such as birth, or rather baptism, entering adulthood, marriage, death were adopted and desacralized forms were developed. Traditional forms of religious practice, for example, Sundays or processions, were atrophied by a variety of means. The ideological struggle was initially dominated by compulsory activities, but later by entertainment organized as a counter-program. In Hungary, too, the political changes after the Second World War were accompanied by a transformation of social values and the whole systems of values, in many cases by violent transformations or attempts at fulfilling so. The Rákosi era between 1948 and 1956 saw the beginning of the erosion and withering away of millennia-old religious traditions and the celebration that were linked to them by 1,000 threads. The traditional ritual year, defined for centuries by individual, family, and local religious community holidays, was abolished and replaced by the socialist calendar order, which determined and shaped the life of the Hungarian society until 1989, or rather 1918, in accordance with the new ideology and political conditions. Let's take a closer look at the manipulation of personal and family holidays. Communist ideology was built on rationalism, materialism, atheism, and the assumption that the scientific worldview would soon triumph over religion. At the same time, more as weapons against the obscurant churches than as preparation for the new post-religious atheistic era of triumphant communism, most of the new holidays rituals were created as substitutes for religious rites. The totalitarian state, however, could not be content with molding community celebrations in its own image. Following the Soviet model, family life was also over-politicized. Instead of christening, a naming ceremony was introduced. Instead of church weddings, the exclusivity of civil marriage was enforced, and instead of church burials, a special form of profane burials were propagated. As stated at the meeting of the Political Committee of the Hungarian Socialist Workers' Party on the 10th of June 1958, the party continued to consider the fight against the church as its priority task, but at the same time proposed changes in its methods. János Kádár, General Secretary of the party, whose name characterized the remaining decades of the communism until 1989, explained at the meeting that the elimination of religious worldview and the spread of the specific worldview also required a systematic struggle that was being waged on many fronts. He said, I quote, "Clericalism will have to be fought for another 5 years and the religious worldview for another 2 generations." End of quotation. The political committee made the fight against religion and ideological education of society the task of several organizations. These institutions often overlapped to a greater or lesser extent, and their areas of activity were not sharply divided. The Society for Dissemination of Scientific Knowledge was responsible for setting up atheist circles and organizing educational lectures, while the Hungarian Young Communist League, the KISZ, organized programs that were aimed at neutralizing church rituals for children and young adults. The local councils were responsible for organizing naming ceremonies and civil weddings. The creation of forms of family celebrations free of church rituals was also the responsibility of local councils that took place that took the place of local governments under the reign of communism. While similar activities were expected of teachers, the members of women's councils, and the Patriotic People's Front or trade union committees as well. In order to establish the new atheist or socialist family and social holidays in Hungarian society, I quote, permanent committees for family and social holidays were formed and several places alongside the local councils, whose main task was to organize these events. In the meanwhile, to support these efforts, besides the usual propaganda of traditional newspapers and broadcasting, a substantial publishing activity began. In 1960, the Institute of Popular Culture and later the Kossuth Publishing House published a series of pamphlets which sought to provide guidance on how to celebrate these occasions in a worthy manner. Also in 1960, a slide film was published showing 72 pictures of some of the best ways to replace a church rituals. The Institute of Popular Culture published brochures on the possibilities of organizing celebrations and even launched a competition for writing of poems and music for these occasions. There was a debate whether it was necessary to establish some kind of standard practice regarding the content of socialist family holidays. By 1963, there was an agreed formula for naming ceremonies, but not for funerals, and several publicists criticized the organizers for this, urging that these formulas be established because, I quote, it would make it possible to eliminate the distinction between classes fixed by the church and the quotation. The question of the leadership which church rituals was repeatedly raised. The question of the relationship with the church rituals was repeatedly raised in the discourse on social celebrations. As late as 1970, at the National Conference of Organizers of Family and Social Celebrations, the speaker stressed that the mere rejection of church ceremonies would not eliminate people's need to celebrate. He also pointed out that it was important for these celebrations to find their own voice and, I quote, not to copy the rituals of the church, which would be dangerous. The location of ceremonies has also changed from churches to community centers and wedding halls. There has also been a change in the timing of weddings. They were traditionally held during the carnival period, but more and more weddings have been moved to the summer months or have been held during Lent. A recurring idea in the articles on the social celebrations of the 1960s is that the time is not far off when these celebrations will be worthy of realistic humanist men, both in content and form. At the same time, there were also thoughts that one must come to the conclusion that the mystery of birth and death is the point that makes people reflect where they stop and where the inexplicable and the unpredictable can lead them back into the labyrinth of religion, the opium of people. Another topos, typical of the press of the time, expresses the author's confidence in the young generation. According to this topos, the new generation, already educated by the new social order, will be able to break free from centuries-old habits, even at the cost of struggle or fight, and in this sense, integrate into the socialist way of life. So let's take a moment to look at the agitation and propaganda in practice. In March 1973, the Agitation and Propaganda Committee of the Central Committee of the Hungarian Socialist Workers' Party evaluated the results of the 15 years that had passed since the decision of the party committee in 1958. The focus of the evaluation was on the developments in the field of religion, including the rate of spread of socialist rituals. The members of the committee could not be entirely satisfied with the results. In the early 1970s, almost 80% of newborn babies were still Christian, often in secret, and 83% of funerals were still held in church. In the case of weddings, however, it was a great achievement that just over half of the weddings took place in a social setting. To persuade the population to adopt socialist rituals more extensively, they used a variety of methods. Officially, communication Official communication emphasized the power of persuasion and personal example. It was common for the factories, the farmers' cooperative, or other organization to try to make naming ceremony more attractive for its employees by offering valuable gifts. But there were also other ways to win people over. In villages or small towns, for example, in the early 1960s, a personal invitation to the naming ceremonies were sent to all elderly people who were known to have someone in their family on the verge of marriage or to have a baby, as an act to serve as another way of eliminating social resistance. However, more drastic measures would have been needed to increase the numbers of socialist funerals. They remained unpopular. Even the 1980s, they accounted for no more than 16 or 17% of all funerals. Although it was already a topos in the 1960s press that the new socialist holidays were in fact born as a grassroots initiative under social pressure, but in reality they were spread through campaigns supervised by the Education and Propaganda Department of the Central Committee of the party. The extent of which the organization of social festivals was indeed a grassroots initiative is illustrated by the fact that as late as the 1980s, there were still a number of articles on how these ceremonies could be rooted more deeply in Hungarian society. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, join us online, Joanna Ursu.
Hello.
Hello.
Everyone, do you hear me?
PhD in history, and she is working in the National Museum of the Union in Alba Iulia, very nice city in Romania. And the title of her presentation is "To be Christian, Hostile and Counter-Revolutionary, the Informative Surveillance and Political Repression of the Burning Bush Group, 1956-1964.
Thank you. So,
please speak.
Okay. Everything is okay. You can hear me, right?
We don't hear.
You don't hear me?
Okay.
Should I talk? Should I speak louder?
Okay.
It's okay. Okay. So my paper concerns a group of people, a group of intellectuals and clerics and students who are known as the Burning Bush. So this is also connected to the research I presented to the first part of the conference of the churches and religious associations in Warsaw. And with this occasion, I want to greet everyone warmly, all the colleagues that I've met last year in Warsaw. I listened into all your papers yesterday and today, and I congratulate you, and I feel very grateful to be able to have heard your research, even though I was online. So the group of people that I want to discuss about is actually something that initially developed like a form of a cultural association or literary circle, religious circle, something connected to it. So it's a group of friends and intellectuals who all were acquainted to each other since the interwar era in Romania. And for a brief while, between 1946 and 1948, they held public conferences in one of the central monasteries in Bucharest, the monastery of Antim, and their name was the Burning Bush. So they were named after an icon of Virgin Mary. And what was different about them, they were something like cultural circle, but they had as main idea the spiritual recovery of the heart of the prayer of the heart, and continuous prayer, and they combined their intellectual print with this desire to rediscover Christian tradition. So speaking about them, it's also an issue of biography. So it's a group that was repressed. So it's not a surprise. They were repressed by the communist regime. And today we're going to speak about their surveillance and incarceration and repression. But before that, it's also important because they were significant people. So they used to be some of the interwar elite. They were directors of newspapers, writers, poets, professors, university professors. And they chose together and to discuss these spiritual issues. So it's something unique about them. And also their story itself, the fact that they gathered in the mid-1940s is an issue of historical context. Would it have happened otherwise? And if there were different people involved, would it have happened the same way? So last year I mainly spoke about them and their activity until 1956. And these conferences that they held were stopped by the communist regime in 1948. And then the Patriarch Justinian Marina, dispersed these people throughout the country. They were his collaborators and his acquaintances. And in order to protect them from being arrested, he spread them around to monasteries throughout the country. And the leader of the group, Father Daniel, who used to be a writer, was imprisoned for 2 years. So we're somewhere in the mid-1950s when these people, after a couple of years, while they lay low, they reconvene and they meet again in Bucharest as old friends. But they are no longer an association or a coherent group. They are just friends who meet one another. And while I named them the Burning Bush, in fact, while exerting this name, I actually named them with the name that the political police gave them. So it's a group that could not be judged as coherent, but for the sake of convenience and for the sake of understanding the mechanisms and the context connected to their repression and connected to church history and to political repression, I keep naming them the Burning Bush. So they are a group of friends who meet in Bucharest and chose to meet in one of the friends' house. In the house of Professor Alexander Mironescu. So you see the photos of two former best friends, a monk, writer Daniel Sandu Tudor, and his friend, university professor Alexander Mironescu. The one on the right, he's the owner of the house in which these old friends meet and discuss again cultural issues and religious issues and spiritual issues, and they listen to foreign radios and they pray, and occasionally their cleric friends, who are many, come and give confession to people who are visiting. They retreat into a room and they pray and they confess. So they are actually this form of community who try to survive spiritually and to maintain intact their values, their spiritual values. So my interest connected to this group and to the repression in the mid-1950s is connected to these old friends who were, so they were retired, they were monks, they were writers, clerics, and intellectuals who used to be someone during the old regime, but now they were marginalized and just trying to survive throughout the communist regime. And to their group connects a group of students, a group of young students who are aware of how cultural and how wise these people are, which is why they get together and want to know more. And they meet the monk in the left, Father Daniel. They meet him at a monastery, a couple of architecture students, and then they take part in these meetings that occur in the house of Professor Mironescu, the one in the photo in the right. And this happens from the summer of 1956 until the summer of 1958, when they are arrested. And in August 57, they even have some form of symposium, cultural and spiritual symposium, which they organize at a monastery, the monastery in which Father Daniel was the abbot. And for 10 days, they take part in service and they pray and they take part in lectures with different theological subjects. So this is what happens. But they are not, they are being surveyed by the Securitate. So why are they being tracked? Why is the Securitate interested in them as long as they are not performing direct anti-resistant acts or violent acts? So there are a couple of mechanisms that intersect in this analysis. So first of all, we are in 1956. The regime, so we are almost a decade after the beginning of the communist regime in Romania. And by this time, most of the struggles inside the party, the struggles for power are done. Also, the struggles of power between the leadership, the internal leadership of the Securitate, that also developed in the early 1950s. So by the mid-1950s, that ended as well. And most relevant, also, we have a new generation of repressive personnel, of Securitate personnel. By 1955, we have 12,000 employees of the Securitate services, compared to a couple of thousands right in the middle of, in the beginning of the communist regime. So it more than doubles, it almost triples the number in the employees of the security services, who naturally perform repression and are somehow constrained by this in order for them to discover the hostile acts. So there are these internal reorganizations and the personnel, which is much more specialized. So in the beginning, the first repressive waves that took place in Romania in 1948 and 1952, they were much more violent, and we do not always have the entire papers and the dossiers, the files connected to the trial. So we have a lot of administrative internments done inside the prisons, but we do not always have the trials and the sentences and everything. However, by the mid-1950s, everything specializes and we have rules and regulations, and this also applies into how the files of the Securitate look. They are much more complex. There are and allow for a more in-depth study to be performed on how a repressive narration is constructed. So these people are surveyed. The Securitate opens a file by the end of 1956 because someone gives a report. So a priest, ironically, a priest who is in conflict and hates one of the other clerics from the burning bush, he reports them to the Securitate, and the Securitate opens an investigation, surveillance file, in order to see what's happening, and they track their meetings and everyone connected to them. However, at the same time, I have bolded here, there was also in development an informative surveillance action directed against all monasteries and monastic clergy. So these are clerics, they are monks. 8 of them are monks, 3 of them are simply laymen, 5 of them are students. But the monks are connected to the monasteries which they pertain to, and the regime considers them, and I mean has always considered the monasteries ever since the instauration in 1948, has considered them spaces of anti-communist resistance, considering the fact that monks hide revolutionaries and hide resistance against the regime. And although there were individual cases, this is not actually quite a proven narrative, but this is one that the regime is directly interested to propagate, and it continues to use this to develop really large surveillance actions. And in one of these surveillance actions, the people connected to the burning bush are also caught. So they are surveyed and tracked onto 2 directions. So All these connections and mechanisms impact the information that we have in the mid-1950s about this group of people. Also, something very interesting happens around 1956, 1958. So somewhere, somehow even connected to the 1956 Hungarian Revolution. After 1956, we gradually notice changes in the repressive legislation, and the rules just become harsher, and the sentences are being raised for different punishments, and also all the investigation authority is given to Securitate personnel, to Securitate officers, particularly in the cases of counter-revolutionary activity, which is the fragment in the penal code of which these people are seen guilty. So these 2 years, 3 years, 1956 and 1958, are the years of their informative surveillance. So what exactly do they document about the group? So they try to infiltrate, and they actually managed to infiltrate with neighbors and also with friends, and even with one of the students who takes part in some of the meetings. And ironically, they even get to receive information under oath. So information that was supposed to be part of a confession is given by the informant to the Securitate officer that is collecting. So we have all kinds of information connected to what they are doing, what foreign radios they are listening. So even though we know that their meetings are cultural, and this is also referred to, the Securitate officers are naturally interested in which part of this could be considered hostile or counter-revolutionary, although there is also the nuance that their prayer itself, I mean, them being religious people itself, is being seen as being mystical, and being mystical is equals being hostile. So the subversive activity, even though the examples that they give are only connected to religious life, the fact that it's mystical equals hostile and potentially counter-revolutionary. So they are arrested, the repression, they are arrested in the summer of 1958. And this year, 1958, is a year of a great repression wave in Romania, which can be connected to the retreat of the Soviet troops from Romania, which is why the regime feels the need to assert its power, and they reincarcerate once again even the people who used to be arrested and served their time from 1948 until, I don't know, 1954 or 55. They reincarcerate them without trials, and also they imprison large categories of writers and of even family of former elites from the former government, because their repression attacks a whole different side of society. So what's really interesting about this group and their surveillance files, but also their investigation files. So the nature of the archives that we have in Bucharest, and the archives of the Securitate, are informative files and the criminal files, the investigation ones, and also the network files, if they are collaborators of the Securitate, and also documentary files. And the investigation file is compiled after these people are arrested, and it has investigation documents and a lot of interrogation that was performed on them. And these interrogations show something very interesting. So although the Securitate did have all those information gathered throughout 1956 and 1958, at the point where they arrest them and they need to form an actual coherent story and a coherent guilt, this cannot happen. So they try, but without success, to arrest, first of all, a part of the clerics who are monks, and they accuse them of a legionary counterplot against the state. But this does not hold because these people, not everyone met with one another. So there are obvious logical fallacies in their argument. And the interrogation does not go very far. And after 2 months of interrogation, one of the superiors in the Directorate of the Securitate sends a document and explicitly states how the investigation is supposed to go from now on and what questions they need to ask in order to somehow make sense of this sentence that they are going to give this group. So the reason why they are officially arrested is that they are a subversive group that leads counter-revolutionary activity. And they are trialed in October 1958, and their sentencing includes, it's given in November, and includes 25 years for the leaders, ones considered the leaders of the group, 20 years, 18, 10, and the students who only took part in hostile discussions receive 6 years. However, the General Amnesty of 1964 intervenes, and they are set free. However, Father Daniel dies imprisoned in 1962, and also poet Voiculescu dies immediately after his release. He was old. And of course, most of them carry on with their suffering and the diseases that they got after the years of prison, who were not easy. So they were imprisoned in in the main penitentiaries of communist Romania, Aiud, Gherla, and Periprava. These are Periprava is next to the Danube. Their detention period is rather few in administrative documents, but they are present as very figures full of light in the memoirs of other political prisoners, because they are monks and they serve the liturgy somehow adapted inside the prison, and they pray for the others, and they do confessions, and they are regarded in high esteem by the other people, former political prisoners, which is why they become very famous. And after 1990s, some of them are some of the most familiar priest confessors, I mean, nationally. So, if you allow me to reach for the conclusions, their story is, although it is a case study, it's very connected to a lot of intricate mechanisms of repression, but also of the state policy regarding monasteries and monastic clergy, because they saw them as places that sheltered activities anti-regime, and also they were very angry about the fact that the policy of Patriarch Justinian, in fact, led to the development and quite a high increase in the number of monastic personnel, of monastic settlements, of educated personnel. And by 1959, we had more seminaries and theological faculties than we did a decade earlier, which is why, connected to the narrative of counter-revolutionary monastic personnel, eventually the regime emitted a decree against monastic life in 1959. So talking about these people offers the pretext to, offers the reason to touch many other issues, but the fact that they are interesting as people as well, and as their biographies and in the perseverance of their spiritual values also leads us to the idea of models, and beautifully connects into the discussion led by our colleague earlier regarding to martyrdom and canonizations, which I hope I will get to discuss a bit, because in Romania we also have something similar happening for the first time next year. So my presentation stops here, and I thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much for an interesting presentation, Jana, and now we have about 10 minutes for short discussion. Please ask the questions.
this is for Zelibor. Could you comment on during John Paul's tenure, there was occasional controversy about proposed martyrs, and then especially after he himself was proposed for beatification, there was controversy as well, and especially about his failure to hold priests accountable who had been accused of sexual molestation and the like. So could you, and there were some other things that arose, but it was primarily because of that there was opposition. Could you comment on some of those controversies that arose?
I'm really scared to speak because of all the polls in the room. No, just joking. Just joking. I think this is one of the hardest cases that we'll have to deal with, well, now, but also in the future. During the until Vatican, until the Council, there was, I think, a principle which was really cautious. The congregation had to wait 50 years before examining the case of any candidate. And this was interesting because first there was, time to see if the sanctity reputation was lasting. And also it permitted for problems and issues to emerge if there were ones. For example, when Benedict XVI became Pope, he stopped the beatification, the process beatification of a French priest who, yes, was really helpful towards the poor and the orphans in France during the 19th century, but we discovered that he was also very, very anti-Semite, and this was not a problem for French people at the beginning, because his social action was more important than his anti-Semitism. And I think something like that happened with John Paul II. I think his charism, the good he did, was more important than the failures that maybe he proved to have done. I'm so sorry for my English. And I also think that the opportunity to beatify him was really urgent. He was beatified only like 5 years after his death, I think. It was one of the fastest beatifications of all time. And I think they wanted to, I don't know how to say it in English, so I'm really sorry. I think they wanted to profit of his fame and of the good he did and his good image for the church. And so they kind of put aside what was more maybe disturbing. And I think that maybe in 50 years, the debate will have evolved on that point. I hope I was clear. Sorry.
Thank you. And next question. No questions?
I have a question.
Oh,
if I'm
okay.
Yes, I have a question for Zili. Could you please offer some details about whether the political identity of the martyrs or their views affects the beatification process? The question I am asking is connected somehow to the Romanian case, because in our case, the discussion about the martyrs of the communist prisons has been stagnant for a long time due to their political problematic identities. So, are there similar cases?
Well, to beatify someone as a martyr, you have to prove that he died for his faith, and especially not for political reasons. So everything is made in the posiciones, the candidacy files, to prove that these people were not involved in politics whatsoever. That they were, and even though if they had a link with a political party, with a political organization, it was proved that it was an unpolitical link, that it was for charity, for, I don't know how to say it in English, so especially for charity, but for example, I spoke about Stepinac, who was accused of collaborating with the Ustachi. The church tried to prove that he did not collaborate with them, but that he had a good relationship with everyone among the political spectrum. So the candidacy files are really consensual, really smooth, and everything that could get in the way of the martyrs being beatified is erased, or I don't know how to say it, they are making it less important than it may seem. I hope I'm clear.
Yes, I understood. But in your opinion, would I don't know, I just give an example for the sake of asking. Would someone who died in the communist prisons but was arrested for political reasons, could he be canonized as a martyr just for the fact, for his confession of Christianity inside the prison, despite the fact that he was arrested for political reasons?
Well, all the job of what we call the postulators, that is to say the responsibles for the candidacy file, they have to prove that that the political condemnation was a pretext. And that there is a fine line between proving that it was wrong and at the same time, well, maybe there was a bit of a political interest in there. So it's always very complicated, but usually they have to prove that it was a pretext, and that continuously the martyrs imprisoned have confessed their faith and told relentlessly that they were dying for their faith and not for any pretext whatsoever. And in the case of the martyrs that I presented, there are a few who died in prison and they were arrested because, for example, they were celebrating Mass despite the introduction, and so they were considered as enemies of the state because they were disobeying, and so they died in prison and they were proclaimed martyrs anyway. So. Yes.
I understand. Thank you for the insight.
Thank you. And
I have one comment and also one question for Zelibo. Did you saw the posiciones of Stepinac for his beatification? Because in these posiciones, there are not all documents. For example, now archive is open, no? And for example, problematic is letters of Stepinac in 1941 to Pope Pius XII, because in some of these letters, Stepinac said, Pavelic is a good boy, and it's so problematic, the part. And also there are one letter from 1942, anonym of Stepinac, and there is comment, for example, of Cardinal Maglione, who wrote this letter, no? Because they are not memorandum, they are not also signed. And Tardini wrote, this is the letter of Stepinac because he wanted to be anonymous, because probably problem in Croatia. But in Posiciones, there are not all documents, problematic documents about Stepinac.
Yes, I don't know what to say. Yes, sometimes documents are missing, and there are so many candidacy files being examined in Rome, in the Congregation for the Causes of Saints. There are not enough theologians, there are not enough cardinals to examine each one of them, or to be really thorough about every candidacy file that they examine. So, and they are not specialists of the history period that of the martyr. So that's why sometimes what for us historians is really problematic in the sources, it is not for the cardinals or the theologians, because they are not historians, they are not specialists, and it is in the interest at the moment to seize the opportunity to make a new martyr, to make a new saint, And so, like, they seize it, and again, maybe in 50 years, we will find this really problematic, and maybe they will go back. After all, Paul VI took off some saints from the Roman martyrology from, like, the early church, but I don't know, maybe it will happen later.
Okay. Thank you very much for your answers, Zeli, and I think we finish. I invite to speak Dr. Beata Katrebowa-Blechowa, the main organizer of conference.
Thank you. Well, first, I believe that you have enjoyed the conference. I enjoyed it really, and I thank you all active participants for really interesting and challenging presentations. We have an idea of publishing them, but we must discuss the idea in deep, and you will get information as soon as we will realize our idea. So this is the first point. The second point, I would like to make some concluding remarks to the conference. I think we have discussed plenty of aspects and topics during these 2 days. Let us mention just some of them. First of all, Vatican Eastern policy, although I think that we could not discuss it in deep, we could not discuss all the consequences, the positive and negative consequences. Still, what we have realized, Vatican Eastern policy was a result of the significant turn to the left in the Europe society. This is the point I would like to stress. We have examined also the changes in the pontificate, in the late pontificate of Pius XII, and the change of the pontificate to John 23 and Paul VI, and we have seen that there have been some important differences also as for the attitude of Pius XII to negotiations with the communist regime. So this is also a very important aspect we should somehow to respect also for the next research. How did it in reality influence the relationship state-church? So relationship between the communist governments and the states, the changes between these pontificates. Then a very important aspect, the clergy, not only Catholic clergy, but the clergy as well as victims of the communist regime. So we have realized about the martyrs during the last half of the 20th century, but the clergy also as collaborators, as somebody who active collaborated with the communist regime. So this is also an important topic. I think for the future, we should think about the conference which would be, discuss only this one question, clergy, or let's say churches and the circuit services in the whole Eastern Bloc. We have listened to the paper of Nadia Beliakova as for the Soviet factor. And I think that the Russian researchers have made an important step in this topic. In October 2021, there was a, I think it was seminary, it was not a conference, it was a seminary in Moscow about Soviet secret services in relationship to the churches in the Soviet Union during the whole era. So very important topic. There is a volume of this conference. It could be seen on Academia Edu. I would like to point at this journal some very important aspects in this journal. So the Soviet factor, then persecution of Orthodox churches. This is also something what we could realize during our conference, so not only Catholic Church, but Orthodox churches. And we have seen that the attitude of the communist regimes were more or less the same. The last aim, the liquidation of the religion, was also connected to the relations to the non-Catholic churches. We could examine also some new approaches and some, I would say, fresh approaches as martyrs of communism, or reintegration of former prisoners among clergy. Yes, and perhaps the last point, we have also seen that there should be a special attitude to the Baltic states as they were occupied by Soviets, and we had a very excellent example of Latvian Cardinal Vaivod, and on this example we could realize how special was this attitude of the Soviet regime toward a Catholic person, Catholic bishop. So, and the last point also, of course, the infiltration of secret agents, not only Vatican structures, but also of the churches, also an important point. We know that this was the second part. I think that the period that was discussed between 1956 and 1968 was reasonable. Both years could be seen as important turnouts, especially in the relations of the communist regimes to the churches. Not so much in the relations to the church history as well, because in the church histories the pontificates are more important than, let's say, these 2 years. The third part and the last part of this conference should be in Budapest next year, and we will examine 1970s and 1980s. So I would like to invite you to join the conference of our Hungarian colleagues. Yes, last but not least, I would like to thank to our organization, a group from Nations Memory Institute. They have done a really excellent job to organize the conference. I would like to mention some persons. They are not under us, but you may know them. Ivana Kresťanová, Pavlinka Lupikova from our organizational group. I would like to thank also to the technical support of our colleagues, which, as we have seen, is also very important for a successful proceeding of any conference, not only this one. I hope, once again, you have enjoyed it. For those who have spent 2 days, let's say 2 days in Bratislava for the first time, I believe you also could see something, or you could make some sightseeing in Bratislava. I would recommend Bratislava Castle, which is after reconstruction really a beautiful place to see. I hope very much for the future cooperation, and I hope we stay in contact. I wish you a good journey, and wish you all the best for the next research, for the next scientific events and so on. And it was very nice for me to meet each of you and to meet some new colleagues and to meet the old one. Yes, that's all. So have a nice day today, good journey, and goodbye.